Hey.
And as if by magic,
Oh, some sound.
something must happen. We found the user error now, so I think we're now back on track.
Oh, is that the bear? Oh,
No,
we're live. Right.
We're live, and West Indies are 6 for naught after 4.2 overs. I'm finally joined in the studio by the doyen of West Indies cricket, David Brooke.
Fashionably late, but I just missed the technical issues, so I've arrived. It's all miraculously come back to life, and thank you, Jason.
Well, don't thank me. I was the one who caused the issues to start with, to be fair.
How is the bear's language?
I haven't heard it yet because I missed the call, but thankfully between his remote bear admin and a brain dump from Tony, I think we now fixed the issue. Anyway, Works is going to continue to 4 slips. That one's outside our stump, defended by Brathwaite, who looks relatively comfortable so far. There's not been much happening. It's in the pitch. It's been swinging nicely in the air, but there's not much moving off the pitch today. One change in the West Indies side. Gudikesh Moti has come in for the injured Kirk Sinclair. England are unchanged from their second test. Works, and that's a much better ball. That persuades Brathwaite to have a little fence at it, but he's not got an edge. That's gone through to Smith, and again no run. There's plenty of support in the air for the bowlers, but not so much off the pitch so far. Nice bit of bounce there as well from Works. It's jumped just a little bit at the batsman. Works in, and Brathwaite plays a nice back foot drive. Bashir is in chase. He's going to pull it in just inside the boundary, and they should come back for 3.
Yes, that's a good confident start from Brathwaite. He's on 9. West Indies 9 for no wicket. You join us here live, if slightly delayed, but now we're bang up to date. 9 for no wicket. West Indies winning the toss. Well, it's perfect batting conditions at Edgbaston. At least that's what it appears to be. Wokes is getting a bit of movement, but it's a nice sunny day, and it's a batting day, and Craig Brathwaite won the toss, and there really was no other option. Brathwaite on 9, and Michael Louis, my favourite West Indian player, yet to score, and let's hope that he can dig in.
Have we been joined by anybody finally?
We have. In fact, there was a dam waiting to burst the minute we came on. So I'll just say hello to some people. Kieran Roseblade, Matthew Cullen, Farong, Spangly Sai, and Matthew Cullen said, I had to listen to 10 minutes of TMS. No swearing whatsoever. What a harrowing experience. Fuck.
Yeah.
And Kieran says, what's Jason and Mess's assessment of the West Indies performance so far this series? I think they've done pretty well, to be honest. Yeah. Well, they've certainly got better. I think the person to assess it best is probably Dave, given his expertise in the area.
Atkinson in for the second ball of the over. First one was swinging outside of something. Second one is played at by Brathwaite, but not edged.
Production note, Jason, apparently I'm not visible. You need to do something. Yes, Messrs. I think I agree with your assessment. I think West Indies, in the circumstances, given the complete lack of planning ahead of this series, West Indies have done about as well as they could have hoped. I mean, 456 first innings lead in the last test, and that they'll be very happy with that score again today. I mean, that's outside the off stump, no run. I think the lack of preparation really showed in the first test, and the conditions were against West Indies. All the odds were against them. They've had that good innings in the last test, and these conditions will be much similar to Trent Bridge. And West Indies improve as the series goes on. That's why it's a great shame not a five test series. But there's been some good bowling from the Windies.
And that's on the leg stump. worked away very neatly by Brathwaite down to the boundary for the first, I believe, one of these of the day.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
I mean, Jason mentioned the one change in the West Indies team, Messers, which is going to help them a lot. That's Gudakesh Moti, who was ill in the last test. I mean, I rate him very highly. I think he's one of the best spinners in world cricket at the moment. All
he
formats.
bowled beautifully at Lords, didn't he?
Yeah, and that's Atkinson again, and almost a rinse and repeat. Although the ball is slightly worked slightly wider down to long leg, and we'll only get a signal for his efforts there as David disappears to let in our third studio member of the day, who will be on air shortly. I'm interested to see how Bashir goes in this test, see whether he can repeat the 4th innings heroics of the last test, where he got a appreciable turn, and that's again outside our stump by Atkinson. That's a better ball, 87 miles an hour. Brathwaite covers the off stump, and there's no run, and that's the end of the over.
Ida Kimona is with us. Says visually that was actually quite riveting, presumably watching Dave's voice come from an empty vessel, as it were. Mog says, no, don't let Dave get on screen. Tony Bishop says, I saw David and then he was gone.
And now he's back.
Yes. So there's a few there. I'll go to our Twitter.
And that's fished at by Brathwaite for the first ball of the next over. Off the back foot. Ball kind of dives a little bit on its way through to Smith.
Yeah, production note, Jason. The third member of the tripartite is downstairs, but the door's jammed. You can't get in.
No. Blame the bear.
It was when I left it open for you, Dave.
Well, I thought I closed it behind me. That was a mistake. Didn't realise the door was not fully functioning. Brathwaite 14, Louis. Who's going to try and unjam the door?
Well, we're not far.
I just do a couple of balls. While
we're not far away from a changeover, which you're going to be doing by ball, I think, next, aren't you?
Let me do this while we try and get Hector's house into the house. Hector into the house outside the off stump. And bit of production note here is Jason. It doesn't happen on TMS, does it? You know, Tuffers is stuck outside. Can you go and get him, Aggers? Oh, I'm on ball by ball. Brathwaite 14. Louis yet to score, but Whiston is 14 for no wicket. Brathwaite with all the runs. Now I agree with your assessment, Messers. You know, they've been written off already before they arrived, after the first test, and again after the second. Here's Wokes, comes into bowl, and that's forward goes Brathwaite into the ground. He's looking in good form. We saw glimpses of that in the second innings when West Indies threw away that winning position, 61 for no wicket. They were selling tickets for the 5th day at Trent Bridge, and then it all went pear-shaped. West Indies 14 for naught. Jason's back in his seat. Hector has entered the house.
Hector's in the house. Yep.
Hector's house.
I just ask you one thing about Wokes. I wonder about him as opening the bowling. He's not got a lot of pace, and he seems to be better when the ball has aged a bit.
He certainly bowled better at the second spell in the last test, in both innings, to be fair, as that is defended by Brathwaite into the slip area.
You're a Surrey member, Jason. Does Gus Atkinson open the bowling? Does he bowl first change for Surrey?
He tends to bowl first change.
Yeah.
Because in the last 2 years at least, they've had Roach amongst other people who will take the new ball.
Yeah. So we've gone from 2 opening bowlers, Broad and Anderson, to no opening bowlers.
That's wide by Wokes, and that's never going to tempt Brathwaite, who watches that go aimlessly past to Smith, who takes it low down in front of her slip.
And a good old-fashioned boot that needs relacing. Good one from Brathwaite. Gives him an opportunity to take stock. He's just tied up his right boot. Laces may have come on start. There are 5 slips, or should we say 4 slips and 2 gullies? They're just a group of 6.
Very aggressive attacking field. As Wokes comes in, that's shorter and discomforts Brathwaite slightly, who's not a tall man and has to get up on his toes and even off the air.
I mean, that's the great ability. Yeah, that's the great ability of Chris Wokes. I'd say he's worth his place. Messrs as opening the bowling. It's his home ground. He knows this ground, and he's got that ability to duck the ball in. We saw it there. No discernible change of action. Makes him a dangerous bowler. He's my actual tip, Messrs, to be top wicket taker for England in this innings. So I'm all in favour of him coming on first.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a surprise. But I've got to say that he's not a bowler I'd associate bowling 77 miles an hour to 6 slips and gullies. I think that's an overkill.
Jimmy Anderson set about 77, was he? Miles an hour?
He was 79, 80.
79, so it's a like-for-like replacement. Can I say that?
It is, but it's still overkill with the field, I suspect.
Yeah. I mean, they may as well go all out for an early wicket and let them have a go. Let's get Louis driving. He's still waiting to get off the mark. He's at 16 balls.
Atkinson, and that's slightly tempting Louis to unfurl a drive, but he decides better of it. Just a bit too wide, perhaps.
I'm really hoping, guys, that Louis shows us what he's capable of. Highest scoring batsman in first-class cricket this season for West Indies. He's got, very solid defence and a great character. Really enjoys the game. We saw that when he got that run out. He's a super fielder. I think he's an excellent bat, and I really hope he does well in this innings. He's having a torrid time at the moment.
They were lucky actually early on before we were covering it not to lose one of them on the run out. I'm not sure who it was, but somebody was about a yard out of his ground.
It was Louis.
When the ball went past Louis, was it? Yeah.
He's had a couple of gropes and fumbles outside the off stump to Wokes, so I think Wokes' opening spell's been pretty good. And as you say, it's Atkinson now with the ball.
Yeah, and we're due to have a change once Hector gets his act together. He'll be joining us in the studio for a 3-man team.
Jay Grover points out that it has happened in TMS. They're always getting stuck in lifts, but they've got to produce it.
Thanks, Jay.
That's
welcome. Morning, Jay.
That's defended by Louis into the gully area. Slightly closer to the stumps this time by Atkinson.
And Matthew Cowan warns us of the hazards of TMS. He says, crucial first hour has been said on the BBC Live text. What a great cliche.
Mikhail Louis, 27. He was top scorer in the first innings at Lords, but he hasn't. That's been his best of the series so far. He's capable of so much more.
And that is swinging away again by Atkinson. Both bowlers are getting a bit of swing today. Atkinson is not normally known for having huge amounts of swing. It's more off the seam, but that one did swing in the air and off the pitch very slightly. I
mean, just back to Louis. He's the first first batsman from the twin states of St Kitts and Nevis to play for West Indies, although one player from St Kitts has already played international cricket. Can you name him? Wasn't for the West Indies.
Yes, I think I can. I'm trying to remember that. He played for England, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, he did.
Devon Malcolm come from
there? No, Devon Malcolm's from Jamaica.
That was angled in towards Louis' pads, and Louis couldn't get the bat on it. It thumped into his pads and ricocheted into the offside.
Yeah, the only Kittitian to play international Test cricket played for England. Who is he? We're going to leave that one in the air there. Jay, that's one for you. Might be able to leap in before Messers or anyone else out there. Let us know you're listening.
It's played nicely off the back foot by Louis. He will get his first run. In fact, he'll get 2 as that ball is recovered by Wokes.
Jay just says Benjamin.
Yes, correct, Jay. Joey Benjamin, the man from St Kitts who played for England. So well done, Jay. You win the prize. I'm not quite sure what it is. The prize, I think,
self-satisfaction.
It's self-satisfaction. Yeah. It was the best prize of the lot.
Okay, would you change? Is Hector?
Hector's in the house, but he's not in the studio as yet.
Oh, right. Well, I'll hang on till he gets here. Mog says, play the crucial first hour jingles. Ray Liverpool says, GM watching from Guyana. Welcome, Ray. Lovely to have you here. And Cornelius Davis says, GM watching from Jamaica, GM, I presume means good morning. And Speedy says, good morning to everyone. It's great to have so many West Indian listeners with us.
Yeah, it really is. This is the only way you'll listen to this series in the Caribbean is the guerrilla cricket coverage. There's no other radio coverage, so we bear that responsibility. We take that responsibility very seriously. Here's Wokes, he bowls. That's driven nicely by Brathwaite. It's an on drive. The shot of a man in form. It's gone straight down to the boundary for 4 runs. The shot of a man in form as we welcome for the first time into the house Hector. Welcome. Good morning, Hector.
Good morning, David.
You had as much trouble getting here as I did this morning.
Yeah, I did. All the trains seem to be cancelled this morning then.
We'd have been better off going up to Birmingham and doing it from outside the ground. We could have got there quicker.
Yeah, probably.
But great shot from Brathwaite. He waited for it and drilled it right back. As they say the on drive is a shot of a man in form. Wokes now to continue to Brathwaite, who's already made his way to 18. He's in a positive frame of mind today, and that's a positive lead from him. It's the one from Wokes that jags off the seam in the other direction. And West Indies are 20 for 0 as the money's down on Mikhail Louis to score more than 28 runs at 13 to 8. I mean, they're giving bet 365. They're giving it away at the moment, but Brathwaite on 18, Louis on 2. West Indies having won the toss today. One change in their team, and that's going to strengthen the side because Gudakesh Moti, top-class spinner, is in, and poor old Kevin Sinclair, fractured arm, he's out of the team. It's wide. Brathwaite throws his arms at that one. It's a lovely shot. Second boundary in the over from Wokes, and that's gone through extra cover for 4 runs. Well, Hector, you've only seen this over, but what have you seen? You must like what you see from Brathwaite at the moment.
Well, I do. I think these two openers, they've been very good all series. It's just been a bit disappointing to see Mikhail Louis hasn't really managed to capitalise on. He's made starts in his innings, but hopefully today he can kick on. Brathwaite suddenly taking the more aggressive option.
Here's Wokes, he bowls, and Brathwaite covers up and plays that down. I mean, even that phrase that you used there is interesting in that Brathwaite only takes the aggressive option when he's in form. And he looks in form today because I've seen him pat back half volleys at this stage of the innings, but he's put the 2 away from Wokes, both of them over pitched. And he's given Mikhail Louis a bit of breathing space here. Louis on 2, he's off the mark, but Brathwaite is the main run scorer on 22. Here's Wokes, a packed house at Edgbaston, his home ground. A lovely sunny day, bowls wide of the crease, confident leave from Brathwaite. You know, he's very rarely the aggressor, but he has upped his game in recent years, and it's just been struggling for form in the first 2 test matches. Lack of cricket, lack of preparation. The West Indies Cricket Board had their eyes on the World Cup. That's all they were thinking about. They were the hosts. Didn't really put any thought into this tour in terms of preparation. It was left to Jimmy Adams, the batting coach, to come up with the idea of a warm-up game at Beckenham Cricket Club, and ECB responded by putting out a sort of under-19 B team with featured Sussex players that even I hadn't heard of. Outside that's drilled back to mid-on, no run. End of the 9th over. West Indies are 24 for no wicket. Jason is taking over from Messers on the socials. Please get in touch with us in the usual way.
Steve Shipcott says, there you are. Morning, yes. Yes, we are all finally assembled. It's been not been without its trials today, I have to say. Clary of the County says, did England miss a perfect opportunity to give Ben Pennington his Test debut match? I think they have missed a trick. They've said that they want to play the unchanged side to see how Mark Wood will go with multiple tests in a row on the basis that that's likely to happen in the Ashes. My contention for that is he's 34. You should know that already. They're not going to gain anything very much. And in fact, speaking of the man, he's kind of come on. It's an early introduction for the Durham pace bowler. And we'll jiggle him up soon as he comes galloping in.
Here's Wood, first ball. It's pitched up, and Louis is very solid, times that well, and it flies out to mid-off where Ben Stokes does the fielding. So Mark Wood, yeah, interesting that they've chosen to, that's the reason they gave in the press conference. They wanted to give him 2 back-to-back matches.
Well, the danger is here, there's always a chance of a Joe Root, Jofra Archer type situation when you're looking ahead to the Ashes. But what happens if we bowl him out when the series is won and injure him, and he won't be able to make it on that overseas tour where he will be so vital if he can play.
So Wood turns and runs in, steams in to Louis. Louis plays that confidently out onto the leg stump. He's beginning to find his feet now, and that's gone down to Bashir at deep square for a single, so he moves on to 3. Obviously Wood bowled with tremendous pace in the second test match, only picked up a couple of wickets though.
Yeah, he was extremely unlucky. He did buy Bashir his 2 wickets in the first innings. That is,
I agree.
Sure.
I think he got an awful lot of wickets for the guy bowling at the other end.
That was always my story.
Tandem.
Mark Wood, 1 for 70 when he picked up 2 wickets in that match, 1 in each innings. Here he is now, this time to Brathwaite, because Louis took that last single. And that's cut away by Brathwaite. Could have legs on this. This could go to the boundary. No, it's just pulled in. I think that's Atkinson down there, who does a good job at pulling it back. And they've taken 3. So Brathwaite going like an express train here, 25 off 33, 75 strike rate.
Well, this is great to see, and as you say, Brathwaite is so important to the West Indies team, not only in the experience that he has, but just the ability that he has to free up the batter at the other end. A very inexperienced top order, apart from Brathwaite, I believe this is 91st cap. So it's good to see him motoring on. He hasn't looked to overextend.
Here's Wood bowling this time to Louis. Louis confidently defensive, and there's a single there because of the 4 slips, and leaves plenty of spaces to push the ball into, and Louis will be aware of that. That's all he has to do at the moment, and it looks like he's got the measure of Wood's pace. We're waiting to see what he's bowled at so far. So Moti in for Sinclair, England unchanged, Brathwaite winning the toss and batting today in what promises to be a face-saving game for West Indies. I mean, after their performance in the first innings of the second test, it looked at one stage like they could have come out on top, but there's plenty to play for here for them. Wood bowls, it's a wide one down the leg side. Jamie Smith does well to gather that down the leg side. It was misdirected by Wood, and Jamie Smith does his job in goalkeeper fashion.
Good job he's nearly 6 foot, or just over 6 foot. Otherwise I don't think he gets there with a full dive. That's right at the end of his glove as he pouches that.
Well, another thing to take note of here is the decision made at the toss. Brathwaite deciding to bat, of course, perfect conditions for it, great wicket. But then that just shows the development in this West Indies side, the confidence that they've taken from their first innings in the last test match.
Exactly right. Here's Wood to finish his over. He bowls. That's a good ball. It's right up there, and Brathwaite digs it out. End of the over from Wood. 10 overs gone of the first day of this match. West Indies 29 for no wicket.
Andrew Betterson says, good stuff guys, listening from Saudi, well welcome. Cami says, good morning Gorilla, loving your comment, listening from Barbados. And Mr. Jesse says, I'm so tired of so much talk for the Ashes by England, as if India weren't a challenge next year. I agree with that as well. And Grubby says, talking of the dodgy front door, remember when we had locked Sam North East in? I wasn't here that day, but there have been several people who have been imprisoned in Gorilla Towers at various points. And Randy Kelly says, hello from, and I think it's Trinidad. Is that Trinidad, the flag that he's showing me? Speedy says, now we have a whitewash bet if
Down the leg side and there's no run.
With his wife, I think, says, if she wins it, the whole month of cooking and cleaning, come on West Indies, win it for me please. Wood having a few comments as he fields the ball and gives it back to Wokes.
Here comes Wokes outside the off stump, and Louis has nothing to do with that one.
Yes, confirmed from Randy Kelly. It is Trinidad.
What was that?
The flag that he put on as an emoji on his message.
Yeah. Now, big shout out to all our listeners in the Caribbean. I say Guerrilla Cricket is the only place to listen to this series. West Indies Cricket Board, in their infinite wisdom, decided not to offer a radio contract to anyone for this series. Wokes bowls, and that's played away by Louis. Found the gap. That's going to give him his first boundary of the innings. There's a lone chase there, and 4 runs to Mikhail Louis.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And James Knights has messaged me from Tokyo to say that he's just backed a Brathwaite ton and listening to our coverage there. Well done, James. Well done for putting the money down, but Brathwaite's, he's got a quarter of a way there. Get big odds on the Louis ton, I can tell you that much. He's on 8 as he waits for Wokes, and that's left by Louis. Has having nothing to do with that. It's quite sort of misdirected, really, going quite wide down the off stump. Yes, a big shout out to everyone listening to us, particularly from the twin island state of St Kitts and Nevis, where you're watching the first ever Kittitian to play for West Indies. Jay Grover having correctly answered the question that I put, which is he's the second to play international cricket, the first being Joey Benjamin, who of course played for England. He was from St Kitts and played for Surrey.
He did.
Yeah.
He went on an Ashes tour,
He
got
did.
a 4 to win a match, I do believe.
Wokes to Louis down the leg side. Louis plays that nicely through mid-wicket. The runs are flowing now. That's going to go for another boundary, unless it's going to be hauled up just in front of the line. No, there it is. 4 runs. The run's coming now for West Indies.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I don't know what Hector thinks. I think this bowling, whilst it's moving about, England are not making the best use of it. And Jamie Smith is getting an awful lot of work diving and scrubbing around in the dirt to field balls that are either way down the leg side or way down the off.
Well, as you guys were speaking about earlier, Chris Wokes and Gus Atkinson don't often bowl with the new ball in hand, of course. It's a difference without Jimmy and Broad, the two specialists, so it just seems to be a lack of control. Chris Wokes almost bowling a little bit too straight and then straying.
And as Messrs was saying earlier, Wokes not the first choice of opening bowling. You think that's why Jimmy Anderson's been retired, to enable Wokes. It's hardly a reset, is it? That's played out by Louis into mid-wicket. End of the 11th over, West Indies 37 for no wicket.
The GC Radio Naked Fun Formbot says, more importantly, did Joey Benjamin date David's niece? Because you're bigging him up so much. He's got him corpsed in laughter.
I think that's an in-joke reference to my last appearance here, which I'm not going to go into any details.
And looking quickly on YouTube. Oh, don't do that, YouTube.
Mikhail Louis, some decent odds available on him scoring some runs today, and he was my pick as highest scoring batsman today, because I rate him, and I've seen his performances in international cricket. That's a short ball, and where's that gone? It's gone off the helmet of Brathwaite, I think, and it's gone down. No, it's signalling 4. Where did that hit, Hector?
I think he might have just managed to get a ramp on it, almost ducked away. It's a quick ball from Wood, just got a bit of bat on it. Brathwaite on 29 now.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Yeah, very much a periscope shot. Left the periscope up, and that's flown off the top edge down to fine leg.
Effective against this pace. One thing I'm confused about is as to why Matty Potts or Dylan Pennington haven't been selected for this Test match.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, given the sort of urgency with which they wish to put an end to Anderson's career in order to get the next generation, and we're not seeing them. That's 1 run there to Brathwaite. I mean, it doesn't make any sense, does it?
Well, exactly. They've stuck with their 35-year-old and 34-year-old bowlers after tapping Jimmy to retire.
So they've replaced a 4 wickets with Wokes, who don't think has got too many of those.
And there's no chance of him making it to the Ashes either, so I'm sort of confused as to why.
Absolutely, yeah. Doesn't make any sense, you know. And indeed, they're not exactly queuing up, you know, to replace Jimmy. There's no one really knocking the door down. You know, you could have said Potts, but you know, he's not pulling up any trees. And of course, outside the off stump, Brathwaite leaves that. You've got the other Durham guy, who's is suspended at the moment for
Brighton
betting
Cast.
active. Brighton Cast, who's not available for
he's
selection.
not the same type of bowler either, really.
No, not available
He's
for
much
selection.
more of a hit the deck, move it off the seam, fast enforcer than he is a swing bowler in the style of Jimmy Anderson.
But then again, this basketball side have been known to sort of delay the debut. Harry Brook, of course, scored a bucket load for Yorkshire, and then he was having
Carrying
to
the
carry
drinks, yeah, for ages.
Same goes for Gus Atkinson with the
Well,
injury
yeah,
tour.
absolutely right. Here's Wood. Can he change the situation outside the off stump? Louis doesn't have to play at that because it's too wide, and England have been too wide this morning. They've conceded 42 from 11.4, and who are we looking at there?
Pennington.
That's Pennington.
On the field for Stokes, who's gone off just for looks like for a lavatory break. One would guess. Do you think he might have gone before the game started?
Only 11 overs in.
Suppose he's got to do the toss, and then he's got to do the interviews, and you know, when do you have time for the old Jimmy Riddle?
It's all those electrolyte drinks that they drink.
It is, and I've got one in the car. Actually. That's a decent ball from Wood. The first real aggressive ball that he's bowled, and what happens then is that Louis manages to get his bat on it, and an acrobatic piece of fielding on the long leg boundary from Bashir saves 4, and they take 2.
Well, he's done well there. I'm looking forward to seeing Bashir turning his arm over in this test match. Second innings last test, he was amazing. He just pushed it outside the off stump a little bit more. It was a bit too straight in the first innings.
It's the height, I think, that makes such a difference, because he's so tall that people have that little microsecond of extra they need to judge the length on it, and that's the difference between playing a shot in control and a false shot, I think, for a lot of these players.
Right, I've taken the 4-1 Brathwaite century, just because why not? And outside the off stump, and Louis half forward to that, and a little bit of swing from Wood, completely over 12 overs gone. West Indies, having won the toss, are 44 without loss.
Roland Butcher says, good morning, West Indies all the way. Cornelius Dave says they're not sponsoring them. I think that's in terms of talking about their radio broadcast coverage, because they are up and down.
You don't give coverage, you don't provide any radio coverage because the West Indies aren't performing well enough.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? That's not really what the governing body's there to do, is it? To sort of prevent people from listening to it. They're there to promote the game, and all too often cricket authorities spend their time trying to track down
now
piracy.
The reason for Ben Stokes' absence makes much more sense. I think he's going to put his bowling boots on, because it looks like he's going to come into the attack, so I'll jingle him up.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
Here comes the all-action all-rounder.
Ben Stokes, he's going to bowl to Brathwaite outside the off stump, not a wide half volley, swinging half volley, which Brathwaite leaves alone. So what, Stokes was going to put his bowling boots on?
I think so, yes.
Why did he come out without them?
Maybe he didn't expect to put the ball to bowl in the first session.
Interesting. So he's already having to change the plan as he fancies his chances of breaking up this partnership. He bowls now to Brathwaite. That's not going to tempt him either. Outside the off stump, repeat of the last ball. It's getting some swinging away, but it's gentle at the moment from Stokes. The most aggressive thing about Stokes at the moment are his tattoos, not the bowling. A little bit of discussion in the slips between Zach Crawley sharing a joke with Harry Brook, and the diminutive figure of Ben Duckett joining in.
Duckett had his baby in between
In the
test
interim.
matches.
Stokes to Brathwaite, covers up, plays that one defensively. And it's a very early morning in the Caribbean for our listeners there. 5 hours behind, what are we talking?
7 a.m.
Yeah,
almost.
so good effort from all of you in the Caribbean. If you are listening to us, please tweet us at Guerrilla Cricket or What are the other means of getting in touch,
You
Jason?
can talk to us on YouTube in the chats. But yes, Twitter and or YouTube are the main methods of communication.
Here's Stokes to Brathwaite now, and that's a drive for Brathwaite. That's going to be 4 runs. It was half stop. They took the pace off there, whoever that was at mid-off. He's managed, so they're going to haul it in, and I think it was Chris Wokes with a good piece of fielding took the pace off, but and saves 1 run because they run 3. Shout out to Will Buckley, late of the Observer, and Start the Week, Stop the Week, Fighting Talk, various other things. And the man behind the cricket bingo. Have you played any cricket bingo?
I haven't, no.
You haven't lived.
I'm not a gambling person in general.
Oh, I see. Hector, would that interest you, cricket bingo?
Well, I've never done it before. I'm sure it sounds good fun.
We'll get Will to tell us the rules in a moment. Just tell us what we need to know and how to enter. Stokes bowls, and that's down the leg side. Does he get a touch? No, he doesn't get a touch on that. And Smith takes the ball. It's a packed house at Edgbaston, and even though the ECB have done their best to disguise the start of this series by launching the 100 while the series is still going on, unbelievable.
Doesn't make much sense.
Makes no sense unless you're trying to kill Test cricket, and it's very disappointing that the 2 new best people at the ECB, Thompson and Gould, have continued the failed policies of the last regime. Stokes bowls, and that's outside the off stump. And you see, we're free to speak our minds on guerrilla cricket because we're independent and we're not subservient to the governing body. We don't need the accreditations. We're not cozying up to them. So we'll call it as we see it. 47 for no wicket, West Indies.
Saturday Player says, hope Windies go well today. Stephen says, good toss to win, I think. Ronald Burt says 100 for Louis. Jarno71, welcome back Jarno, says we're always early risers in the Caribbean, with a smiley face. Ronald Burt says St Kitts all the way. So yes, lots of support from the West Indies.
Great stuff. No, we
for our commentary and for the West Indies team.
Great. No, it's a real privilege to bring this coverage. We did actually do a bit of coverage of the last series until we got pulled off air for excessive swearing. When we're not going to do that today. I can say that because the Bear's not here, so I'm not contradicting any editorial policy decision. Wood bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and Brathwaite has a little fish at that. And what did you make of that, Hector?
Well, it almost found the inside edge, just wafted his hands at it really, but that's only the first sign of discomfort from Brathwaite. Quick.
Hector, I understand you're off to the Caribbean this winter to do a bit of commentary over there.
Well, I'd love to be off to there. I'm going to New Zealand first in October. Hopefully I'll watch the series there if I can.
What's happening? That's the England series in New Zealand?
England.
Test series or one day?
Test series from November, December time.
Right.
And then after Christmas, hopefully, I'd love to go to the Caribbean.
Wood to Brathwaite, that really steep bounce, but taken down the leg side. You're going to miss the white ball series then between West Indies and England, which I believe is at the end of the year.
I think October-ish, so they do that, and then they go over to New Zealand. Well,
of course, in the latest first, what they call it, the programme for Test cricket, Future Tours programme, there is no Test match tour to the Caribbean. Absolute disgrace for everyone involved. Absolute disgrace. Here comes Wood into Brathwaite. He bowls outside the off stump. Brathwaite lets that one go. You know, people say, Test cricket, the authorities are obsessed with the idea that Test cricket is dying and that the public wants shorter and shorter games. Can you imagine any other sport doing that? Can you imagine football saying, look, people are bored of 90 minutes, let's reduce the game to 45? I mean, it is it's
a bit outrageous.
So-called best of the best that we're seeing in the 100. I mean, all the best players are playing here, fortunately, but it obviously doesn't work that way for the West Indies because of the lure of the unregulated leagues, which have been allowed to chip away and take the best, some of the best players away, the likes of Puran, Carl Mayers, Brandon King, Shimron Hetmeyer, Shafane Rutherford. These guys are not available for selection because they don't satisfy West Indies' qualification of playing first-class cricket. Yeah, Well, there's plenty more on that list. Wood bowls. That's short. Brathwaite takes him on with a not particularly convincing shot, but he keeps it down, and Bashir trots in and picks up. They pick up a single.
Well, I was watching the 100 last night, and the team, I think it was Manchester Originals, made 80 off their 100 balls, and sort of defeats the point of the format. If that's where you're looking for explosive batting, and I was slightly bored.
Yeah, it was was it the worst or the second worst performance ever in the 100?
Second worst.
Where they beat themselves up, because I think they were previously the worst performer as well.
You know, and as for the news story that appeared yesterday, that Andrew Strauss, architect of the review of the first class structure, is bidding for 100 franchise through his the consultancy that he has the relationship and as a director. Wood bowls outside the off stump, and Louis lets that one go. It's about time our administrators realise that when you take a job with the English Cricket Board, you're there to promote the game to the highest number of people, not to line your own pockets like the last regime did with their bonuses, and which the current regime, and I count Andrew Strauss in there because he was the one charged with producing this report through a consultancy, in which he failed to mention the 100 once because it wasn't in his interest to mention it, because he's standing to gain financially from it. It's on FIFA level of corruption in some, allegedly. Wood bowls, and he bowls, and that's outside the off stump. And end of that over, Brathwaite is on 34, and Mikhail Louis is on 14. 14 overs, West Indies 48 for no wicket. Hector, tell us more about your background then. You know, sort of where. Tell us about your cricketing background.
Well, I've played cricket. I started off as a wicket keeper at prep school, and then I turned into, well, sort of left arm off spin. Been playing at school. Haven't played for a club yet. I played a game on Sunday. Only made 13, which is a bit disappointing, but love my cricket. Love watching it, and this just seems like the ideal job. Really, you get to talk about cricket.
We'll have one more over, and then we'll have a swap with
who's coming in.
Fourthie is going to come in to do some ball by ball, and Hetrick and I are going to stay on and do the other bits.
Greetings to Fourthie, who's going to be joining us from Australia. Stokes over the wicket to Brathwaite. That's right in the block hole, and Brathwaite digs it out. So a confident start from West Indies. Tweet from Oliver Bond in Colchester, who's saying, what about listeners in Essex? I think he's referring to the fact that I was talking about listeners in the Caribbean. No, big shout out to the Bond family in Essex, Otto, Benjamin and Oliver, Stokes bowls. That jumps off a length, and Brathwaite does a little jump up as well, takes 2 feet off the ground. Stokes getting given a bounce now.
Yeah, well, he jumped up a foot and his hands went down 2 feet.
Well, they're just starting to pass the bat a little bit more now. You saw it in Mark Wood's last over. Starting to unsettle these openers maybe a little bit more than the comfortable start they had to this match. 48 off 14 overs.
I mean, you couldn't sell another seat here. It's a sellout, yet we're meant to believe that Test cricket is dying. This is the cricket people want to watch. Stokes bowls, and Brathwaite plays that down to cover point. I mean, World Cups, I'm well into all the World Cups, 20 over World Cup, 50 over World Cup, etc. But just filling the schedule with meaningless short form competitions. I mean, please, if you disagree, do give us a shout out. And West Indies Cricket Board aren't off the hook either. No preparation for this tour, concentrating on the white ball and refusing to pick some of their players because they don't qualify by playing first class cricket in the Caribbean, where they can earn 5 times as much playing in the various leagues that have been allowed to develop unregulated. Outside the off stump, Brathwaite lets that go. I'm just having my rant before I go off air. And Fourth is going to take over in a much more measured fashion, which will please a lot of our listeners, particularly in Australia.
Not necessarily, David.
Oh, that was sounded like. Do you know, Jason? You sounded like Fourthie just then.
Yes, it's amazing how I can do that without moving my lips.
Fourthie, ex of this parish, now living, I think, in Melbourne.
Yes.
Which is also where Messrs is.
No, Messrs is in Perth.
It's in Perth, right? How could I forget that? Stokes bowls, and that's just deflected by Brathwaite. They're going to take a single down to Atkinson, who really didn't do much in his opening spell, did he? Didn't really make an impression. And hard to live up to that debut he had with the 7 wickets in one innings and how many in the other?
That is by far his best performance for probably 3 to 4 years.
Is he the best bowler in the Surrey side?
He's the fastest bowler in the Surrey side.
Right.
Is he the best bowler? No, I don't think so.
Stokes outside the off stump. That's not going to trouble Louis. Lets that one go. And that's the end of my stint for the moment. I'm going to leave you with Hector staying on. And Fourth is going to come and take over the ball by ball after these comments from Jason.
Very quickly, Ben McCormick says, belated morning, apologies for the late arrival, work got in the way. Speedy says, we have the CPL coming up soon, yes, the Caribbean Premier League. Also, it reminds me that you can support Guerrilla Cricket by entering the GPL, the Guerrilla Cricket Prediction League, where you go to guerrillacricket.com competitions, enter, and all you have to do is guess the number of runs that are scored in the day's play. If you do, it's £1 per entry. If you get it on the nose, then you'll get the money. So Hector comes across and joins me. J Hud 64 says 100 is the worst format, scrap it. And Messages says there's a bright start by Ireland against Zimbabwe in the other test match in Great Britain and Northern Ireland, which is being played at Stormont in Northern Ireland at this moment. They are 64 for naught after 13 overs, but there's rain expected after lunch. And let me just get Fourthy on screen. There you are, you're now visible.
Oh, that's nice, Jason. Nice to see. I can't actually see Hector, but I imagine he looks lovely. I haven't been on with Hector before.
He's the stripling youth that's sitting next to me.
Oh, fresh blood. This is good to see. Hello, Hector.
Hello, Fourthy. Nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you. I've got half a face there. Oh, yes, I can see. You do look... you do look on the... You look like you might be under 30. Let's put it that way.
Yes, he's definitely that, I think. Fitzroy Evans says, big up Guerrilla Cricket. Great work, guys. Enjoying your coverage in... what flag is that? That is Jamaica, I think.
Indeed. So, very much honours to West Indies. You'd say after the first half hour, England were on top, but they didn't get that little nick, that little nibble. A lot of playing and missing. But
lots of
West
stuff
Indies
that was just a bit too wide.
A little bit too wide, yes. I think the radar wasn't perfect. I mean, if you play and you miss, that's okay. At Test cricket, the first hour, you're always going to be doing that if the pitch does anything at all. It's probably straightening up a bit. It's probably West Indies. This will be their best opportunity of the series to really cement this opportunity they've got here, and it would be very interesting if West Indies got a significant score in the first innings. Do you think it's a possibility that England could win, Hector or Jason?
I think England are always favourites at home. I think that if they get a good score in the first innings, this is their best chance. I think it's probably their only chance, given it's the last test.
Indeed it is, yes. Well, we're back with the action after that drinks break. Mark Wood back into the attacks, skittles into the wicket, another play and another miss, but Brathwaite just walks away. He won't be too concerned. He's 35 off 51, and that's very much in line with his all-time test average. I saw an interesting stat on Brathwaite that, with the exception of Mark Boucher, Craig Brathwaite's got the lowest average of anyone who scored 5,500 test runs. That really is a trivial stat, but it does indicate that 92 tests and an average of 33, 34, probably a little bit of few alternatives for West Indian cricket, put it that way. Plays that one to Gully for a dot ball, but yet solid, and it's a good thing that he's there.
Yes, he's. I'm quite surprised at 5,500 test runs for Craig Brathwaite, but then I forget how long he's been playing test cricket for now. I mean,
92 tests.
Yeah. It's a long time, and he spends a long time at the crease in those tests that he's played.
Well, he used to open the batting with Chris Gale, I think, in the 2014, 2015.
Yeah, that's quite a while ago now, isn't it? In comes Wood again. Touch wider on the crease and pings it towards middle and leg, and touches the pace of Wood, that although Brathwaite tries to pull it, it's past him before he's gone through with the shot, and that must really thump into your gloves if you're a wicket keeper. I imagine you're delighted to have the spectacle of fielding to one of the fastest bowlers in the world, but must be a bit nervous about your hands.
Yep, England are telegraphing their plans. I think they had a funky field with a leg step and a short leg there for a moment to try to get him put off it. Now Duckett has gone back to the boundary with 2 men out. I think this is going to be short. There it is.
Well, it's definitely speedy. It wasn't right at the throat. It was sort of waist high, but Brathwaite will be delighted to have noodled it round the corner for a quick single and to get off strike there, I think.
Yeah, he didn't get up as much as he thought. I think he was expecting to get up a bit higher, and he's actually done quite well to adjust his shot to get his bat down low enough to knock it down and away from the short leg.
He did, and that's the 50 partnership, and that's the 50 up, obviously, for West Indies at the same time. And it's come at good test match speed of 3.1 and over, 50 after 15 overs, 50 from 94 balls. In comes Wood again, and that's his rapid, absolutely rapid, 90 miles an hour, straight in at Louis, who does his best to get into line, but you could be forgiven for barely seeing that ball.
Well, the way Brathwaite came out this morning and played his shots, he's allowed Louis to sort of settle in, and maybe in the past 2 tests he's been a little bit too keen to score quickly, but he's looking a lot more composed, a lot more calm at the crease today. 14 off 41 balls.
Yeah, and that includes 0 off the first 22 balls, so that's
almost a run of ball for once he got off the mark.
Yeah. Once now he's off mark. Louis again. That's interesting. I might get your comments in the next over. He seemed to rock less onto the front foot, faced with Mark Wood's pace there. He's been coming right onto the front foot so far today. That's the end of the over anyway. Dot ball to finish. West Indies 50 without loss, and let's have some socials.
I'll just super chat. There's a couple of super chats very quickly. You can support us with super chats on YouTube. Messages sends us 10 Australian dollars just because it's Friday. Well, thank you very much, Messages. There's also Stephen Kelk sending us $2, saying share the love. We've had Bishwatis Kurtzesbein, that's Leah in Germany, says 40, yay! And also, that is indeed Jamaica. Jace, as every German who dreads a Jamaican coalition, Greens and Christian Democrats and Liberals, knows their colours are green, black and yellow. Maxwell Brent Harris says, appreciating your coverage. He's from Tobago, thank you very much. And Anthony Henderson.
Just break off for one moment there, Jason, as Stokes comes in at the start of his 3rd over. And again, he didn't beat the bat that time. Brathwaite just let it go past and shouldered arms. Back to you, Jason. You want to finish off that tweet?
And Anthony Henderson, no relation to all the other Hendersons who frequent this coverage, says, these West Indian cricketers all mentioned didn't want to play West Indies in Test cricket. They only want to play 2020 in IPL and other 2020 crickets in the world.
Well, yes, but who can blame somebody for picking up 10 times the match fee? I think most of us, all of us in fact, would do the same. That goes through to Smith at head height, left alone by Brathwaite, dot ball. It's all very well people saying sanctity of Test cricket and mercenary and all those sort of phrases and so on, but come on everyone. What would you do if you were a young cricketer? Would you be prepared to receive 10% of what you get paid elsewhere? That's absurd. Of course you wouldn't. In comes Stokes again. 3rd ball of the over. Brathwaite facing up and pushes that a wide floaty one. Brathwaite's not to be tempted. Lets it go past.
Yes, I mean, do Lemmings vote for going over a cliff?
Lemmings vote for cliffs. Do turkeys vote for Christmas? Yes, that's right.
But the issue is again then that they don't play enough Test matches to earn the money that they take ahead of the T20s.
In comes Stokes again.
Yeah, there is.
That's easy to leave that one alone. 5th stump line.
There is very much a discussion to be had about revenue distribution, I think, from the ICC, and about supporting more being given to the non-big three countries, potentially. Mark Butcher, I think, was talking about this yesterday or the day before, asking for a larger proportion of money to be distributed from the ICC.
In comes Stokes again. 5th ball of the over, and strays onto middle and leg, tucked round the corner wide of the man at square leg, and they take an easy couple. I mean, the thing with governments or with administrative bodies, essentially all they really do is 2 things. They look after the laws and make sure that the game or the country is run correctly. The other thing is they take money off people and redistribute it. That's what taxes are for, and that's what the ICC is for, and it does a very bad job of it, because you've got test match cricket is returning to where it began, with just three countries taking test cricket seriously, everyone else filling around the edges. In comes Stokes again for the last ball of the over. A little stutter at the start of his run-up rather. Oh, and that one came back at him. Interesting. That's the first sign of an inducker there, and it wrapped, I think, on perhaps the inner thigh there, Brathwaite, but no appeal too high. Dot ball to finish the over. West Indies 52 without loss at the end of the 17th.
Well, we have a super chat from Jay Grover, £5. He says, "What on earth is up with Hector's Gopnik Dax? Also, hooray 40." Not sure what Gopnik Dax are.
Hooray, Jimmy.
John Ricketts, young West Indies team, they will make an impact sooner or later. They are learning, trust me. This is John from California.
Well, they are. But you always get the feeling over the last 20 years we've been saying the same thing: young team, learning, and so on. But it's been, it's there again. England, when they go to the West Indies, have had a pretty thin time of it. So pretty evenly weighted, one might suggest, between the 2 countries. It just doesn't feel that way when England are playing against a callow young West Indian team. Anyway, Atkinson's back into the attack. He bowled economically and beat the bat a lot without, I wouldn't say without much luck, because as Jason suggested, perhaps they bowled just that touch wide and maybe just that touch short, but of course you don't want to get driven too often if you're a parsimonious fast bowler. In comes Atkinson for the first, and we'll see Louis no doubt rocking onto the front foot once more, leaves the ball well alone. Just going to ask a question, Jason or Hector. When a batsman has this, just rocks onto the front foot each time, it probably does make it rather easier for the bowler to work around that, rather than a batsman with a more all-round game, doesn't it? Because if this guy's going to go on the front foot each time, then that makes my job rather easier.
Yes, I know that I then have to push him back onto the back foot and bowl one up his nose every now and again, just to make sure, keep him honest.
This guy does not get onto the back foot, does he ever? I mean, and there's a big appeal there. All the slips go up, the wicket keeper goes up. Atkinson, actually, the bowler, less interested, and Stokes definitely got a wry smile on his face, goes for a little consultation, but saying...
No, that was angled at leg stump, pitching in front of leg stump and going down, I think.
Let's see whether the replay bears that out. Yes, I think pretty clearly. Might, very optimistically, have just clipped the edge, but that's not good enough. Too much doubt, probably would have missed.
Not worth the risk of a review.
Not worth the risk. Certainly wouldn't have hit more than half a stump. And by way of evening up, that's 2 wide on the off stump. Louis happy to leave that one all day long. Dot ball. You say you're familiar with Atkinson, Jace?
Yeah.
Is he bowling? Has he sort of brought his county form to the Test arena?
His county form, up until the last couple of years, was a little bit patchy after this ball.
Here comes Stokes again. Quite a gap between bat and pad, and Louis just rather placed it there. Placed it to very good effect, and the ball's raced off the face of the bat, wide of the man at mid-off for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
How are you finding the studio, Hector, now that you have found it? Is it very much to your liking? Have you found where the tea is? And maybe you haven't had a chance to really settle in yet.
Well, it's nice and comfortable. Struggled to get in this morning, actually. Almost didn't make it. But
Even for the last 2 yards.
yeah,
It's a little bit of a black hole, though, where the studio is in terms of public transport. That one's left well alone. 5th ball of the over from Stokes to Louis. Dot ball. Yes, I got pretty familiar with the public transport system around there last summer when I was doing a little bit of work from the Box of Dreams, which is the Australian Appalachian
Also on your grand tour as well.
It was my grand tour, yes, that's right. I'm hoping maybe to get over next summer to do a little more commentary from, well wherever we may be next summer. That's pinged in at leg stump, and Louis sort of plays round the front of it. It just dribbles down to Pope, who's in a little deep at short leg. The end of the 18th over, it's a dot ball. West Indies 56 without loss.
Announcement before we do any socials. At lunchtime today, stay with us on Gorilla, because David Brooke is going to be talking to Roland Butcher.
All right.
West Indies, of West Indian descent, who played for England in the 80s.
well,
R.O. Butcher, I seem to remember. It's funny
Roland
how you
Orlando Butcher,
Yes,
as
Roland
is
Orlando.
as was a famous quiz question about interesting middle names of cricketers. Orlando, that always sprang out to me.
Well, not only that, it's virtually an anagram of his first name, back to back, isn't it? You can make an anagram of Roland out of Orlando, with an O to spare. Okay, in comes Stokes, and they pushes that one wide. Brathwaite chases it. I think it just sails over the head of third slip for 4 runs. Whether it was a bump ball or whether it went on the floor, I don't know.
That's straight off the edge. Flashed over the top of slips by low down and wide away. So he really chased it, and it's gone maybe 2 feet over Brook at third slip.
Brook at third slip, yes. Well, they say if you're going to flash hard. He actually didn't flash that hard, so it only went a foot over his head. He should flash harder next time. In comes Stokes again. For 4 runs nonetheless. In comes Stokes again. And that's a much straighter ball. Just a little bit of shape off the seam, but no problem for Brathwaite. Defends, dot ball.
well, Maxwell Brent Harris says we would not be able to pay the cricketers the same as they get paid in the IPL and other T20 franchises, but the ICC should consider the poorer nations if they want the quality of Test cricket to be high.
They bloody well should, absolutely, 100%. In comes Stokes again. Oh, that's it's a good ball, but it's well defended. Classic forward defensive from Brathwaite. It's funny actually, because if you'd have taken me back 40 years to the heyday of West Indian cricket, I would have metaphorically bitten your arm off for a series at home. Yes, a dot ball. Sorry, I missed that. For a series win against West Indies. Just to remind younger viewers, perhaps, maybe Hector, England didn't win a Test match home or away against West Indies for 17 years between 1974 and 1991. So there's been quite a transformation, not a good one in West Indian cricket. Left alone by Brathwaite, dot ball. And then, of course, in 84 and 88, they were absolutely wiped. I remember 73 and 76 didn't do much better, but by the time they had their,
yes, there was a flatty of a pitch at the Oval where they did their best to bat out for 5 days against Michael Holding,
who took 16 wickets in the match from memory, didn't he? He was one of the most phenomenal bowling performances of all time to get 16 wickets on that pitch. In comes Stokes again, defended by Brathwaite, dot ball.
You've got to feel hard for someone like Dennis Amos, who scores a double hundred and loses.
Yes, I think Mike Brearley might have made his debut in that match. He's certainly one of his very early. I remember Chris Balderston played in that match, one of his only 2 tests. I think he played football for Carlisle as well. BC Balderson. One of the rare diminishing breed of cricketers who used to also play football in the winter season. Dennis Compton, the others Compton brothers. Jim Coombs, of course, Worcestershire and Villa. Defended by Brathwaite. Dot ball. He's on 42 off 66 at the end of the 19th over. West Indies 60 without loss.
Well, nothing from the YouTube chat. Disinterested Handjob says Sri Lanka cooked, Bangladesh treading water, Afghanistan, Ireland, Zimbabwe no opportunities, Pakistan is eternal chaos. How long can New Zealand keep punching above their weight? Test cricket is fucked. Hashtag not pessimism. Wow.
Well, I don't know. People have been saying Test cricket is fucked since I started watching
Since Test cricket was started, to be fair.
And since Test cricket was started, and it didn't feel like Test cricket then, no doubt. So it's always been in a state of crisis. That much we do know. It just feels, and it feels a reversible state of crisis in as much as you just got to reallocate the funds. It's nothing fundamental about the game or people do. As David said when he was on commentary, have a look around. It's a full house. There's not a problem with people wanting to watch Test cricket, certainly in England. In comes Atkinson, defended down to points, and I think that's Chris Wokes doing the fielding there, dot ball.
It's very interesting to note the start of the One Day Cup in England was last week, and there was a round of showcase games against minor counties, which was very well attended all over the country.
Right.
Where the showcase, the minor county tends to play at home against a first.
Well, an attempted pull. It's gone way up in the air. I think it's going to go sail over the heads of all the slips, and it has done, and it's gone for 4 off a top edge. Not where he intended, but 4 runs nonetheless.
1,
Louis moves
2,
on.
3, 4.
Louis moves on to 22 off 50 with that slice of good fortune.
What Jay Grover says, referring to anagrams, not excellent cricketing knowledge. Nothing on the YouTube chat. That's what he says.
Well, if anyone can think of a cricketer whose middle name isn't virtually an anagram of their first name, we'd be very interested to hear. I have a feeling that's rather a tough question. It looks as if, is it Joe Root's got something in his eye?
Contacts. Has he got contacts? No.
Yes. Looks, I don't know, he doesn't look like a man who wears contacts. Never seen him with a pair of erudite glasses off the pitch. He's struggling a bit. Everyone's looking at him. He's not looking at anyone because he's lost.
Well, he should go off. If you can't see the ball, he should go off.
You know, you can't field at slip if you can't see the ball, that's for sure. You don't want that coming straight between your eyes. You won't be able to see it. He's got a lot of zinc cream on. I don't know how hot it is in England right now, but surely he doesn't merit that much. In comes Atkinson for his 3rd ball of the over, and he strays onto leg stump, but bowled sufficiently fast that Louis attempted a nurdle off his hips. He missed out there, actually. He should have made contact, because any sort of contact at all would have been 4 down to long leg.
This pitch is quite bouncy. I mean, that's well taken by Smith behind the stumps to the leg side, but it wasn't that short of a length, and that's just taken off.
Yeah, it's a little bit variable as well, because some of them are dying a bit and going down ankle height to Smith, and others are really taking off, so that's interesting. No doubt those inconsistencies will get more pronounced as the test progresses. That's nurdled around to deep square leg. They come through for the single. Louis moves on to 23.
I mean, we're not seeing really much in the way of plays and misses at the moment. We're seeing occasional false shots from balls that are misbehaving slightly, jumping a bit more or grubbing a little bit more. But in terms of sideways movement, there's not that much being generated in terms of chances.
Agree with that. Atkinson, and again, this very straight run of his, and he gets a little bit of movement away, but Brathwaite just follows it. He feels he's got the measure of him now, I think, and just sort of glides it down with a punch, pushes it down wide of the man at points, and they come through for I think they've come back for 2 there. Yes, they have. Brathwaite moves on to 44 off 67, so he's moving at a good clip.
Brathwaite is just playing a perfect opener's innings. I mean,
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
scoring what he can. He's having a fairly after a poor first test at Lords, he got a couple of 40s at Trent Bridge. He's playing his way into this series, just in time for it to be over.
Yes, indeed. It'd be interesting how the fourth and fifth. Oh no, of course. So that's flicked round the corner by Brathwaite. He moves on to 45, and at the end of the 20th over, West Indies 68 without loss.
Well, Mayank says, hello all from Lisbon, heading to Porto today, following Ireland v Zimbabwe as well. Sadly, that game is not on TV, so they put it on their YouTube stream. Production is poorer than county cricket streams. Well, county cricket stream production is actually pretty good.
Yes, it's improved tremendously since they started 4 or 5 years ago. Now they have multiple cameras, and rather than the fixed cameras just behind the bowlers and
speed guns.
They've got multiple commentators. Quite well-known commentators are making themselves available regularly for the county YouTube streams.
Well, Dan Norcross is a regular for
Surrey, as is Adam Collins, as is
Felix White
Yep.
from Tailenders.
Stokes recommencing, pushes that one wider, and it's full. And it's a nice shot from Brathwaite, wide of the man at point. It's gone all the way. Some jingles I hear very clearly. That one I did. Some I don't hear at all.
We did make a little technical change about 2 tests ago, so hopefully people on the studio Zoom stream should be able to hear them a lot better.
But that fall there, just up in the air, Ollie Pope diving to his left from backward point, couldn't reach it.
Somewhat uppish, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know,
Catchable height.
Fortunately, missed the fielder.
Not a big man. Maybe if Zach Crawley had been there, might have had half a chance. In comes Stokes again. And that's on middle and off, but played round the corner by Brathwaite, but not to any effect. Oh yes, did he get a single there?
He did. And
yeah,
that's
he's
his
brandishing
50.
his bat. That's his 50. Well done, Craig Brathwaite. 50 off 70 balls. That's his first 50 of the series. His 30th Test 50 in those 92 matches. He has scored 1,200, so not a fantastic conversion rate, but he's doing a great job for his side here. Heard that one very, very clearly. Excellent stuff. Stokes in again to Louis this time. An extravagant leave, as you'd expect from a man who's playing off the front foot almost entirely. He did adjust himself just a touch when Mark Wood came on. Who would play Mark Wood at consistently bowling an average of 91 miles an hour? You'd have to be some kind of a moron to play him off the front foot, but everyone else he resolutely plays off the front foot.
I'm sure Ben Stokes would play him off the front foot, because Ben Stokes can do anything if he puts his mind to.
Comes in again, and it is good to. It's the dot ball too wide, far too wide, but it is good to see Ben Stokes bowling again, isn't it? It's one of the sights of the England summer to see him. So he's got a lovely rhythm. He's not a great bowler. He's got
200 Test wickets. He's not a bad bowler.
He has got 200 Test wickets. He's not in the pantheon of greats, but he's a good bowler, and he's a very good option. He really balances the side when he is bowling.
What he does do is he offers something different, because he bowls a dangerous in-swinger.
Yes, he does. Yeah, and on certain pitches against certain bowlers, he's ideal. That's another dot ball played out into the covers.
And he's probably one of the best exponents of reverse swing in the team, which is why he tends to be used when the ball is older and roughed up a bit, and maybe the frontline bowlers are slightly tired because they've had 2 spells already.
Yeah. And would you say you've got the best physique of all the England cricketers, as well as being captain as well? Hard to measure these things, but he looks a superb physical specimen as well. In he comes again for the last ball of the over. That's a straight ball, and played straight back down the pitch, and that's a very nice bit of fielding at mid-on. I think that's smart Wood. So well done him. End of the over. West Indies 74 without loss at the end of the 21st.
We should be having a change. David Brooks should be coming back to take my place. Hector's going to do ball by ball, and I think you're switching to...
I'm moving to socials.
Yep. So David Brooke, calling David Brooke. Whilst we do that, Hector, do you want to just knock off the remaining socials if there are any?
Well, Jay Grover says that Hector is already wiser in the ways of GC. He doesn't read my abusive tweets. John Ricketts, England is not an easy place to play because of the various climatic conditions, and even the most prolific test nations struggle when playing England on English soil. As Atkinson beats the bat of Mikhail Louis to open up the 21st over. West Indies going along nicely, 74 for naught, going at 3.5 and over. Brathwaite, the captain, with his first 50 of the series, and Louis just wafts at one outside off stump, beats the bat by Atkinson. He's had a good series, Forthy, but he seems to have lacked a little bit of patience, which maybe we're seeing a bit
Louis?
more of today.
Yes,
Louis.
yes, that's right. Yes, well, as you know, we've said many times, it just doesn't quite have that experience. And if you are going to sort of tough it out as a Test match opening batsman, you've really got to have a lot of patience. That's probably the biggest difference between the more domestic game and Test match cricket, because it's unrelenting, the quality of bowling you'll be facing.
Atkinson is in again, wide of off stump and left alone by Louis. And yes, we did see that in the last Test match at Trent Bridge, how we just saw off Mark Wood really well, played the short ball really nicely, and then when Shoaib Bashir came on, just holed out with a short ball, which was a shame to see because he worked hard for the runs he had and the base he had. But he does look like a very promising batsman. Looks like he's got a good future in this West Indies side. Not sure how young he is.
He does. Don't know.
He's
Maybe
22.
you do. How much one-day cricket he plays. I'll go move back to socials. Hello, David.
Oh, hello there, Forthy. Nice to hear you and see you.
Nice to see you.
Again, played off the pads by Louis, who'll run back for two.
Don't forget, at lunchtime today, stay with us on Guerrilla Cricket. We'll be talking to Roland Butcher, West Indies selector, the first black player to play for England. How to save West Indies cricket. That's what it's all about at lunchtime today. Stay with us. If you're listening in the Caribbean, we'd welcome your contributions. If you're listening in Essex, we'd welcome them too. And in Sussex, with the mighty Palmers Cricket Club.
Atkinson in again to Louis over the wicket. And just swinging away. And he's nicked it. He's nicked it. The umpire's finger goes up, and Louis, just the outswinger, edged on 26, caught comfortably by Smith. Looks as if he just played and missed it. But that'll be the first wicket. West Indies 76 for 1.
Yeah, he didn't have to play at that. He's kicking himself. He'll be very, very disappointed. It was a ball from Atkinson that, he just prodded at it. It was one of those ones where you might give a slip catch for catching practice before the start of a match. Just didn't need to play at it. Could have left it. And it's a soft wicket, I'm afraid. And I really fancied Mikhail Louis to do well today, but he's left the runs out there for other players, that's for sure. And I'm very surprised to see that Kurt McKenzie has kept his place at number 3, because he's had a nightmare of a series so far. I'm surprised they didn't give a go to Bagaskil, the Bajan opening bat, or Tevin Emlak from Guyana, second highest run scorer in first class cricket last year. They could have given one of them a game, you know.
Well, I suppose they might have been looking at that county game at Beckenham, whereas
he got 70 odd. Yeah, that's true.
And I believe McCassie
he failed twice. Yeah, that's true.
But then again,
Hector.
McKenzie hasn't had this series that anyone would want. Hasn't made any big scores as of yet. It's a good opportunity for him. Perfect batting conditions, and the base is laid 76 for 1. He'll get to bat with his captain, who looks in fine form. So hopefully he can kick on and score some runs here.
But I'm afraid at the end of the day,
Well, he's averaging 18.3. Just the 6 matches so far. Left-handed batsman. Atkinson in over the wicket and just left alone, pushed outside off stump. end of the over. Any more socials?
One or two, yes. Disinterested hand job asked when is the 100 World Cup on? A satirical tweet. Mr. Jip says good to see Motti back. That is true. And we're back to disinterested. Jesus wept. Jason and Forthy need to get a room with Stokes. No. West Indies scoring close to a run a minute and all 10 wickets in hand. Give the lad a bowl. Well, all wickets in hand.
I tell you, some of these. Oh, sorry, Forthy.
No, go, David.
I was saying some of these Twitter handles, they have me in hysterics. Mr. Jip, Mr. Jip, are you receiving us? And was it disinterested hand job? How did you get that moniker? Hand job. Yeah, I wonder how these various monikers came about. Mr. Jip, we'd like to know.
We'd like to know. We know disinterested hand job.
We don't.
AKA mock of this parage. We know we've had a fierce debate whether it should be uninterested or disinterested in the past that we may not share with you because it's.
Well, either way, you're not getting your money's worth. That's all I can say. We're looking out the window. Brathwaite on 50.
Mark Wood to begin his 5th over. Short leg, deep square and a fine leg in, as well as 3 slips in, and just wafted again by Brathwaite, swinging away.
I mean, this is where Brathwaite Hector has to say to himself, I'm captain of the West Indies. It's perfect batting conditions. To give your wicket away now, almost got an edge on that. 50 is not enough.
It's not enough, especially with the batting to come in the youth. And again, batting with Mackenzie, he'll feel a bit of a need to just coach him through the beginning of his innings.
I mean, this is why Forthy loves Stokes so much, because Stokes, he senses the moment now. England are on the hunt for another wicket. He senses the moment.
Exactly, as Mark Wood in again over the wicket. Shorter this time, just stayed low, played on the front foot left. Well, played and missed there by Brathwaite for no run.
I do think the idea of getting a room, Forthy and Stokes together, just so they can have a mutual admiration society. The question is, does Ben Stokes, would he reciprocate?
I'm sure he would. I'm sure he would.
We could play bananagrams or Scrabble or something. Funnily enough, my son, he likes cricket, he doesn't love it. He's fascinated by 3 players. 3 players he loves. Ben Stokes, because he says he's box office. Something always happens. Jofra Archer, he loves watching Jofra Archer. And he used to love watching Brett Lee as well.
Would.
Those were his 3 favourite players.
And again, shorter and just clips Brathwaite just above the waistline. He's down on the floor on his knees.
It's a polite way of mentioning that. I think it's gone higher than that, Hector. I think he's down.
Yeah, he's clutching.
I think it's hit him in the unmentionables.
Well,
we've all been there.
Oof.
We've all been there, either from a cricket ball or from maybe a foot in the, if you're unlucky.
88 miles an hour, yeah, there it is. Just wrapped him on the box. He might be down for a while here.
See, this is the difference, Forthy, between a Ben Stokes England and a Joe Root England. Yes. You can see they've ramped it up. They've got the wicket. They're now sensing blood. And that was faster ball from Wood. It was right in the breadbasket.
Well, no, I agree. I don't think even Joe Root wants to go back to a Joe Root England. I mean, he just wasn't a very good skipper.
No, he wasn't. It was right in the scampy fries, that one.
And this wicket just seems to be a little bit two-faced at the moment.
You can see the physio is very reluctant to get involved. Yeah, he's not rushing out onto the field. It's not something that a physio would really want to get involved with. And Brathwaite's chosen the old-fashioned method of squatting down with your head between your legs. He's back now, though, and big test for him.
3 to come from this Mark Wood over. Ollie Pope could be in the action at short leg of Fuller this time and just driven tentatively. Mark Wood gets a hand to it, almost waiting to go back. Brathwaite there seems a little bit rattled after the previous delivery.
You see, he would have put that one away for 4 if he hadn't just been hit in the nether regions. He's winded him and he's still feeling it.
Yeah. You could see him.
You might say big test for him, big testicle for him. You might say, another commentator might say.
Wood. 2 to come. 0 for 14 so far. Shorter and just prodded there. Timed perfectly through the backward point gully region, and Shobashir puts chase. Doesn't do very well, and that'll go away for 4. Ben Duckett signalling 4. Brathwaite moves to 54.
That was a lovely shot, and it was. He's fully recovered now from his injury, shall we say? Injury, is that the fair word? And he kept that one right on the ground. In fact, it was really much a 4 to the floor.
Well, but sure, he's had a lot of fielding in the deep to do this whole Test match series at Lords. As I say, he didn't have any bowling to do. He went fine leg to fine leg. Wood in again for his final delivery, and Fuller and defended by Brathwaite. End of the over. West Indies 80 for 1 after 23.
Just going to leap in there, Fourth, if you don't mind, for a second.
No, go ahead.
Just to say, Andrew Mason, the voice of the Caribbean and the voice of Barbados, has been in touch to say that they are now carrying our commentary that's going out on the Voice of Barbados on FM radio. So I think you'll be joining us at lunchtime. So you can, those of you, stay where you are in Barbados, but everyone else across the Caribbean can hear the coverage. Voice of Barbados will be carrying us on FM radio. There's no radio coverage being provided in the Caribbean. Gorilla coming to the rescue. And there's a great deal of interest in Barbados because their own Craig Brathwaite is on 54, and got plenty of Bajans in the team. You've got Jason Holder, and you've also got how many? Hold on a moment. Are there any other Bajans in this team?
Atkinson again, Fuller, and driven sweetly by Mackenzie, just in front in the cover point region, and that'll be his first boundary after his second ball. Perfectly timed.
I mean, it in a way, it was a super shot, wasn't it? You know, again, he kept it on the floor.
Have you ever done any DJing, David? I imagine you have.
I have, actually. Yeah, I usually don't get
Atkinson
rebooked.
Again, shorter this time, and again, Mackenzie just rocks back and slashes it again through the point region. 4 more. Perfect batting there. He was expecting the short ball, rock back, seemed to have a lot of time, just played it beneath the eyes through the point region.
I mean, put yourself in Kurt Mackenzie's shoes. He's been much criticised, not just across the Caribbean, in the UK. People saying shouldn't be in the side. So this is 2 shots of redemption for Mackenzie. He's on 8.
Well, 5 slips in for him as Atkinson pushes that, swinging away outside off stump. Mackenzie leaves it alone.
As you quite rightly said, Hector, the man did score runs in the one warm-up game that the cricket boards allowed West Indies at Beckenham. Yes, it wasn't the strongest of opponents, but you can only play against the side that England put out. And they had some decent youngsters in the team. Not heard of any, but they were some decent ones. I mean, Bertie Foreman from Sussex, I'd not even heard of him, and I'm a Sussex supporter. But he scored 78, and he scored them in good style, and he also did well in Australia.
Again, shorter, and again, back on the back foot, just punched through the cover region. That'll be 4 more for Mackenzie. Runs coming easily.
Bertie Foreman sounds rather like a character from the Drones Club from a P.G. Woodhouse.
Well, he might be. He hasn't been seen in Sussex colours yet, not in first-class cricket anyway. But, Kurt Mackenzie's played plenty of first-class cricket for Jamaica, and that was a decent shot from him. 3 fours in this over from a man that has barely scored a run this series. What a turnaround.
Well, the issue here is they've got 5 slips in, so plenty of gaps to be had. Atkinson, and again, Fuller, and left alone, and almost hooping back into...
Oh, do we have a jingle that goes, what's the phrase? Paint?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Oh, you know the one I mean. Fourthie, help me out here.
You mean a coat of paint?
Yes, coat of paint. Yeah, coat of paint, coat of varnish between the stumps. He left that one, and could have nearly been bowled. So, but no, at the end of the day, you'd have to say Kurt Mackenzie's winning round 1 of this contest, and Jamaicans listening on KLES Sports Radio Jamaica will want him to do well. As
Atkinson just slightly loses his line, trickles down the leg side, well taken from James Smith. That's another thing, Jamie Smith has been keeping fantastically well, as that is the end of the over.
Yeah, 1 or 2 tweets coming in. Farong regarding the Louis wicket. I am claiming that wicket. After he said 10 wickets in hand for Ong. The lad still deserves to bowl. Brian Barish, I don't know about you, Dave, but I don't keep bread in there. Less bread basket and more the seed sack, says disinterested hand job. Jay Grover's got a personal anecdote. Talking of fine physical specimens, segue alert, looks like Jason Statham is doing repairs on my flat complex. I had to put a shirt on out of shame. That's and also finally one from Leah. Do we know why Ravi Shastri is randy this time? A picture of Ravi Shastri in his dressing gown. Very nice.
I can imagine Ravi Shastri dressed in the Playboy Mansion.
Wood begins his over wide of off stump and driven sweetly from Brathwaite, but Shoaib Bashir is out there on the deep cover boundary. West Indies 93 for 1 after 24.
I saw him out at the toss a couple of tests ago, Ravi. Looks like he's put on a bit of timber around the midriff recently.
Reminder at lunchtime today, stay with us on Guerrilla Cricket. We'll be talking to Roland Butcher, West Indies selector, the first black player to play for England, so he's got a foot in both camps, and about how to save West Indies cricket. So do join us. We'll be opening up the lines as well, and hopefully we'll be getting some of your thoughts and contributions from Essex and Bridgetown.
Mackenzie standing outside leg stump, Wood in and defended. Again, even before he's faced up a ball of Mark Wood's over, you can see just a little bit tentative, 90 miles an hour. His right foot, his front foot, just planted outside the leg stump, Mackenzie. So seems to be a little bit tentative about the pace he's about to face.
Is that right? First black player, I'd forgotten that he was.
Oh yes, Roland Butcher, and that's one of the reasons why he rang the bell at Nottingham day 4, and also why the England team made a presentation to him in the recent tour of the Caribbean.
As Wood is in again over the wicket. And there he's bowled him. That is the perfect ball. Middle stump. Goes cartwheeling out the ground. Just swinging in. Yorker length. And Mackenzie has to go for 12.
What a great ball.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
No finer sight.
Another one bites the dust.
Wow.
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
And yeah, there's no finer sight, Fourthie, I agree. Middle stump uprooted. Look at the celebration from a man who's only taken 2 wickets in the last test from Wood. I mean, he really enjoyed that, and as well he might. Middle stump out of the ground, and Kurt Mackenzie clean bowled for 12, and it looked promising, but again, just a flaw in his technique being exposed there.
Well, as I was just mentioning, his foot seemed to be planted outside the leg stump. He didn't seem to have a lot of wiggle room to work with. Seemed fairly comfortable wicket there from Mark Wood. But again, disappointing from him. That'll bring in Athanasi, I believe, at 4. Very nice 82 in the last test match. Batted well with Hodge.
He did. Mark Wood, just briefly, if you remember the 1982 Football World Cup final, Marco Tardelli scored a goal. There's a very famous picture of him with clenched fists, screaming his head off. Mark Wood briefly looked like Marco Tardelli.
Well, that is a very deserved wicket there after a frustratingly unfortunate last test match. Didn't get the wickets he deserved. I think, saw a stat the other day, he beat the bat 21 times. In the first innings alone. I didn't see the second innings. As Athanasi is in. West Indies 93 for 2 after 24.3 overs. 3 slips, a backward pointer, leg slip, a short leg, mid wicket, and a wide-ish mid off on screen. Wood in to bowl to Athanasi, who rocks back and defends. To Chris Wokes for no run.
You'd be struggling to keep that ball out that Mark Wood bowled. It was fast, it had a little bit of shape, it looked like it might have been going past the off stump, and then just like an exocet just came whistling between. If there was any vulnerability in the technique of the batsman, that ball was sure to find it out, and there was a big enough gap between bat and pad.
Well, it just got completely opened up. There was a massive gap, as you say, between bat and pad, inside edged onto that middle stump. Proper delivery. Wood in again, shorter, and and bump ball. Very, very weird cricket shot that. Just short and seemed to be a bit slower outside off by Mark Wood. Athanasi just chucked his hands in it and luckily bounced before Brook at third slip.
Yeah, it's that point you were making earlier about the open stance. He needs to square his shoulders up a bit to get the bat coming down straighter. That's what beat him in the end on the inside edge.
Yeah, well, disappointing series so far.
He'd be playing lots of very attractive shots, but they're all with a very open stance, and they were off the back foot. That was the first one off the front foot.
Wood,
really.
final delivery of this over, full and clipped. Oh wow, fantastic stop from Ollie Pope there. 90 miles an hour, clipped, timed perfectly from Athanasi, and Ollie Pope looks a bit dazed now, but he did well to stop it.
I don't think he knew much about that, to be fair.
I don't think he did.
He looks very...
I don't think he knows what time of day it is at.
Very
dazed. How he stopped it, but he did. Everyone finds it quite funny, apart from possibly Ollie Pope.
Oh, that's just hit him on the ankle and he goes down.
Oh, mate.
Well,
Oof.
he almost got a hand on that. His hand was not very far away.
That was going at some speed.
I mean, that's absolutely middle of the bat of Athanasi. I mean,
also, it ricocheted up, and could have ricocheted up anywhere. Could have ricocheted into the keeper's hand or anything, really.
I mean, fair play to Ollie Pope. He's almost got a hand on that, and that's absolutely travelling. Anyway, I think that's the end of the over, is it not?
Yeah, that is.
Just a quick tweet from Jay who says, first spat beer of the day, courtesy of Dave, putting Ravi Shastri in the Playboy Mansion mint. And that's it from socials for now. I mean, there may be some stuff on YouTube. Sorry, I need to have a quick look, see if there's anything worth digging out there. Excuse me. Carry on.
Atkinson again, leg slip, short leg, and they're sending Shoaib Bashir out to deep square leg for Brathwaite. Only the 2 slips in. He has a 1 wicket already from his 8 overs. Short and down leg side, left alone by Brathwaite there for no run.
Just struggling, Atkinson, to get the line. No, enough balls on the right trajectory. No, he's bowling quick. He's bowling with a little bit of movement, but there's not enough balls in the right place consistently enough.
Well, he hasn't troubled Brathwaite too much. Again, he had that soft dismissal of Louis before 26 a couple overs ago. Shorter again, and Brathwaite almost tempted in. Just rocked back, looked to chuck his hands in it, but left alone again.
Again, the line's just not quite right. It's just going over the right shoulder, and it should be, actually at the sort of the badge on the helmet.
Yeah. Well, we're just seeing a replay of that, Mark Wood.
We are talking matters of inches or inch difference, and that's the difference at extreme level.
And when it comes off well. Gus Atkinson has historically this series shorter and just slapped by Brathwaite out to deep mid wicket. Ben Stokes on the boundary. Atkinson's bowled the short ball fantastically well. He got Brathwaite and Jason Holder in the first 2 test matches, caught it short leg by Ollie Pope, so there's method to this style of bowling.
I do like Ben Stokes. One of the features of his captaincy to some extent is he will put himself where he thinks the ball is going to go. So no captains don't normally field at deep square leg.
No.
But no, they've put a plan in place, and he's backed himself to be there to catch the catch.
Exactly.
And he's backed his bowlers to bowl the ball as he demands.
Well, looking to go a bit fuller now. Yeah, and he does. Down leg side, Jamie Smith does well to dive to his right. Just looking here, Athanasi, they've got the 4 slips and a couple of gullies in. It looks like they'll try and attack him with the fuller delivery.
With a couple of minutes before lunch, I would say that's a bit of a loose shot. I think he should be tightening up his technique and making sure he gets a lunch without any further mishaps.
Well, a loose delivery as well, you could argue. You can't slow down too much here. 95 for 2. Atkinson, and again over the wicket and clipped well by Athanasi through the mid-wicket region. Bashir goes and gives chase. They'll get a couple. Will they get 3? No. They'll just get 2. Athanasi off the mark.
I suppose the next big question is if
GPL closes in 2 minutes. 2 minutes for GPL. Ring.
Yep. Get your guesses in, and we'll have a look at them after lunch to see what the range is. Do you think Bashir's going to get an over before lunch? The traditional solitary over from a spinner?
Well, he could do. If we can get another over, and I just bowl Mark Wood Atkinson, and again just angles in to Athanasiu, clips it to Bashir at mid wicket. Mark Wood, well, he bowled that delivery. You might as well just give him one more steaming in to the new batsman.
Yeah, then you can go and have a rest and a rub down on the treatment table for 40 minutes.
Oh, exactly. Wonder how much they eat actually at lunch, especially the batsmen.
The West Indian batsman, yes.
Yeah.
I always found that I couldn't, if I had to bat, I couldn't eat at all.
No, I can never. It was so annoying, then I'd be really hungry. Atkinson, in again, final delivery, shorter. Oh, and that is awful. Short, wide of off stump, and Athanasiu just hooped around, bottom edge.
My
into
point
the
made
stumps.
by Athanasiu. No,
Yeah.
played defensively before lunch.
That was really, really silly. He has to go for 2 from 7.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. What a posh shot. There is so much.
paying at? Oh!
Yeah.
I feel I ought to do a quick canter through YouTube, which I've unfairly neglected. Do you mind if I just step in
Go
and do
for it.
that? Yeah. So Jay Grover's called me Giles Brandreth prick. So that's fine. Thanks, Jay, for the anagram love thing. Mayank, hello all from Lisbon. Hello, Mayank. Utkarsh Bart joins us. More J stuff. Hector is already wise in the ways of GC. Doesn't read my abusive tweets. Well done, Hector. John Ricketts, England is not an easy place to play because I think we've had that one. Jay Grover then gets into a bit of a conversation about the West Indies attacks of the past. El Hood, I can't understand how anyone in the ECCB thought thinking of a different cricket format would work. Keep it simple, test ODI and 20. Cornelius Davis, Louis is no use. But Von Erich joins us. Morning primates. More from Leah, more from Jay. Mark Cucurella joins us. Patrick Lambert. Luke Davis, the dulcet tones of fourth. He never failed to chill me out. Thanks, Luke. Garth Lacroix, West Indies up the test rankings. Stephen Cowcope, all is well in the music world, fourth. Yes, it is. More from Mark, more from John Humphrey. Please come good today, Kirk. Your place on the line in... there's a line. Luke Davis, love to all GC. Jay again. Hattie the Bat is with us. Clyde Jones. Watching you guys from Guyana. Hoy, they're sailing on the high seas towards the Highlands. Hattie the Batty. Scott Harrison joins us. Nick Vickers, hi everyone. Brian in Brisbane, how long till lunch, please? Current time 12:59. That is lunch, I believe, Hector.
Well, it's lunch now, and it's just a little bit upsetting. West Indies 97 for 3 again. Brathwaite and Louis building a very nice solid punch up, I believe, of 76 to open up, but a couple soft dismissals, and that wicket at the end of Athanasiu, he'll be very disappointed, as I'm sure everyone else will be. Just a nothing shot, really. Almost hooped around on 1 foot and bottom edged it from about 6th stump into middle stump, which is a shame. But Brathwaite's still in. That is a good sign. He's batted very nicely this morning. What have you made of his innings? Hasn't seemed too troubled.
No, and you've seen this from Brathwaite in the last 2 innings, but he gets to 47, gets to 48. Can he press on? He's not got a great history in test record of converting his many test 50s into hundreds. He's got a relatively low average, so Brathwaite will be absolutely essential for holding the whole thing together really this afternoon, particularly having just lost that last third wicket, which will really have swung it slightly England's way. 2 wickets, fairly even, maybe even West Indies morning, but that third wicket, I think, would you agree, slightly tips it towards England?
I would. They do have the momentum going into the afternoon session. If I can just run through the scorecard, Brathwaite in on 56 off 79 balls. He's still there. Mikhail Louis batted nicely for 26. Just a soft dismissal, nicked behind to Jamie Smith off the bowling of Gus Atkinson. Mackenzie looked promising, got 3 boundaries off his first over against Gus Atkinson. Ended up finishing on 12, not much he could do really. A fantastic ball by Mark Wood. Yorker just clattering up middle stump out the ground. Athanasiu gone for 2, as we've just seen there on the stroke of lunch. Chris Wokes bowled 6 overs, 22 runs, 2 maidens for no wickets. Atkinson 9 overs, 1 maiden, 40 runs, 2 wickets. He has probably been the pick of the bowlers so far. Mark Wood 6 overs, 1 for 19, and Ben Stokes the captain with a 5 over spell, which is good to see. Didn't look too threatening. 0 for 16.
And I'll just have one more from Luke Davis, which I missed as I was rattling along there. Hector's been a really good addition to the crew, so well done, Hector.
Thank you very much. Really enjoying it. It's good fun. Looking forward to a busy afternoon session here.
Busy afternoon. And I think David's got something lined up for us, has he?
I think he does. Him and Jason are next door. I think they're trying to set it up.
They're just trying to set it up, yeah. Okay, well, any minute now we will be hearing... let's have a quick look. What's happening? Notification from David. Won't be one moment. Yeah.
Yes, do stay with us. We're going to be linking up with Roland Butcher.
Yes, Roland Butcher,
and
yes.
Also hearing from Gorilla's own Annie Chave on her reflections on this England versus West Indies series. And also looking at the state of play in county cricket in the UK. So we've got a great lunchtime lined up for you. We've got Roland Butcher, former West Indies selector, joining us not from Barbados, but from the equally glamorous Slough, where his daughter resides. And just checking that Jason has the necessary technology. And then after that, we'll be talking to Annie Chave, County Cricket Matters, Guerrilla Cricket favourite of everyone, and also now with her weekly column in the cricket paper. Today's column is particularly interesting. Annie has a proposal to revitalise the neglected 50-over competition, Forthy.
Yes.
As you know, the 100 is being played during the 50-over tournament in the UK now, and Annie's come up with a very interesting proposal because it's so neglected that the sponsors pulled out. Metro Bank have come in, but it's very much a development competition now because the main players are either playing for England or playing at the 100. And Annie's proposal, Forthy, I'd like to get your reaction to this, is they are 11 o'clock starts. Play with a red ball in whites, 20 overs of spin mandatory. That way you're actually doing something to develop these youngsters as they come through from the second 11s. Your reaction, please, Forthy.
Well, my immediate reaction is, I love it in one way, but it does feel a little artificial. But I'd love to hear Annie expand on that. You've put me on the back foot a bit there. It's the first I've heard of it.
Well, it's the first anyone's heard of it because the column hasn't come out yet, and I'm just previewing.
Okay.
In fact, the only reason I know about it is the interview. I have to say is pre-recorded. We pre-recorded it because we anticipated some technical issues, which sure enough have presented themselves. But first up, I think we're going to get Roland Butcher, and that's also pre-recorded. But Annie will expand on this because the 50-over competition now, Forthy, used to be, Premier Tournament, originally the Gillette Cup, Benson Hedges, etc. Long tradition of the long format, but now neglected. And on a sunny day, on a beautiful county ground, why is it necessary to black out the sight screens and play in coloured clothing with a white ball? It's blue sky. Every single cricketer who plays at the weekend, recreational cricket, and there are thousands and thousands of them, some of them listening to us now, playing whites with a red ball. Is it really asking too much?
I love that idea. And it's a hangover from World Series cricket with the excitement of pyjama cricket, and we thought, that's the way to go. But does it need to be? We don't need any more excitement. That's not what people are looking for. They're looking for quality cricket, and they will get it. What white? That's fine. I love that bit of it.
And it goes all the way down. It goes all the way through the pyramid in club cricket. Forthy, you go and watch a Surrey Premier League match now in Wimbledon or Sutton, Esher. You'll find the sight screens being blacked over on a sunny afternoon, and in order to produce a nighttime atmosphere at 12 midday or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's an absolute joke. And don't tell me it's about sponsors' logos, because the BCB have done their best to shake off all the sponsors of the 50 over. Fortunately, Metro Bank have come in instead. So lots to think about. That's Annie is going to coming up after first of all a conversation with Roland Butcher, which I had just yesterday, just before the start of this match. Roland, former West Indies selector, so now able to speak freely. He was stood down, picked the team for Australia, but he and Desmond Haynes were relieved of their responsibilities at the end of the year, quite unjustly, because they're doing a good job. So he's free to speak his mind. He's an independent. Also, you hear him on the BBC on TMS now. Covers the county championship. But of course, he's also got a foot in the England camp too. So he's very interesting. And this is brought to you with our good friends at Rhino Bet. for all the cricket odds.
Let's look at the West Indies bowlers, Roland, because they've got to take 20 wickets to beat England, probably. And I think the best wicket taker, who was ill in the last match, Gudakesh Moti, I think one of the best spin bowlers in world cricket at the moment. Another pick of yours, Roland. You picked him up, went to Zimbabwe, got 8 wickets in his first test, plays all formats. That ball he got Ben Stokes with in the first test, he completely bamboozled him, and then he followed up by bowling Joe Root as well. That must have given you some satisfaction as the guy that picked him.
Yeah, most definitely. I think Gudakesh Moti is a very good left-arm spinner, and if he stays fit and his form remains, should be the mainstay of the West Indies spin bowling for many years to come. Yeah, I was very pleased and proud the way he bowled at Lords. Obviously didn't have the runs to bowl to, but the way he got out Joe Root and Ben Stokes, showed that the quality and the ability that he has.
He made important. Yeah, he made a big difference when he came on.
Yeah, most definitely. And there was a lot of people on social media clamoring as to why he wasn't bowling earlier, but that's besides the point. Yeah, he showed that he has got the ability. No, at Edgbaston, as good a bowler that he is, West Indies really need to have runs on the board so that he can do his job. So for me, that's going to be the key, really, getting enough runs on the board, to ensure that your bowling attack, who, as you can see from this last test match, are capable of getting 20 wickets. You did it in the second game here, so the runs is the key.
Runs is the key. I know you're on Alec Athens as the potential top scorer. I'm going to go for Josh De Silva. A, because the top order are not consistent, and B, because it's quite attractively priced. He got 80 odd got out. Josh De Silva, the wicketkeeper, coming in number 7. He's looked good, hasn't he, in this series?
Yeah, I think Josh played very well at Trent Bridge. He came in on a lot of pressure, formed a good partnership, and at the end, obviously, was unfortunate to run out of partners before he could get his 100. But the way he played, he deserved 100 in that game. He should take that confidence, hopefully, into the final test match of the series. There's cricket to play after that, so it's important for him to have another good showing at Edgbaston. You probably got a good pick there, David, and I know you don't pick horses that lose.
Well, I do pick horses that lose, but my cricket tips are much better. I picked up Kevin Hodge as the top scorer in the last test, which I was very happy about. And just to remind us, Kevin Hodge was, you know him very well. He was with Joe Root at the Darren Lehman Academy in Australia 13 years ago. Their careers have gone very different ways. Joe Root's been a mainstay of the England team, and poor Kevin Hodge didn't really get an opportunity until you brought him to the University of West Indies. He did a sports science degree, and you were able, as director of cricket there, to really improve him. And again, it must be satisfying to see how he got that century in the last match.
Yeah, I was very pleased for him because
what's he like? He seems very effervescent and enthusiastic.
Oh yeah, he's a really nice kid, Hodge. He loves the sport. He knows that to succeed, he has to work hard. He's the sort of guy that's prepared to do that. So I was really pleased for him, and it was a top 100. Mark Wood is bowling at the speed of light. Really, I mean, it was thrilling to see the way Mark Wood was bowling, and the crowd getting behind him. Wood as he was running in. But I think the crowd really warmed to Hodge because he didn't back off. He just batted, and it was a brilliant 100. And the good thing for me also about that 100 was that he scored 100 and Joe Root scored 100. The two teammates from 13 years ago both got hundreds. And I took a photograph with Joe and Kevin at the morning of the 5th day, and I also told Kevin, you should thank Joe for that 100 because you may remember that Root dropped him at slip as well when he was about 10.
Oh yeah.
So
I saw Hodge going up.
So the friendship went a long way.
I saw Hodge going up to Root as he walked off to say congratulate him as well. Roland, I've got to ask you. You rang the bell at second test, Trent Bridge on the Saturday. Was that because of your West Indies selector, because of your broadcasting, or was it because you were the first black player to play for England? Is that the reason? Do you think that they wanted to honour you?
Well, I really don't know, but I would imagine that because it was an England-West Indies series, and you say yes, because I span both nations, having played for England but born in the West Indies and being a West Indies selector, you can say that I pretty much am equally balanced. I have a foot in both camps. So I think maybe on that basis, they thought it would be nice to have somebody like myself ring the bell on that fourth morning, as it turned out to be the last bell of the match. But yeah, it was a great honour and privilege to be given that opportunity.
Yeah, it was wonderful to see there, Roland. Thank you very much for joining us today. Of course, we can listen to you through the summer on the BBC. You're covering the county championship, I know, and hopefully I can make it to Slough. And
right, I don't have to make it to Slough because Slough has come to us.
Innovation. It's not just about
in
technology.
The shape of
it's precision.
In the shape of Roland Butcher, all the way not from Bridgetown, Barbados, where he spends the majority of the winter months, but from Slough in the county of, I believe, what county is Slough? Is it Berkshire, Roland?
David, yes, very much so. Slough is in Berkshire, and
that your daughter lives there, I believe.
Yeah, that's correct.
And your two lovely grandchildren.
Yes, well, one lives here, the granddaughter. My grandson obviously lives with us in Barbados, and my daughter and granddaughter left yesterday actually to go to Barbados. So home alone.
Oh dear! Right, home alone. Roland, that was pre-recorded yesterday. We're now live, and we're also going out on the Voice of Barbados across Barbados. So your good friends in the region will be able to listen to this conversation. Thanks to Andrew Mason. Thank you, Andrew, for sorting that out. So yeah, we're broadcasting on FM, Voice of Barbados. Roland, your reflections on the morning session, please.
Yeah, I think it's been a mixed session this morning. Obviously, West Indies did the first thing and got it right in winning the toss. The pitch has a nice colour to it. Obviously decided to bat, which I think was a good decision. The ball obviously moved around this morning, swung quite a bit. I don't think England bowled particularly well. They were either just a little bit too wide or just too short of a length. A lot of balls went past the edge, looks spectacular, but was never close to the bat. So I think that gave the West Indies batters the opportunity, to see some balls go by, even though they were playing and missing, get themselves in, and eventually, got off to a very good start once again. Louis found it quite difficult this morning. I think he took about 20 balls to get off the mark. I think because a lot of balls were just wide of the stumps. Craig Brathwaite has been his usual dogged self, occasionally playing a couple of good shots when the ball is over pitch. But then after that partnership was broken, then we saw two other quick wickets before the luncheon interval. So very much a mixed morning. The first part of the morning I think certainly belonged to West Indies, and that final bit before lunch, I think England would be the happier of the two teams going into lunch.
Roland, there's been a lot of chat, a lot of tweets this morning from our listeners talking about the future of West Indies cricket, and there is general concern that unless something changes, the gap between these teams in test matches, certainly in this country, will continue to grow. And I'll give you one example. Let's look at two batsmen who've succeeded in their respective territories enough to be selected today. Jamie Smith for Surrey, after an excellent first-class season in 2023, and Mikhail Louis, who we saw this morning out for 27, the man from St Kitts, who you picked as selector along with Desmond Haynes when you and Desmond were choosing the teams just last year, you plucked him out and identified him as a talent because of his amazing first-class season, his first year. Well, tell us about his... But the point I wanted to make before we talk about all his centuries and 50s is that they come into... Okay, they both get bumped up to international cricket. The difference is this. Jamie Smith has played 52 first-class matches. Mikhail Louis has played 7. Roland, your comments, please.
David, that is the real difference between the two. You know, Louis in his 7th first-class match, not test match, 7th first-class match against Jamie Smith's 52. I mean, Jamie Smith's 52 first-class matches means that he's still getting an early opportunity to play for England, but he's had 52 games. Normally, most players play a lot longer than that. In those 52 games, he has done well for Surrey, both, you know, as a batter, and he's been part of a very successful team, which also helps. On the other hand, you've got Mikhail Louis, who has only just broken into the Leeward's team, had one first-class season, albeit a very good one.
How well did he do?
Well, he did very well. I mean, he scored back-to-back hundreds in his very first game.
Yeah.
Something unheard of, really, in the Caribbean. Having played 6 first-class matches throughout the season, he ended up with 3 scores over 100 and 4 scores over 50. So you would say that he had a very, very good first outing. But does that prepare you for the rigors of Test cricket? No. What it shows is that there's a young player with talent and ability that one day could become a very good Test player. I think coming on this tour was always going to be a learning curve for him. West Indian supporters have to accept that he's a boy when it comes to international cricket. He's learning, so he's going to make mistakes, he's going to find it hard. But for me, he's shown enough in these 3 games so far to suggest that if you persevere with him and keep his confidence up, that, you know, he could probably be a very good player in the future. But the difference between him and Jamie Smith is there for all to see. And that's the real problem for West Indies cricket, in that we are unable to get our players enough first-class experience to prepare them for international cricket.
Let's talk about solutions, Roland. What are the solutions to that? Sam Badri came up with a really interesting idea on Voice of Barbados and Mason and Guest. He talked about getting a West Indies A team into the County Championship Division 2 here. Now that would require cooperation and support from England. It requires England to look beyond their Little England position of trying to build up themselves and start to support West Indies cricket in the same way that India should be supporting Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Australia should be supporting New Zealand, etc. The big 3, as Rahul Dravid said in his speech the other day, have to support first-class cricket in the smaller territories in order to produce the Test cricketers.
Yeah, that's a very good idea, but I don't think it would really happen in English cricket. And I think simply because the way the English game is at the moment, look what's happening to the calendar right now. In terms, the calendar is packed with so much cricket. You've got 100, you've got Vitality Blast, Championship, Test cricket. You know, after West Indies, there's another Test series going on. So the calendar is just so packed. So I don't really feel that is going to happen.
Okay, let's talk about solutions. What's your solution, Roland?
My solutions are based on what needs to happen at home and then what needs to happen overseas.
Yeah.
I would start at home first, because you've got to start at home first. At home, you know, you've got to increase the number of first-class matches, and you've got to increase the quality of first-class matches, which means instead of playing, if you've got 8 teams, instead of playing 7 games, you need to play 14.
Which is what happened under Dave Cameron. They moved it back to 14. How did it come back down to 7?
Well, David, for whatever reasons, that's what it is right now. I'm talking about what needs to happen.
Sure.
So that's the first thing. You've got to double the first-class season, so there's at least 14 matches. In order to do that, and to improve the quality of cricket, you need to improve the pitches. The pitches
Yes.
need to be of a much higher standard. Much more grass needs to be in the pitch to encourage fast bowling. And while you're encouraging fast bowling, you'll also be giving the batters experience against.
How do we do that, and how come it hasn't happened so far?
Well, listen, what it needs to be a focus. Has it been a focus in the Caribbean? I think there's been a lot of talk,
Yeah.
but I haven't seen a lot of action on the ground. So, you've got to get into that state where you're getting the pitches much better.
Roland, you were on the inside track at the
Yeah.
Barbados Cricket Association, and were you able to affect change to the playing surface? How is that playing at the Kensington Oval in Barbados? Is that a good fast wicket?
No, it's not. It hasn't been for a long, long time.
So you're on the
Simple
board.
reason.
Why couldn't you be the focus?
And a board consists of many members.
Right.
Some influential and some not influential or deemed to be. So, but what I would say is that there is a persistence in the Caribbean with these pitches that have no grass on. And if you look at the one pitch that has grass on, which is St. Lucia, and you see the type of wicket that needs to be replicated around the ground, around the Caribbean. In order to do that, I think you're going to have to improve the quality of your groundsmen.
Yeah.
I think you're going to have to pay them a lot better.
Yeah.
Right now, being a groundsman in the Caribbean is not a career. It is something you give someone a job for a little while.
Right.
That has to change.
Yeah.
It needs to be a career where people are then held accountable. You're paid a living wage so they can
absolutely
support your family. Right. Those are some of the things that need to happen.
Can I make a couple of suggestions there? And that maybe that English cricket's got a role to play in sending out some curators during the winter. Sending out some grounds. There are a lot of expertise, people who are paid handsomely. Get them over to assist in this, getting the next generation of curators.
Well, that is much more possible than I think the idea of Badgery, which seems it's a very good one, but that is much more possible. Now, let me move to my solutions abroad. The solutions abroad now needs to be West Indies have to understand that their system and resources will not allow them to build players up quickly for the international cricket. So what needs to happen is they need to be able to have some arrangements with the boards around the world, so that the summer they send two young players to England, either to be attached with a county or whatever, even if they're only playing second team cricket, but learning how to be a professional.
Yes.
A couple to India, a couple to Australia for their season, a couple to New Zealand, a couple to South Africa, and then obviously don't forget Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. And maybe Pakistan. So if you get a couple of players out, it's not a whole team, but those two players will gain tremendous experience.
And Roland, is that something that could be? Yeah, is that something that could be organised bilaterally? Does it require ICC intervention, or could it just happen bilaterally?
No, I don't think it needs ICC intervention. I think that has got to happen board to board. I think if there's a willingness of the boards to assist West Indies, that is not an unreasonable suggestion. If two players spend the winter playing cricket in Australia, they don't have to be playing first-class cricket.
Would there be a reciprocal arrangement potentially where young England batsmen could be afforded a place in the West Indies 4-day championship? I mean, England A went to tour there not so long ago, didn't have it all their own way by any means, lost a match against Barbados and Jamaica. We saw the likes of a number of players coming through that experience,
Well, that is very possible because the franchises can play overseas players. They can play overseas player. So it will have to be the willingness of CWI and the individual franchise to do that. But if West Indies were able to strike a deal with the English Cricket Board, whereby that was part of the situation.
I mean, Roland, you are uniquely placed to be the middle, to play the broker here. You're the only person I can think of it is the word unique is overused, misused. It means one off. The first black player to play for England. Successful career as a West Indies cricket administrator. Successful career as a University of West Indies Director of Sports Science, helping to set up the High Performance Centre from which Jason Holder and that generation benefited. That was your solution then. You must know people on both sides of the table here, Roland. You're also commenting on the county championship for the BBC. You're at the top table. Much respected figure, as we saw ringing the bell at Trent Bridge on the 4th day. And I believe you were given the keys to the City of London recently, Roland?
Yes, I have been given that, yes.
I put it to you, Roland Butcher, that you are uniquely placed to make this happen and provide the focus. You know, if you, and I will love to assist you on this, you know, in your back, I'd love to assist you on this. Let's get in front of both boards with the support of all the Guerrilla Cricket listeners on both sides, and let's make it happen. Because there's been so much talk, and as you say, there's talk is cheap, as evidenced by Andrew Mason every week. Oh, only a joke there for our Voice of Barbados listeners. But action. I mean, I heard Philo Wallace sounding off on Mason and Guests on Tuesday night on Voice of Barbados, criticising the coaching staff of West Indies, criticising the players. As you pointed out to me, the man's never coached a team. So talk is cheap. It's action that is required. And Roland, would you pick up the mantle, subject to the conditions being right, obviously, and take on this challenge of being, you know, bringing the two sides together to discuss this proposal?
David, listen, you know that I have shown what I am capable of doing. Do you really believe that Cricket West Indies need my assistance?
I do. I've seen them.
I've met them. If they do, they're not showing any willingness for that. I mean, as you know, I was fired as a selector at the start of the year. You know, so that does not fill me with confidence to believe that, you know, Cricket West Indies needs my assistance.
Well, I think maybe we should put...
Let's put... something that I can do, and do very well.
Well, you're a team man, Roland. I'm sure you're uncomfortable with my focus on you as an individual. Imagine if there was a group of which you were part who made that proposal. I mean, just to fill listeners in, Roland Butcher and Desmond Haynes were both informed by a letter, not even in person, that their services as chairman of selector and chief deputy selector were no longer required. No explanation given, but just a thank you from a gentleman called Miles Dascombe, who played, I think, one test match. He's the director of cricket for West Indies. Did he play a test match? I don't think he did.
ODI.
He played an ODI. No explanation at all. And was it done on the back of a poor record of selection in the last year? What you picked, not just the West Indies team, you're picking the women's team, you're picking the A teams, you're picking the under-19 teams. How have they been doing, Roland? Was the sacking justified?
Right. Well, I didn't pick the women's team. I was a senior men's selector and a youth selector, so I picked the youth teams, etc.
And the A team.
I don't think anybody who can look at our record can say that we were a failure. I would say we were an outstanding success. And
how would you justify that, Roland?
Well, I would say obviously in the test series that we the number of test series that we picked, the teams did exceptionally well. The ODIs, the T20s, and over the course of that last year, you know, we had unprecedented success all across the board. A team as well, but it is what it is.
Tell us what the A team achieved, Roland.
Well, the A team and they won away in Bangladesh. They're also in South Africa. They're also then the senior team.
Yeah, and some of your selections, Roland, I'm going to give you a shout out for this one. Shamar Joseph, the man who stormed to success against Australia at Brisbane, that was your pick. You went and found him and brought Desi Haynes down to look at him, correct?
Well, listen, Shamar Joseph was somebody, yes, that I saw was part of the process of selecting him. But, you know, there are many others. I mean, Hodge,
Moti.
Athanaze, Mackenzie,
Moti.
all of those guys were players that we picked in the last year. So
it's unjustified. So Roland, I think the point is that your record stands for itself. I didn't wish to put you in a difficult position. We really appreciate you spending the time talking to our listeners. I know that you're a BBC man these days, and we're very grateful to you for patronising with the smaller networks. But just on the subject of other things that need to happen, the number of test matches that West Indies are playing, Roland, unacceptably low, isn't it? This should be a 5-test series. Why only 3? Why no England tour to the Caribbean between now and 2026? It's a scandal. These things need to be addressed. They are fixable. Would you agree?
Yes, they are. But I think from a West Indies perspective, something has to happen as well. I think the standard and the level of performance need to go up to be attractive to teams like England, India, and Australia. Otherwise, if you're not performing at that sort of level, then they will play amongst themselves, and that's really what is happening. West Indies have got a lot of work to do themselves to get to a level. But those are the steps need to happen in order for them to do that. Once that happens, then you will find that England will play them in the 5-test series.
Yeah, fair enough. So everything we've talked about this lunchtime in terms of fixing the first-class cricket structure, in terms of 14 matches rather than 7 in the Caribbean, and then your point about getting 2 young West Indies players over to different conditions in their off-season, including coming to England to play second-team cricket, or surely some couple of places could be found for them in the bloated structure that we have, with a lot of professional players, not all of whom, look at the sides that the 50-over tournament are putting out at the moment. I've been corrected on the subject of Bertie Foreman, who played for Sussex. Peter, my brother from Southsea, who's a keen student of Sussex cricket as well as Hampshire cricket and the Liberal Democrats, has come up to name just one category, has pointed out that Bertie Foreman is one of a long line of Foremans to play for Sussex, including his grandfather, who played in the Sussex first 11. So just in this last 5 minutes, Roland, one of your compatriots from Antigua, Vernon Springer, distinguished broadcaster in Antigua, leading sports presenter on all sports, football and cricket. I know you're a football and cricket man. He pointed out recently that there's one other problem, which is also fixable, and that rests very firmly and squarely in the UK at the Home Office, who under Theresa May's Conservative administration changed the rules regarding working visas for West Indies young cricketers to come and ply their trade in this country, either as players or coaches. The change now required a player to have played 5 first-class matches in the Caribbean, which immediately restricts the number down to a handful. So they effectively screwed up the opportunities for West Indies players in club cricket, in semi-professional cricket. The idea of having a trial for a county for 2 weeks, it's all gone, and that can be changed. There's a change of government, Roland, you may have noticed, and a new administration in place, and surely as part of this effort to revive West Indies cricket, the UK government can play its part, because every team needs opposition. When I was at Channel 4 running the sport there, Roland, people questioned why I'd put £5,000 into Jamaica youth camp cricket. They said, what are you doing, Brooke? You're here to promote English cricket. That's why we've invested 50 million in the rights for English cricket, Channel 4. I said, yeah, but we need someone to play against. You can't have this one, as they say in Jamaica, one hand can't clap. You're just talking to yourselves. And as you say, in order to avoid a situation where England, India, Australia are talking to themselves, we need some new bold initiatives, including the Home Office should relax their restrictions on visas and make it possible for West Indies young cricketers to ply their trade in clubs and up and down the country in the same way that South Africans and Australians and Indians do. Not
David,
so, yeah.
David, let's clarify one point there. In that managed migration by the Home Office, it doesn't only affect West Indians. It affects all sports teams, amateur and professional sport teams around the world. So it is not only the West Indies.
Okay.
What
Thank
I
you.
would say
Thanks
is
for
that
clarifying that.
It probably affects us most because we can least afford not to. That's our biggest problem. So that managed migration really has affected even the amateur players who want to come and play cricket. How it's affected the amateur players, which we've had over the years, the strength of West Indies cricket has always been the amateur players playing in England and then finding opportunities to play at a higher level in England and beyond. How it's affecting us, it is that they have placed a situation where if you have represented your country at under 15, you are put on a list that they call pathway to being a professional. So if you don't play for Barbados at under 17, under 19, or you don't play first class cricket and you are now 25, you are still deemed to be on that list. And as such, you cannot even come to England and play club cricket for your local club down in Oxfordshire, David. You can't even do that, right? You can, in order to get a work permit, you have to play 5 first class matches.
Roland, I'm going to ask you to stay on air with me. I just want to let all our listeners know I'm talking to Roland Butcher, and the players, the umpires are out. The players are coming back out for the afternoon session. I mean, you won't miss anything. In fact, if Roland, you don't mind doing a bit of moonlighting in between your BBC County Championship commitments, we might get you on for the first over before I pass back to Jason, Hector, and the guys in Australia, Forthy and Messers. And I hope that everyone's enjoyed that illuminating insights from Roland. Please send us your reaction to what you've heard. Roland, would you consider coming back at tea?
It's possible. It's possible, David.
If not, we'll see how it goes. See how the afternoon session goes.
But Roland, the afternoon session goes, and if I'm available at tea
there's
time.
certainly more to talk about here. As keep you on for one over as Wood comes into bowl to Brathwaite. We're resuming after the afternoon session now. Brathwaite plays it out to mid-wicket and they go through for a single. And I'd like to take this opportunity, Roland, to say thank you very much for giving up your lunchtime and for your providing such illuminating insights and the solutions that you've come up with. I know you've already documented them in a 10-point plan, and you have a great deal of experience across all sports, including football as well, in your capacity as Director of Sport. So thanks very much, Roland Butcher. I'm going to pass back to Jason and the Argonauts, or in this case, Jason and Hector. West Indies having resumed the situation. West Indies 98 for 3, Brathwaite 57, Hodge 0, Wood is bowling, and over past you. The next voice you hear, you better Jason here's spots.
And thank you very much, David. Thank you very much, Roland. It was illuminating listening to that in the green room as Hector gets himself together. I hope you'll be back to see us again soon, Roland.
Well, afternoon everyone. Wood in again and just swiped by Hodge. Goes through to Jamie Smith. West Indies resume on 98 for 3. Brathwaite 57, Hodge 0. That was the first ball he faced, I believe. Mark Wood, 1 wicket for 20 runs. He had an unbelievable delivery to dismiss Mackenzie, who had to go for 12. He batted nicely against Gus Atkinson, but just didn't seem too comfortable against the pace of Mark Wood. Jason, what do you make of this afternoon session and the importance?
These two have got to bat together for an awful long time to make advantage of the toss that they've won.
Well, shorter by Wood and pulled away from Hodge for 4. He's off the mark pretty quickly there. That'll bring the 100 up for the West Indies as well, and Hodge off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, well, it's a promising start by Hodge. Into his work straight away as we finish off the over from Wood. He was bowling just before lunch.
Wood in again. and left alone by Hodge. Well, again, he just had to sort of pick that delivery up. The one he hit for 4, the wicket seemed to stay a little bit lower than expected. We did see a little bit of that in the first session. Jason, what do you make of this wicket so far? A little bit two-faced?
Yeah, we've had warnings of that earlier on in the first session, where balls were lifting very slightly and also grubbing very slightly. The effect of the roller that they did just before the start of play will have worn off by now, so it can only get worse with the older ball in terms of getting lower potentially.
Wood bustles in again, and that lot of swing there. Started almost on middle stump, and Jamie Smith dives to his right and collects cleanly. Hodge again with a fantastic century in the first innings of the second test at Trent Bridge. He's going to have, as you say, again, he's going to have to dig in here with his captain.
Yes, he looked the part in combination with Athenaeus in that test. They had a very nice partnership of nearly 200. I think it was about 180 they put on for the 4th wicket.
That is very much needed again. Wood in, round the wicket, short and swing a little bit away. Hodge does well to get a bit of bat on it, sends it to wide-ish, fine leg, and Gus Atkinson gets a single to end the over.
On the socials, let's see if we've got anything new. Jay Grover says, just realised that Hector looks like Tim Murter and it's twisted my melon man. It twisted my melon man. There's a Happy Mondays reference for those people who don't get it. Muttley sent us some food porn for messages. It's a lovely sausage carbonara. Had to be sausages with you, Muttley. Looks delicious. I'd tuck into that.
That's good. Chris Wokes will bowl the first from the pavilion end, I believe, after lunch. He's got 6 overs so far, 2 maidens, 22 runs and 0 wickets.
And we didn't jiggle him up at the start of the day's play. We'll jiggle him up now.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
Well, 3 slips in for Chris Wokes. More of a conventional field as we've seen all morning. Looks like Ben Duckett there, shifting from backward point into a gully region. Wokes slightly found his rhythm in the second innings of the last test and the first, in comparison to Lords. In here to begin his over, his 7th over filler, and punched away by Hodge through that point that Ben Duckett just left. He'll give chase, won't make it all the way, but I reckon they'll pick up 3 there as Duckett throws. And then again, yeah, they'll take 3. Just well guided there, a bit slower, 79 miles an hour, and as I say, Duckett had just moved. So Hodge makes use. He's on 5. No, he's on 8, sorry. Brathwaite will face up now. What did you make of Chris Wokes in the last test match, Jason?
He got better as the game went on. I thought he was a little bit underpowered to start off with, and then he found a rhythm, found more use with the old ball than he actually did with the new ball. Paradoxically, he was getting a bit of reverse and he had the in-swinger working quite well.
Exactly, in again and just clipped into the onside for no run by Brathwaite. Well, exactly, he does seem, as much as anyone really, to be very much a rhythm bowler. If he's not in his rhythm, he'll
then he's 5 miles an hour slower, and it's not moving and not doing anything
at all. But when he is in his rhythm, as we've seen in that last Ashes series, especially in home conditions, he can be very dangerous. That's probably one of the reasons McCullum and Rob Key has picked him to play all 3 test matches ahead of the uncapped Dylan Pennington. And again, left alone by Brathwaite.
That's a better line, but it's still just a little bit too short. No, Brathwaite has no problem leaving that ball off the back foot.
He's looked very good this morning, Brathwaite the captain. A couple of 40s in the last test match, a couple of single figures in the first. Very much needed this innings.
Could this be the one innings this series where he goes on and gets one of his grindingly big tons?
Well, would do wonders for the West Indies. It's very much a team reliant on the captain. Works in again short and comfortably defended by Brathwaite. It is, especially with the inexperienced middle order that you have. I know you have more experience coming in, but Brathwaite is such a key part of this team. If he doesn't fire it, it seems that the West Indies won't.
Yeah, if he doesn't fire, you have potentially an opening at both ends for 3, 4, 5.
Well, as we saw at Lords, scores of 2 and 6, and that didn't end up too well for the West Indies, but showed a lot of fight in the Trent Bridge test, and here they are, 106 for 3. I'd say pretty decently evenly balanced, as Wokes in wide of off stump and slashed away by Brathwaite there. Through point, slightly upish, but that'll be 4. He moves to 61.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Yeah, nicely hit that. He got on top of that and hit it up, really, over gully. Rode the bounce and played it up.
Well played from him. Wokes, final delivery of his over. He'll come in over the wicket in, hops wide of the crease and left alone by Brathwaite. End of the over, West Indies 110 for 3.
Let's go and see if we have anything on YouTube. And on YouTube we have...
Just quickly here, Mark Wood, 33% short deliveries so far. Only 8% full. Here we go, he'll continue. 25 for 1, he has Hodge on 8 of 6. West Indies going along nicely, going at just under 4 and over, 110 for 3 after 28. Any socials?
No. Apart from Scott Harrison, who says, what happened to young Chanderpaul? Well, I think he's had a loss of form, which is what's given Mikhail Lewis a chance.
Wood in, Fuller and defended by Hodge. Well, Chanderpaul averaged, I believe, 77 in his first 3 test matches, and then in the last 7, I think, or maybe 5, he was averaging around 17. So he's dropped on form. He's not injured. Mikhail Lewis does seem the better pick, but I should say those 3 test matches were against, I believe, Zimbabwe, so runs came pretty easily for him.
Yeah, he's had flashes where he's looked like his dad and ground out a 40 or so in that.
Wood in again, off this wide run up and full and swinging, and Hodge just seems to open the blade, and that'll go through down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. Clever cricket by Hodge, he has 4 more.
Yeah, nice and controlled, underneath his eyes, soft hands, everything you want from an opener.
Just made use of the pace there, really. Yeah. Wood does seem to be getting a bit of purchase here, a bit of swing, as we did see less with Wokes in the over prior to this one.
So yeah, Hodge emulating his partner at the other end in playing late and playing under his eyes.
And he's moved Ben Duckett to a backward deep square leg. In again. Fuller this time. Again, just clipped mid-wicket for no run by Hodge.
We have the trademark Wood stumble after delivery there, although he's quickly up on his feet again.
Well, I'm not too sure why he's playing in this Test match series. Done 3 more Test matches to go this summer. Perfect time to debut someone like Dylan Pennington, or even just get Potts back into the side. But
you kind of know what you're going to get with Potts. Pennington is the X factor. No one really knows what you expect.
Wood again shorter, and Hodge takes it on, controlled out to Duckett at a deep backward square leg. That is one thing we did see in the second Test match when Hodge and Athanaze had that brilliant partnership. They weren't afraid of taking on the short ball, and they played it really nicely. They just rolled the wrists over. It didn't always seem to go aerial, but they never shied away from it, and they ducked. They did duck well as well. Hodge gets a single from that delivery.
Yeah, that's played on the up, but played with no real power, just paddled around.
Seemed pretty comfortable there against some express pace. Brathwaite, the captain, Facing up to Mark Wood, 2 slips in, in around the wicket, shorter, and Brathwaite just almost just. Oh, and that is out. Brathwaite tickles it down. Doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Mark Wood, he's off on one again. Another soft dismissal. Another one you thought just missed the bat, but yeah, he is walking off. Just lost his grip and one-handed it down to Jamie Smith, who took a diving catch to his left, and he has to go.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Just gloved it there.
On your bike, mate. Bye-bye.
Jamie Smith just seemed to struggle to take the catch.
He's just got a scratch on that, and Smith has almost made a Horlicks of that, but he's sort of caught it by clasping it, with both hands to his chest.
Well, Brathwaite, the captain, has to go for 61 from 86. A disappointing dismissal. Another soft dismissal, I'm afraid to say it. But that brings in Jason Holder,
the big man himself. Let's wait until we see him on the way, but I've got his jingle ready for him. Let's just see what that's done to the socials. MV says, at least there's some competition amongst West Indies. Chandival will come back. Yes, I think he's probably too good a player to be out permanently. And I think there's a paucity of people at the opening level that possibly means he'll be back sooner rather than later.
Well, he could be back for the South Africa series. Who knows, maybe he could slot in at 3 if Louis seems to be set as he does. Again, though, just a disappointingly soft dismissal. We've seen a few of those today. Very, very assured, composed innings from Brathwaite, but he has to go for 61.
And it is the 6'8" gigantuan man, and here's his jingle.
Jason Holder. Jason
Decent numbers as a batsman, as an all-rounder. He's got 2,800 runs at about 29.
Well, he can do it. He's just seen this series to have a bit of a lack of intent almost. Seems, especially against Mark Wood at Trent Bridge Test. He just seems, his head doesn't seem to be in it. As Mark Wood comes in, last ball of his over, 4 slips in now, and defended well by Jason Holder. West Indies now in a spot of bother at 115 for 4.
Rashid Soni says Kyle Mayer should be playing. Yes, I think there are plenty of people who could get into this team on merit who are not selected for various reasons, which David and Roland Butcher were talking about at the lunch break. Jacob says bother. Pete Gorman says good day blokes, Aussie Pete here, tuning in from Merivale in the Savoy region of the French Alps. Love your work, fellas. Come on, the West Indies. Well, there's a lot of support for the West Indies. They're always everyone's favourite second side, if not their first.
Well, I'm supporting the West Indies this test as well. I love to see a good fighting comeback here in a spot of bother. Just looking at the Brathwaite dismissal on replay, really disappointing. Mark Wood just lost his line, trickled down leg stump, and Brathwaite, half-hearted pull shot, just lost his glove, and in the end one-handed just gave the ball to Jamie Smith, who took it after a couple of fumbles, but it's a catch taken. Hodge faces up to Chris Wokes to begin his 8th over. In over the wicket. And he's left it onto his stumps. He's just left that onto his off stumps. Hodge has to go for 13, and again it's just the wheels seem to be coming off a little bit. Not much in that delivery, just swinging a little bit away and left onto his off stump.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Well.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Well, if there's anything about the pitch, that might have been the one that did it for Hodge. I think he might have thought that might have bounced a bit more.
Wow.
But that was a poor choice to leave. I think that's too close that you have to play the shot.
It was comfortably hitting his off stump there. Not a lot of swing in it, but a good delivery from Chris Wokes. West Indies 115 for 5, and Well, Jason, the wheels slightly seem to be coming off now.
They are. I mean, I would say that wicket's been gifted rather than earned. That's a bit hard on Wokes. He's bowled a good ball in the channel, but no, with a better piece of shot selection, that is defended 100% of the time.
Well, I don't know. I've struggled to believe some of these wickets. I think 3 of them now. I haven't really expected them to come, but England slightly been gifted this dominant position at the moment. Hopefully, Josh De Silva and Jason Holder can formulate a good partnership. Two experienced batsmen.
Yep. Just one. No, they won't bring in anybody else ahead of Josh De Silva. They need the best people at the crease now when they need to rebuild. Wow. And it is Josh De Silva, and here's a jingle.
Someone's bowling looseners. Watch him hit a boundary again. See the runs Josh De Silva's counting.
In comes Wokes and just dabbled down to gully for no run. First delivery.
Well, it's all starting to happen after lunchtime. Did they put something in their lunch? Did they have some sort of soporific? I do wonder, because they seem to be not woken up. I mean, that's jagged back just a tiny bit off the seam, but you're never leaving that.
It's one of those that make you really shudder inside. It's every batsman's worst nightmare, leaving it onto the off stump. And he'll be disappointed. It just seems very chaotic out there at the moment. Works in again. And again, Josh De Silva slaps it to Ben Duckett at gully.
Yeah, just angled down, didn't really get up. Duckett's got that clean in out of his hands straight away to the slips.
Well, these two have a job on their hands. If anything, just to steady the ship and induce a sense of calm at the moment. It's all very, very frantic out there.
Well, the runs are unimportant though. It's all about time.
Yeah, and defended by Josh De Silva. Yeah, there is a serious risk here to completely collapse for below 200 here. They're 115 for 5. Not much batting to come. Azari Joseph, I suppose, can play a few shots. Gudakesh Moti, a little bit.
Gudakesh Moti didn't disgrace himself in the first test. He got 24 not out in the first innings, and I'm not sure what he got in the second. He certainly looked like he could hold a bat. He was competent, maybe not overly aggressive.
This Wokes is in again, and that's swinging, and seems to brush the thigh pad of Josh De Silva. Great stop by Jamie Smith, diving to his left.
And of course, Shamar Joseph in the last innings had a final time at number 11.
Well, of course, yeah, with Josh De Silva, fantastic partnership. It was nice to watch, actually. Just seemed to be very, very relaxed, very happy out there, just enjoying batting. Didn't seem to have too much pressure on themselves.
They certainly made hay against some fairly indifferent bowling and captaincy by the England side against the Tailenders.
Yeah, it was all just a bit same. Wokes in again. Final delivery, Josh De Silva advances down the track, creeps down and plants his bat, cuts it through the point region. That'll be 4 to end the over. West Indies 119 for 5 after 30.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Daz Reynolds asked a question: who would be the first bowling change this session? I think that probably will be Stokes or Atkinson, most likely Atkinson. Bishwetus Kurtzesbein, our own Leah, says, for F's sake, another 3 innings game. I think you're projecting a bit too far along for that, although it does look like that possibility at the moment. Renell Joseph says, to me, Desmond Haynes wasn't a good selector, harking back to the discussion at lunchtime.
Wood beginning his 9th over, short leg in, Fuller and left alone comfortably by Holder, 6th stump.
Sue Shen says, what about big Raheem Cornwall? Haven't heard anything about him for a while. Well, he has taken the franchise pay check, I think, in the main.
He loves his franchise.
I mean, don't get me wrong, he's a very talented cricketer. He completely at odds with his physical appearance. He's a very mobile and quite intelligent player with the bat and the ball. And if you've seen an opportunity to make money, that he's going to take the advantage of it. And good on him for doing so.
Well, that is a debate, as Wood in hops over the wicket. Fuller and again comfortably left by Holder. 90 miles an hour there from Wood.
30 overs in, this ball is still consistently moving away. I do wonder about the overheads, the atmospherics of this ground. It looks, fluffy clouds, but there are clouds, which just suggests it's going to continue to swing.
Yeah, a little bit lighter, but again, very promising first few overs after lunch here from England. They'll very much be looking to, who knows if they break this partnership early, and they could easily kick on Wood in again. This time it's shorter, but Holder, all 6'8" of him, is still able to play that relatively on the front foot. Plays that down to mid-on for no run. Well, Mark Wood, I guess he deserves that soft dismissal of Craig Brathwaite after the second Test match. It's not the most fancy wicket, but it'll do.
He'll rarely bowl a better sustained series of sessions and not get more than 2 wickets.
Well, it's a good battle, especially against this man on strike. Jason Holder beat his edge 19 times. Wood in again, doesn't beat the edge that time, defended well. Yeah, that evening session, Jason Holder just rode his luck unbelievably. It just seemed as if nothing could get him out, even though he was wafting at everything, playing and missing it at all.
It wasn't as if he was actually trying to play aggressive shots either. They're all defensive shots that were just missing.
Yeah, exactly.
He seemed a little bit out of sorts, Jason Holder, for most of this tour, particularly with the bat. With the ball, he's been his usual consistent self.
Wood in again, 5 slips in the gully, Yorker length, but dug out nicely by Holder. Yeah, he just hasn't seemed. I can't put a finger on it, but he hasn't seemed
just low on energy more than anything else.
Yeah.
Yes, he's been in the side for a long time. He's captain at a very young age. There's a lot of responsibility that was thrust down his way, and maybe that's something that is having long-term effects on him now, having relinquished the captaincy.
Yeah, I think he captained at 24, I think it was. It's pretty early for the captaincy. Wood, final delivery of his over, and straight again, very good length, but dug out nicely from Holder. Seems as if we'll have a good battle out here. Any socials?
The field for Wood to Holder is 4 slips and mid wicket and a square leg is what I can see. Says Leah on. We'll go back to Twitter, see what's on there, and inevitable slow moving. Clowery of the County says, why can't England, other nations, Australia, New Zealand, other nations are available, have the names and numbers on their cable net sweaters? It's 2024. Surely technology must be there to allow such a thing. Well, why don't you suggest it? And you have suggested it, and someone who sees a business opportunity can take it up. And Jake Grover sent a picture of someone he thinks is a Hector lookalike. And it is in fact, yes, that is Tim Murtagh, and yes, you do look a bit like him.
As De Silva clips the first delivery of Chris Oakes is over, a little in swinger there, clipped through mid wicket. He'll get back for 2. Never been called Tim Murtagh before.
I played against Tim when he was a young stripling of 15, which tells you just how long ago it was. Given he's now 40 something. Yeah. He bowled 7 immaculate overs at our team as a 15-year-old.
Wokes advances again to De Silva, who just flourishes it off his pads through mid-on, but Mark Wood does well to get around, preventing the second that Jason Holder wanted. Aggressive sign there from De Silva, but good fielding. He moves to 7 from 7. Holder yet to get off the mark.
Is it just me, or does everybody else kind of a flinch whenever Mark Wood flings himself to the ground in the fielding.
Yeah, it's
that
not good.
something bad is going to happen to him.
It's not good. He always gives 100% as well for the boundary chases. Those are the ones that worry me when he's diving forward. But so far, injury-free, touch wood this series. Well, he's had a couple of niggles here and there, but
yeah, there's that one bit where he was flexing himself after a spell that had to be taken off.
Wokes in again over the wicket. Oh, and played and missed. That's the first one of Holder's innings. About time. Jamie Smith takes comfortably. West Indies 122 for 5 after 31.5 overs.
We are going to have a change at the end of this over. I'll be joined by Forthy and also by Mogg.
Just looking here, Chris Wokes to Jason Holder has 5 wickets against him at an average of 13.6 and an economy of 2.9. So Wokes very much on top of him in this historical battle, and again defended into the offside by Jason Holder for no run.
And I think you're staying on, so at that point you might need to swap over here and do. You can work these, can you?
Yeah. Am I still on?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I thought I was on.
Well, I'll go and check, and then if it.
Yeah, I don't have the rotor on it. Wokes, 2 deliveries to come. Jason Holder 0 from 9, yet to get off the mark. In and an in swinger, and very well dug out by Jason Holder. Really seemed to reverse well from Chris Wokes there. Stayed low as well, but Holder got down to the length of the ball and defends into the offside.
Yeah, there's a man with quite a high back lift, Jason Holder, so that bat has to come down a long way.
And quickly too. That just reversed very, very quickly. Holder almost jumps back into his crease to take that one out, but well played in the end. Works in again and defended, all clipped, and Jason Holder will sprint through for a single. Ollie Pope attempted a runner, but in the end flicks it over the back of his head. Comfortable one. Holder off the mark, end of the over. West Indies 123 for 5.
And welcome, gentlemen. You can turn your
and others.
Hello. Nice to see you. Hello, Missy.
How are you going, Jess? Hello, Forthy.
Hello there.
This is a bit of a shit show, isn't it?
Yes.
It's very
It is.
disappointing to see West Indies lose wickets fairly easily, to be honest.
Yes.
Okay, but it hasn't been super threatening.
It's the step up to Test cricket for some of the more experienced West Indians. They can survive for an hour and then play a few more shots, but it's getting from the 20s and 30s sometimes to just having the patience to really build an innings. And even Craig Brathwaite, who's the most experienced, has been guilty of that in this series. And just some slightly naive batting as well.
Yep.
But I guess that's what you expect. Slightly callow team.
Haven't got the rotor on me. Are you doing ball by ball, Forthy? I do believe you are.
I believe I'm summarising.
You're on ball by ball, Jason, according to the roster.
Okay.
Yes.
That was first ball by Wood was defended by Holder. Yeah, it's just too many things in my head at the moment. I'm juggling lots of balls at the same time. Wood coming in with 4 slips, and that's poorly directed down the leg side. Holder tries to catch up with it, can't get anywhere near it, to be fair, and that's cleaned up by Smith behind the stumps. No run.
You always attempt to get there by bus. You ever try doing it by train, Jason?
Well,
it's not convenient for you from where you're starting from.
No, it's not. It's quite a detour by train to get to a point where I can then interconnect with a station that's not much closer. I still have to get a bus after that, or a long walk uphill.
Oh, I don't mind the walk uphill. I found that quite bracing when I was in Sydenham.
You're much younger than some of us.
Again, down the leg side, with almost a repeat, but Smith doesn't field it quite so cleanly, but that is cleaned up by Root running around from first slip behind him.
Surprisingly leafy Sydenham, I found. I thought it was going to be
well,
rather more grotty suburbs.
everyone
actually,
thinks
rather
that London is this big conurbation which has got built up places everywhere. There's an awful lot of green in London.
There is, yeah.
Especially in some parts like Kent. Kent is parts of Kent that are in London are very green.
Yes, there's deer frolicking all around the place in Kent. It's a function of having sort of grown up as a combination of commons and monarchs' hunting grounds, I suppose.
Yeah. It's swinging by Wood outside off stump, and Holder just leans into that. Then he gets one. They can't get two. Stokes is quickly around to field that, and flings the ball in.
Yes, I do miss that. I don't know what Perth's like, but Melbourne is fine. It's got the ovals and it's got some parks and things, but you never feel you're far away from civilization or the rumble of traffic. I do miss getting lost in a Wimbledon Common or a Hampstead Heath and rambling away in the middle of a city. London does that brilliantly well.
The Royal Parks, in particular,
yes,
large areas, particularly Richmond Park with the geese, the deer.
The deer.
One of the things I noticed when I went to Italy is that somewhere like Florence has got almost no green areas, because I suppose a medieval city where they couldn't afford to have any greenery. It's all city.
Wood has skewered De Silva there onto his foot.
It's quite interesting. It might even have been clipping. They're thinking about it.
I reckon it's going down.
It's going down.
Yeah,
it's close, but it's going down, I think.
Looking. I mean, he was way back. He was on the crease itself, but yes, it's certainly no point reviewing it.
Woody's line's been a bit all over the place, though.
He's not the only one. I think, as was alluded to in the lunch break by Roland Butcher, England's discipline hasn't really been there. They've been gifted several of these wickets. Otherwise, we seem to be in a much stronger position. That's swinging by Wood still, but it's swinging from the hand. Holder has no problems in playing that off the back foot. That's the end of the over. West Indies are 125 for 5 after 33 overs. De Silva's on 7 and Holder's on 2.
Scott Harrison says there must be ways the ICC can help teams like the Windies, Sri Lanka, emerging nations, etc. Funding for players, counties to have players in England, even if it was second 11. There's heaps of ways. It just doesn't seem like the ICC's will is there. Seems to me that the ICC is operating cricket as a business more than as a cricket development organisation. Anyhow, that's my prejudice. Leah says, Forthy, excellent. Let's talk some more about multi-million-dollar weapon system.
Apropos of what exactly?
It's very far from my specialised topic. I can assure you of that. I can't remember how we got onto that.
Well,
it might have
continue.
been
It's an in-swinger to De Silva, who bunts that down the onside, and there's no run.
Might have been during the Afghanistan-Bangladesh match during the T20 when me and Messi, single-handedly with a little help from Mogg, did the entire match. We talked about, we might well have gone on to multi-million. I can't remember everything we talked about that day.
Had a lot of fun there.
Yeah, we did, yes.
Works in again. That's another in-swinger. Takes the outside edge of the bat as De Silva tries to work it to the leg side and goes out to point.
Yes, there's a little bit of there's not a lot of jeopardy really in this match. When you've got the opposition 125 for 5 on a pretty flat pitch, you could be forgiven for getting a little complacent. I'm sure the management and the captain will be on at them not to take their eye off the ball, and there's always places up for grabs, but it's a pretty comfortable position.
Yeah.
Works in again. He's gone wide, and that is on the pads and worked away neatly by De Silva to square leg, where I think it's Pope Fields.
I feel that De Silva should probably be a bit higher up the order, to be honest. He looks a bit more composed and a bit more disciplined.
Yeah, it's a bit late in the day now, but I think I would have put De Silva at 6 and Holder at 7 based on their performances.
I wonder if there's almost an argument, and maybe this is going too far, for having De Silva as a specialist batsman and having him in the top 4. Don't know whether
5,
there's
I think, is this.
Yes, maybe 5.
That's drilled back by Holder off the the middle, and the stumps at the bowler's end stop the ball from going for 4.
He just looks the part, doesn't he? I also noticed when I was doing a little bit of background reading, he's the first white West Indian Test cricketer since Brendan Nash.
Is that right? That's right.
Yeah, he's Portuguese origin. I think that counts as white.
Brendan Nash, I remember Brendan Nash. Canny left-arm bowler and batsman.
Yeah, 21 tests, I think.
Yeah. It's played off the back foot by Holder off Wokes.
Got a couple of hundreds. He got a couple of hundreds, didn't he? I think Brendan
so.
Nash.
And that will be pulled in by Duckett and flung in, and the ball was thrown into stumps. De Silva drops his bat on his way through to complete 3 runs.
Yes.
By the way, the predicted
sorry,
rain at Stormont arrived, and Ireland were 115 for 2 at lunch. I'd be surprised if there's any further play there today.
I see. Whereabouts in Ireland is that taking place?
Belfast. Stormont has become a test venue finally, instead of being a place for hatred for a certain section of the Northern Ireland population.
Right, yes.
Dropped into the offside they run. That's the end of the over. West Indies 129 for 5 now.
Leah gives some context. She says, Forthy described a wood delivery as destroying the stumps like an Exocet missile. There you are.
Did I? Yes,
$1
right.
million
There
Daz Reynolds said, who would your bowlers be for the Ashes? Now, I've got to say, I am
Go on,
so
have your rant.
Well, so
I agree with you, by the way.
Australia this summer are playing India, and they're focusing on that. They don't give a fuck about what happens when England comes in 18 months' time. England next year are playing India. They need to focus on that. It's a fucking huge challenge. Yes, you know, there's peripheral stuff around the Ashes, but everybody seems so focused on the Ashes. They forget that India's probably the best test team in the world now and need to beat them.
Anyway, Stokes is going to come on now. He's taken over the bowling. First ball is wide and floaty outside off stump and ignored by Holder, who just leans towards it without putting any intent to play it.
Well, you didn't answer the question, Messi. Who's your bowlers for the Ashes?
Not Wokes.
I think that's given.
No, I agree with you. Let's just, play each series as it comes along.
Stokes in, that's closer outside off stump, but still not close enough to tempt Holder, who just watches it go by.
But I do have to say that I'm quite impressed with some of the things the English selectors have done. I think to take the gamble on not even thinking about Leach and bringing Bashir in and give him a chance. And he bowled beautifully in that second innings at Trent Bridge. I'm really impressed with that. Have you lost a picture?
I have.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Gone into a black hole.
So I'm getting feed, but it's a couple of balls behind yours.
I'm getting nothing.
Second ball of that over was...
No, we're back.
Oh, you're back. That's good. And they bowled another ball that I haven't even seen yet. There you go.
You put 50p in the meter, Jace?
No, the green room has pressed the button that requires it not to go into standby, I think, so that's a win for us.
Very good.
Stokes to continue. That's at least forced him to play at least this ball and played off the back foot with no timing or power really into the offside.
It's a good thing they did go for those 5 wickets, quite a few of which were gifted, quite honestly, because this looks like a pretty flat track, and once England get in, you do slightly fear for the West Indies, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, it could be all about the overheads at the point at which they get to bat, I think.
That's true.
If it's nice and cloudy, then we tend to have the bowlers cause some issues. That's on the stumps. I thought for one moment there might be a chance for an appeal there, but Holder seems to have managed to get the ball back past the stumps at the other end by hook or by crook, or possibly by the inside of the bat, and it's a no ball, so it's irrelevant anyway.
Yes, Jason, I mean, Holder and De Silva are probably, in many ways, their best hope of mounting. They're probably their most technically correct batsman. Is that pushing it too far?
Oh, Brathwaite, I think, is pretty technically correct.
Yes, that's fair enough. Yes.
Here comes the redo, and that gets the outside edge, but into the ground with soft hands by Holder, and get snaffled by third slip on the bounce.
The phlegmatic character Jason Holder he's seen.
He's definition of laid back, cool West Indies, isn't he? You don't really ever see him animated.
But he hasn't got the swagger of the cool. He's got a slight melancholic undertone. I always think with Jason Holder. Not surprising with some of the teams he's had to oversee.
That's played on the drive, and a stumbling stop by backward point. And that's the end of the over.
So Speedy says, well, cooking and cleaning for me for the month. So you do a monthly clean. That sounds about right. I've just been reading a wonderful book by Bill Bryson called At Home, where he describes the toilet habits of the Georgians in particular, and prior to them, the habit of never ever getting wet. So cleaning for them was sometimes an annual event, but most of the time not at all. Just cover up the smell and keep going. Sorry. Bit diverted, but I find it disgustingly interesting.
Wokes, that's angled at leg stump, played comfortably enough by De Silva up to mid-on.
It is interesting to speculate how our noses would have coped, particularly in medieval times.
Particularly in 1858, in the Great Stink of
oh my God! But when going further back, when there were no sewage systems in a city.
Well, there wasn't a sewage system in London at that point either. That's what basically forced a sewage system to be created by Bazalgette and a lot of other people.
Indeed.
Which has worked for 150 years.
Yeah.
And that's
more or less
inside. Well, is that edged? No, it's not inside edged. It's a big in swinger by Wokes. De Silva gives it a big drive, trying to get the flick down leg side, and it's caught by Smith, but there's no attempt at any appeal or anything like that.
It's caught well as well. I mean, unfortunately we got rather used to Johnny, but even in the sort of slightly more mundane, prosaic takes, spilling those last summer, it was
that's kept low, and there's a big appeal, but the umpire's not having anything to do with that, and Wokes is having to think about that. I think they're having a discussion now. The timer's on. I think that's probably worth reviewing, because I think that's umpire's call at worst. They've gone for it.
Well, they've got 3 left. Why not?
I'm not sure. Looking at the body language of De Silva, I don't think he's very happy. I think he thinks he's been pinned in front.
I think that's going down.
It might be. It could be one of those, though, that hits the exact top of leg stump and just meets all the requirements.
It's right in the corner of the net, potentially.
Yes, one of those.
It's moving more than I thought. I think that's probably getting a miss by half a ball.
Probably missing or clipping on having a look at it again, yes. It's always deceptive when...
So, Forthy, you may be able to meet Jay's requirement here. He says, can I request the Forthy book game at tea? Also, Sheffield is the most foliage-infested major UK city. Bastards, I want a concrete dystopia. I suggest playing it now, Jay, because in fact, Forthy will be in sleep by tea.
Yeah,
I will.
And as we suspected, that ball is missing, and actually missing by quite some distance. So that's a poor review by England, which they've lost.
They were encouraged by you two, though.
Yeah, that's true. Well, if Jay wants to give me some instructions as to which shelf and which book in traditional manner I should be taking a reading from, I'm open to suggestions from Jay.
Wokes. That's another in-ducker, but played more conventionally by De Silva into the leg side to the missing mid-wicket, and ambled through for an easy single. The Bear would be fuming at this point for the lack of a mid-wicket.
For the lack of a mid-wicket. Well, for the lack of a mid-wicket, they're not going to lose.
The game was lost, yes, I don't think so.
Yes. But nonetheless, there should be one, yes. What's his view on mid-wickets? There should always be one?
Certainly to a left-arm spinner.
At least one.
At least one, and sometimes
preferably
3.
2.
Mm. Wokes in again.
Yeah. And that's the away swinger now, and Holder drops into the offside, has a think about it, and then gets called through by De Silva, who's running anyway, and it's a safe single. Fielders are comfortably far enough away to get there, even with a sort of stutter start.
Big strides, must be about 9 strides down the pitch there from Jason Holder. Big man.
Not even sure it's that many, to be honest.
Might be 8.
Last ball of the over coming up, and I think it might be time for change for Wokes. I think he's bowled for 40 odd minutes. That's on off stump and defended, but with some timing out to the player at point, and that's the end of the over.
Leah says the Georgians just covering up their shit and moving on must have made the Kremlin prior to 1953 an even more vile place.
I see, Georgia, because that's where Joseph Stalin came from, Georgia. Yes.
Steve Williams says there is talent in some of these non-traditional islands. They need to be given an opportunity and lots of exposure. I'd agree. There was a horrible joke about Berrier and Starling being horrible murderers and also Georgians, says Leah.
Yes, quite. At least Berrier got his comeuppance. Stalin died peacefully in bed, more or less.
I've got yet to see The Death of Stalin on.
Oh, that's a very good film. Very, very funny film.
I know it's the blackest of black comedies,
yes.
made by Armando Iannucci, but it is very funny from what clips I've seen. Stokes bustling in, that's on rising, probably going over the top of middle. Holder doesn't get hold of it and berates himself.
Bat on ball.
He's struggling a bit. He's 6 off 27, but he's still there.
Yeah.
This is very similar to his innings at the first innings of the second test, where he struggled for ages.
And then let loose a little as time went on. Yeah,
you do get the feeling he's a bit mentally tired, and perhaps there might be some other issues stopping him from sighting the ball quite as cleanly as he used to.
Yep, he looks a bit sad.
And he's tucked up again by Stokes, who seems to be targeting that upper leg, lower groin area. That's the second one that slammed into there off 2 balls.
I think after a while, when you've been in effectively a losing team for a long time, you just don't. Your heart's not in it anymore. I think it was, when England finally won in 2005. Sorry, talk about the Ashes again, but it was when the last of the old guard had moved on. I think Graham Thorpe was the last of them. Atherton, Hussain, Butcher, Thorpe, Higg, Gough, Caddick, all of them. And then finally, okay, we've got some new thinking.
Oh, and Stokes gets a thick inside edge there off Holder's bat. Holder is lucky to survive. That flies past the stumps onto long leg, and that's the first boundary for a while.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
I think this could be one of these sort of effort overs by Stokes. He seems to be bounding in a little bit more, putting perceptibly a little bit more into the bowling. That's arrowing in on the stumps. That's defended safely enough by Holder, who gets a big bat and sends it back the way it came.
Seems to get he's a little bit more theatrical these days with his near misses, and he's getting a little. I'm not saying he's getting into Freddie with a sort of full outspread arm thing that he ended up with by the end of his career, but he's getting a little more theatrical, Stokesy.
I wonder if he's just being more demonstrative because he's the captain and he needs to show.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking body language is. He needs to do a bit more of it. Yes,
that's swinging slowly away outside off stump, and the Holder ignores that.
A lot of it does come from the body language of a captain, I'm sure. But that said, there have been successful captains who've been very phlegmatic. I think of Stephen Fleming standing at slip, giving absolutely nothing away for all 3 sessions.
Drumsmith.
Good captain.
Oh, that's got to be close. Ooh, it's big appeal. It's not been given. Stokes is berating.
Was there an inside edge?
I think that's the only thing that could have saved him. Stokes is looking to review it. He's reviewed it. I thought that was a pretty good shout first up on the naked eye at real time.
It did look good. I did wonder whether there's an inside edge, but my feed is not good enough to justify whether that's a hunch or is correct or not. We'll find out.
I must say, I tend to agree. If there's no edge on it, then I can't see it missing leg stump at the very worst. Yeah.
We shall see.
Here comes a slow motion. Ooh, still hard to see whether he got an inside edge. I mean, it's squeezed the edge of the front pad.
Save him. I think that was why the umpire didn't give it, because there was a bit of a tangle of pad and bat all together, and he couldn't be absolutely certain. But the replay seems to.
I think there's a tiny little scratch on the bat before it hits the pad.
Ooh. Wow.
But it is very close.
Yes,
I think there is.
And very synchronous. So it's, you can understand why the umpire would not have given that. If he has seen that.
But there's a clear inside edge, in fact, as it plays through. Yeah, there's quite a thick inside edge.
Yeah.
As I thought.
So England lost 2 reviews and 2 overs.
Yeah, not bad.
Well, got to make them work.
I mean, yes, that's what saved him, obviously, but nonetheless, he hit it, so he's not out.
Jay Gravers hasn't yet come up with a book request.
Well,
are you referring to Marjorie Taylor Greene's Jewish Space Lasers? Terrifying weapons of mass destruction.
Yes,
and then he just says, fuck the Ashes, which I think is a fair sentiment.
When
you talk about Jewish space lasers, are you talking about the Iron Dome defence system?
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene's entirely plausible theory that there are Jewish lasers beaming down over California, was it? I mean, it sounded very plausible to me. I found this so amusing that when my son's girlfriend came round to dinner for the first time, I was looking at an amusing story to break the ice, and I landed on that one, and my son was furious with me afterwards. She did not know where to put herself. What were you talking about, Jewish lasers?
Oh, dads, aren't they awful?
That's the end of the over anyway, so I'm going to start a new one by Wokes.
Leah's got a... Oh, no.
Go on. Inducker defended, no runs.
It's a long joke. I'll wait for the end of the over.
In German?
No.
No, fortunately not.
It's a Stalin joke. Because I've got it in front of me.
I might please.
It's actually not a bad Stalin joke. Stalin sitting by Lenin's deathbed. Lenin says, "I'm not sure you're the right man to lead the country. I don't know if the people will follow you." And Stalin says, "Don't worry, half of them will follow me. The other half will follow you."
Very good. Yeah.
Swinging away, but pushed by De Silva back to the bowler, and there's no run. West Indies 1-3-6 for 5. Seem to have crawled along for the last 5-10 overs. Not really got out of first gear since those 2 quick wickets. Very much sitting in and defending and riding out the storm. It's an inducker. Played nicely by De Silva. Mid-wicket dives over it, but there's a wide mid-on who's able to field it without them scoring any runs. De Silva's not looking particularly discomforted, but he's always been just that microsecond late on the ball when it's coming back at him.
Yes.
That's played away by De Silva to point with sort of a fiddle of his hands as the ball passes, swinging gently away.
If Jay hasn't come through, I've got a little passage to read out whenever you're ready. But we can wait till the end of the over as well.
That might also be a good time potentially to have a swap over.
Is it swap over time?
Well, it's almost swap over time, so that might take us to it.
It's not that long a reading.
Very floaty by Wokes. I think he was going for the sort of slow, sort of back of the hand in swinger. That didn't happen. It just went a slow back of the hand straight ball, which De Silva just sort of disdainfully knocks away.
I'm trying to close us down early, Jason. We've got a couple of minutes to go.
I think there's another over in it.
In fact, it wasn't a back of the hand ball; it was a knuckleball. In fact, so you can see the hand sort of gripped, sort of clasped for that. That's worked neatly by De Silva out to the man on the boundary at square leg, and it ambles through for single. That's the end of the over. West Indies in 137 for 5. Holders on 10. De Silva's on 10.
So Jay says, I'm with 40. Holder has seen and experienced some proper bullshit. Also, instead of cleaning, I am lighting scented candles to repel the fruit fly invasion.
No.
Is that effective, Jay? Fruit flies seem impervious to just about anything.
They do as well. Whenever I hear knuckleball, I think knuckleball for some reason. I just hear knuckleball.
Anyone who's seen knuckleball knows that a knuckleball is not the same as a knuckleball.
I haven't seen him bowl. What does he bowl?
He bowls the loopingest leg spinner you've ever seen.
Mog says, right then, middle book, Grace, top shelf, 5th from the left.
Oh, okay.
And whilst you're finding that, Stokes is going to come in for his 8th over. That's defended functionally by very without any fuss by De Silva. And Brooke takes the ball, and presumably he has the magic trousers on for today for shining. Gives you the perfunctory 1 or 2 stripes up and down the back of the leg. Stokes in again, and that's a flash and a miss by De Silva. That's a lapse in concentration. The ball was there to be hit. It was short enough, but lack of footwork and just chasing the ball with his arms and the bat means that he gets away with it this time. And survives to live another day.
Very good. Tell me when I should do a little reading, Messi. Or indeed, Jason.
That's the inducker from Stokes. And De Silva chops down on it just in time, and it's outside off stump.
Seems a good time, 40.
Well, funnily enough, it's Bill Bryson was the book, and it's a short history of nearly everything. In 1869, at the age of 35, Mendeleev began to toy with a way to arrange the elements. At the time, elements were normally grouped in 2 ways, either by atomic weight, using Avogadro's principle, or by common properties, whether they were metals or gases. Mendeleev's breakthrough was to see that the two could be combined in a single table.
And that's a good ball by Stokes. That's De Silva had to play at that, and that's just snaked away just slightly with the swing and whistled past the outside edge.
It's a good read, isn't it, that one?
It's good, actually. I found with science at school, I don't know if you two found this, that I was very interested in science. The way it was taught meant I was terrible at it. And I've interested in reading about science as an adult, but I was really bad at it at school.
Stokes in, trying to repeat the previous ball. De Silva gets enough bat on it this time, half a bat into the gully and point area. This one. Yes, I loved the general science books I found when I was in my late teens, early 20s, have stuck with me throughout my adult life, really.
Right.
There's
yeah.
some fantastic books there, like the Newtonian Casino.
Right.
The story of the guys from the atomic lab building machines to go and raid the gambling dens in Las Vegas.
Wow.
Is a fantastic read about real people doing real maths to solve
Great
real
narrative.
problems.
Yes.
Well, you see, I was like that with history. I hated history at school because it was all about kings and dates and shit. But reading something like Bill Bryson gives a real social context to everything and becomes really interesting.
And that's the end of the over. That's West Indies 138 for 9, and I believe we should be having a change now. Hector's come back in.
Having a change. We're having a change.
okay.
Yes.
Hector, who's doing what?
I think I'm doing ball by ball, and I think David's on summarising, and I think Hector's on socials. Is that right?
That's right. Hector's going to come in and replace me. Dave's going to come in and do some summarising, and you're doing ball by ball.
I am indeed. Thank you so much to Jason. Thank you to Messi, who's already gone. I actually quite like the kings and dates in history, Messi. I don't know what that says about me. Maybe I'm on the spectrum. I don't know. Sometimes my wife seems to think that I might be. I think I'm just holding the fort for a while two august gentlemen take their seats. It's David and Hector. I think probably the first ever Hector we've had on guerrilla cricket. I can't recall another one in my short period. David, have we ever had another Hector on guerrilla cricket that you can remember, or is this the first? I just put
Plenty of can you hear me okay? Plenty of hectoring,
Yes.
but no hectors, but a lot of hectoring.
I don't think we've had any Ajaxes or Achilles or Priams or Leanders or anything from the Trojan War, so you might be our first Trojan War hero as well. So well done. Odysseus and so forth. Did your parents ever sort of indicate why they called you Hector? Was it after a famous Hector, after the Trojan Hector?
No, they didn't. I think they were planning on calling me Rex at first, which was a bit rogue, but no, I've never found out I will.
Have you ever come across another Hector?
Yeah, at my school there are a few Hectors there. But.
Oh, is it more popular these days? I hadn't realised.
Very much so. You're way behind the times, Forthy. You're on the other side of the world. If you go down any schoolyard, you'll find more Hectors than you can shake a stick at.
I did not know that. We don't have any Hectors as far as I know in Australia. We've got ones you don't have.
You will, Forthy. You will.
Well, maybe.
That's my Oscar Wilde impersonation there from the Python sketch.
Oh, you will, Oscar, you will. Yes.
Very witty, Forthy. Very witty.
One of yours, sure.
I wish I'd said that, Forthy.
You will, Oscar. You will.
Your Majesty.
That's right.
You're like a big jam donut with jam in the middle. You what? It was one of Forthy's. Forthy?
It was one of Forthy's.
Well,
It was
Forthy.
not. It was one of yours.
No, it bloody well was not.
Yes. Well, we don't really have that kind of intellectual humour quite so much these days. More as the pity. Yes, well, there's a reason that people of our age can probably quote chunks of Monty Python. I always feel that Life of Brian is a philosophy that you can live your life by, personally. I don't think you need any other film, because it's all in there. Politics, philosophy, religion. Everything's in Life of Brian.
I want to be educated. All right, son. Sit down, watch this bloody video till the end. Not halfway, till the end, and then you'll be educated. Or so come and see me later. West Indies. Who's doing the ball by ball?
I'm doing ball by ball.
Oh,
West
sorry.
Indies are 138 for 5. We're at the end of the 39th over. That was the drinks break. Gus Atkinson, who's got 2 for 40 of his 9 overs thus far, is back into the attack with his very military straight run to the wicket to small steps, and releases the ball, and that's on middle and leg, and it's clicked off his legs down to the sweeper, who's about 10 yards in, that deep square leg. And they have come through, I imagine, for the single. Yes, De Silva's on 12 and Holder's on 10. That brings you up to date with what's happening. Any hope here for West Indies? Holder and De Silva, probably the last hope, aren't they, to stage some sort of a recovery?
Yes, I mean, they're much better than that. I mean, these guys, I don't see any big problem. I'm very happy with the situation.
Well, I mean, we were just saying in the previous half hour that De Silva really should be. De Silva, Holder, and Brathwaite between them. Would you say the most technically correct?
De Silva is the opening batsman for Trinidad and Tobago. He opens the batting. End of. And that's why that's why I put him up as my tip to be highest scorer, and why my personal sense of loss at the West Indies wickets is tempered by the knowledge that I'm in profit if he's the highest scoring batsman. And more importantly, I tipped it up to about like 100 people, so I want them all to have a good time. You know, at least get a round of drinks on it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Dug out by Holder, that one. A Yorker, effectively, by Atkinson.
Serious point. Having De Silva at 6 and 7. If you go back to the last series when West Indies played England, the runs came not from the top 6 for West Indies 5. It came from 6, 7, 8. And that's exactly what's going to happen again this afternoon if these two remain as committed as they have been so far. They've certainly got the experience.
Another point to you now. Is there an argument, we were mentioning this in the last half hour, that's a dot ball played out to mid-off. Is there an argument for having another wicket keeper and putting De Silva at 4 or 5, do you think?
You wouldn't have to do that. He could. He's a very fit guy. He's quite capable of doing both roles. In the same way as, no problem at all. Sangakkara did it for many years, and Brendan McCullum. Of course it can be done. Yeah. No, I think he's the real deal, De Silva, and Holder 2 double centuries to his name, including one for Worcestershire this season. So he's quite capable. Don't forget a double century to win a Test match in Bridgetown, Barbados, not so long ago against England. So, these two are, yes, they perform their best role is at 6 and 7, exactly where they are. It's the top order, or rather the middle order, that's been disappointing. Kurt McKenzie, people wonder why he'd been given another chance, given that he'd failed, a couple of times already. And but he looked like he was going to answer his critics, and the most disappointing moment, but the most exhilarating as well, was seeing his middle stump uprooted by Wood earlier.
Atkinson in and attempted pull, which doesn't quite come off by Holder. At the end of the 40th over, West Indies 139 for 5. Anything happening out there, Hector?
Yes, we have David Durrell. My maternal granddad was called Hector. Disinterested hand job. I'm going to suggest Dave might be talking out of his arse, all those Hectors. Muttley Von Erich. I'm imagining Brooke running about the school field chasing kids with a stick, shouting Hector. And Farong on Twitter says, in my first message today I did mention that the West Indies have had one decent innings and the other 3 piss poor. Sadly, since the fall of the first wicket, there has been a downward trend, so Duckett to bat before Stumps. Probably, he probably will come in.
It seems likely, yes. We're having a look at the Edgbaston sky. Any rain that was threatened, there were grim prognostications a few days ago. Doesn't seem to be any problems there. That's on leg stump. The Silver might slightly feel he missed out on that one. Just steers it to middle stump. It was perhaps not quite a leg stump half volley, but almost. But anyway, dot ball. Having a look at the classic Edgbaston crowd, as David alluded to earlier. I'm assuming it's a sellout, no problem, in Test matches in England. Always extremely popular. And of course, Birmingham, we've got the Freddie Flintstones in. The most colourful of the English Test grounds these days. In comes Stokes again, defended off the back foot by De Silva, dot ball.
On afternoons like this, in a situation like this, you can't help but think back to some of the classic encounters between West Indies and England in this country over the years. And I remember when I was growing up as a lad, Gary Sobers and David Holford batting 6 and 7 put on an amazing partnership. They both got centuries, and they dug West Indies out of a huge hole and won the match in the most sensational way.
66,
yeah.
That's right.
And that was my first year as a 5-year-old who liked watching and enjoying cricket.
Well, you were more precocious than me. I didn't really get into it until 1972, I remember, the Ashes.
What took you so long? Was it ponies or was it girls? What was it?
I didn't come from a cricket-loving family, and I wasn't exposed to it at primary school, and I just had no knowledge of cricket until I was about 10 or 11.
Well, as long as that's the only thing that wasn't exposed.
Stokes in again. Straight ball, defended off the back foot to point, dot ball. nothing happening there.
And and the great thing about those matches is, and I'm sure Hector, because you attend a lot of live cricket, will bear this out. And sometimes it's harder to appreciate it when you're sort of talking on the radio or watching it on TV. Is the periods of calm that descend over a game at junctions like this, where two batsmen have dug in, and there's like just a little hush. There's no sort of
forward defensive, one or two hands on the heads from the slips, but nothing doing there either. Yes, no, I totally agree with you.
There's
David.
literally nothing doing, and that's what Holder and De Silva are doing now. They're doing a creative nothing. I was given that piece of advice when I worked at The Guardian. I said to the managing director, "What are we going to do about the Times cutting their press?" He said, "We're going to do a creative nothing. That's what we're going to do."
Oh wow, that wasn't
Jim
Alan
Markwick.
Rusbridge, was it?
Jim Markwick,
Right, yeah.
the late Jim Markwick.
Right. Defended by Holder. Quite happy to do that. 10 off 40. Doesn't care. End of the 41st over. West Indies 140 for 5. Hector.
Pokey bum finger. My gut feeling is that it always rains a bit at Edgbaston. Probably true. Doesn't look too cloudy at the moment. Bashooters Kosas Bean at Daz Reynolds. The field for Stokes is 2 sets of mid-wicket deep-fine leg. So a little conversation there. Muttley Von Erich, Sonny here in Cardiff, and Jay Grover on Twitter. Death of Stalin were brilliant, but I was too scared to find it a comedy. And then a lot of lines and pages.
Quite a long time ago now, 70 years ago. So it's an interesting question, actually. At what point can one look back at history and not find it scary anymore? At what point, for example, do we not find the Nazis scary anymore? We don't find the Vikings scary. And they were scary, but that was 1,000 years ago, so we find them funny. It's defended by De Silva back down the pitch, dot ball.
And Daz Reynolds said, "What is the field, please, for Atkinson?"
Oh, that's a good question.
Can't see at the moment.
We're always a little limited by the fact that we're following it on, let's be honest, following it on a screen. So we know that there are slips, we know there's a gully, we know there's points in a mid-wicket, and probably a mid-off and a mid-on. Sweeper on either side, but it's a little bit of guesswork in that. Just down to 2 slips now. We had as many as 4 slips and up to 5 at one point this morning. That's defended off the back foot by De Silva, dot ball. Okay, so we're having a look at the field now. And it's gone again. Okay, we're having a look at West Indies averages. Brathwaite's up at 38.
I was going to say, the averages are all the same. I cut the spade of the trouble. The difference is the number of appearances. Brathwaite has got so many and everyone else has got so few.
Yeah, that's
obviously Jason Holder's up there as well.
Perfect summary. And David, who used to be very used to summarising meetings he never actually worked with him as a client, but he was a client of our agency at one point.
Did you shed any light on a period of my life which I have to say I've forgotten completely? I have no recollection.
Well, we do have a mutual friend who I holidayed with twice last year, Ross Barr, who was, I know, a good friend of yours when he was at the agency. That's clipped off his toes by De Silva. There will be a long leg and there will be a single. He moves sedately onto 14 off 37.
Production note, ask Forthy to arrange a meeting with said Ross Barr.
Oh, he'd love that.
Yeah, I would love it.
He loves catching up with...
well, he was a big agent, sort of thinker, known as a really interesting thinker within the advertising and marketing world for his unconventional approach and creative bravery.
He's also got a lot in common with you in terms of horses, cricket, football, gambling. And that's clipped off the leg by Holder down to mid-on. Dot ball. No, I had a lovely time up, and he's got a cottage up on the Scottish borders near Berwick. And a few days up there.
How many bedroom cottage?
How many bedrooms?
Yeah. I'd like to come there with Amelia, the cheap laughs we call ourselves. We just turn up. On people's doorsteps.
Well,
cheap
I can't
laughs.
speak on
blowing
invite
raspberries. Put it with our whoopee cushions.
I can't invite you on his behalf, I'm afraid. You'll have to Have to actually ask him. And then we had a few days in Tasmania when he came over here last year, so that was nice. Holder defended down to mid-on. At the end of, I suspect, a maiden, and maybe a couple of runs off it. Atkinson 2 for 42 off 11. End of the 42nd. West Indies 141 for 5. Hector.
Meath 56. Sunny here in Madrid, 42 degrees Celsius. Disinterested hand job. I reckon there are still monks on Lindisfarne who wake in a cold sweat thinking there's a longship pulling up outside. Hugh Sheridan, welcome Hector. I'd recommend listening to the song by Mike Absalom called Hector the Dope Sniffing Hound from the 1970s. I think it's on YouTube. I'll give that a look.
Have you ever watched any episodes of Hector's House, Hector?
No, I haven't. That was from Hugh Sheridan.
Hugh Sheridan?
Yeah.
Oh, nice one, Hugh.
Yes. He was a dope sniffing hound. Well, he certainly was a hound. In comes Stokes again.
Hugh.
To the silk.
Message for Hugh Sheridan. Where are you calling? Where are you from then, Hugh? Which part of the world are you listening to us? That do tell. We'd love to know how you're spending the afternoon.
There was Hector, who was a big old hound, and there was Kiki, was he a frog or a cat? Did you used to watch Hector's House, David?
Yes, it was an appointment to view, like most things were there. You knew the time of week they came on, and we're all quite creatures of habit, like dogs, really, aren't we? And we know that
Stokes into De Silva, wraps him on the legs, but going down.
And we kind of knew that. What the hell were we talking about before this, anyway? Look, I should explain. My short-term memory's gone. It's not what you're thinking.
We were talking about Ross Bar and holidays in Tasmania and Berwick just in the last.
Of course, I remember.
That's right. Yes. Meanwhile, there's not a lot happening in the cricket, so you forgive us for being, diverging a little. Stokes in third ball of his 10th over. It's good to see him getting some overs on the.
But just fourthly, given that not much is happening at the moment, I'll just stop and you can just tell us briefly what's going on. I'd rather speak to Hector because he's got an interesting story to tell. He's not just the Hector. I mean, you must be fed up with people vamping on your name all day and never actually asking you a thing about yourself. Just endless Hector jokes all day. It's called hectoring for a reason. I know. I'm joking. But I was going to say, the period of calm like it is at the moment. Hold on one sec.
Stokes in again. Oh, and he wraps him on the pad that time.
Good shout.
Probably they've only got one review left.
Going to review it, surely.
Well, they've only got one review left.
No, they're not. Right.
Because they've thrown it away on an inside edge.
Right, I missed that earlier.
Yeah. So it was probably going down.
Oh, sorry, much too high as well. Too high. You know what I was saying before, Hector, about when you're at a test match, certainly if you're there for more than one day, you get these periods of calm, when just an hour or an hour and a half where nothing happens. And they're great. I love them.
Yeah, they are great.
Why are they so great? Because nothing's happening. How you say to a football fan would say, how can you enjoy that? Nothing's happening.
I don't know. It's just.
I think it's I was going to say, Hector. Sorry, I'm just going to. I do believe that it's an antidote to modern life. Test match cricket. There is so much, and that is a big part of the charm of it, which administrators don't understand. People go there not only to enjoy the entertainment, but to relax as well, because it's unlike the rest of life.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They just failed to recognise that. The marketing's been really shite since I stopped doing it. No, it's a fact. It is. I don't mind saying it.
Yeah, no, it is. Last ball of the over, and that's ticked off his toes by De Silva. He'll come through for a single at the end of the 43rd over. West Indies move along steadily to 142 for 5. Sorry.
We ran this brilliant campaign, Hector. Cricket just got better on Channel 4. Cricket just got better, and it obviously had. And one of the best things we did was crank the volume up and put microphones in the crowd, rather than relying on the voice of the BBC in the reading room above the ground. Sorry, I almost cussed there. And my apologies to our listeners and viewers across the Caribbean who had to listen to that foolish word.
Oh, I see. Do we have to be a bit careful with that?
Yes, we do.
Moment, David?
Yes,
right,
we
gotcha.
do. The bear was off air within 10 minutes. He broke every broadcasting code and many other rules of etiquette during a period of swearing and farting on air.
I will.
Well,
this is a little development. Shoaib Bashir for the first time today is into the attack, the hero of the previous test.
But we're back on air. That's the news, Forthy. We're back on in Voice of Barbados. We're being carried on FM radio in Barbados as the ball-to-wire-ball service. And it's a great pleasure and privilege. We're getting loads of people from Caribbean. Give us a shout out. Send us a message if you're listening to us over in the Caribbean, particularly if you're from the island of Trinidad, Tobago, or Barbados, where are Jason Holder and Josh Da Silva. Yeah, and
Josh Da Silva.
Yeah, where they're from.
Meanwhile, it's Bashir time. Will he be able to repeat the formula from the last test match? He has got a very silly mid-on in. He's got a shortish mid-wicket. He's got a mid-off and a mid-on and a point. He's in. He's got a slip. And the very first ball is effectively a half volley. And Da Silva says, thank you very much. And clicks it off his toes.
Welcome to the game. Welcome to Test cricket, lad.
Absolutely, yes. That's a very nice ball.
The day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Well, we wait to see whether it's a deliberate policy to hit Bashir out of the attack. It may be. We shall see.
If he bowls bare shite like that, he's going to be taken off. End of story.
Yeah. And that one is clipped by Da Silva, but this one is under control all along the ground to mid-on. No run.
Yeah, Da Silva's not going to pass up that opportunity.
Bashir in again, third ball of the over, and variation of speed and pace, and that hurries through, but he clips it very nicely down to long leg. Sees it all the way, and they'll come back for 2.
Yeah, don't forget Josh Da Silva got the century in the last West Indies series victory over England in an important innings in the Caribbean.
Yeah, getting here. We're getting some more comments here.
Good.
Well, we'll get to those because we've been let Hector do his thing for a bit. We must do that. Dot ball from Bashir to Da Silva, just to that man at short mid wicket. Run rate is fine, no problems there. 3.39. It's the wicket column which is the problem, but Holder and Da Silva are beginning to put something together here. Bashir in again, 5th ball of the over, gets right back on the crease, wouldn't want to miss that one, and clips it through down to deep square leg for a single. He moves on to 22, Da Silva, and Holder will face the last ball of the over. Takes guard, retakes his guard, facing Bashir.
I think you're underplaying it. They're definitely putting something together. This is a very important partnership, and the way they're both batting, there's no reason at all why they can't get keep batting together like this for the rest of the day.
Well, that might be a little optimistic, but we shall see. Defended on the front foot by Da Silva. At the end of the 44th over, the score remains on 149 for 5. What's happening in the West Indies, Hector?
Well, Renal Joseph says yes, Trinidad here. Couple hundred emojis. Nick Chaddy, Trinidad tuned in always. Carl Jacob, lovely, entertaining commentary. Anthony Henson says Jason Holder's from Barbados. Veronica Comrie, Jamaica, call these two to take us to 200, ? And Eugene LeBird listening from the Bronx, New York area. So that's quite
awesome. Thank you very much, guys, for letting us know that. And please let us a follow-up question to all of you, please, because we love this interaction. That's what we're all about. Is tell us where you're watching it and how you're spending your morning. Have you got the morning off work, or you got it on in the background? Is there a rum and coke on the go? Tell us all.
Stokes in again. First ball of his new over, his 11th over. Defended very solidly by Da Silva. Da Silva and Holder, the beginnings, as we've suggested, of what could hopefully, from a West Indian point of view, be a major partnership. They've taken no risks. 10 off 43, 22 off 49. But none is called for at the moment. It's very much a regroup and a reassessment exercise going on. Stokes in again. And Da Silva thinks about playing something a little extravagant and just gets a thick inside edge. back all along the ground, Stokes. He was using a lot of body language today. Doesn't seem entirely happy with what's coming out of his hand as he goes back, shaking his head. Few dark clouds beginning to muster on the horizon. Nothing to be concerned about as yet. Stokes, third ball of the over to Silver. Very high back lift. And then comes down straight as a die. Very orthodox defence, straight down to mid-on, dot ball.
I tell you, it's just so lovely to hear from our Caribbean listeners, because it's a great privilege to be bringing this coverage into your homes, particularly as the West Indies Cricket Board couldn't be bothered to stump up the money for a local radio service, which is amazing. They're meant to be helping the West Indies cricket team to grow its support, not killing it.
Does seem odd. Stokes in again. Clipped away down to deep square leg by De Silva, and that's Atkinson, I think, or is it Wokes patrolling a deep square leg. They just come through for one.
Well, a big
shout. 150 is up. The 150 is up for West Indies.
Shout out to, just before you get in there, Hector, shout out to Andrew Mason at the Voice of Barbados. He is the voice of the Caribbean cricket-wise. Thanks, Andrew, for making this link-up possible.
Yeah, so great to have everybody from the West Indies and one or two from elsewhere, like Brooklyn and Germany. We are very much an international broadcaster. Oh, that's a nice shot from Holder, but as so often in cricket, the nicest shots yield no runs. A good diving stop by Duckett at point.
Are we due a change, or has time just stood still for the last half an hour?
It's 12:08, so we might get one more over out of us after this. Well, I say it's 12:08. It's not 12:08 where you are. Whatever it is, 3:08 is it? It's 8 minutes past midnight in Melbourne, Australia. I don't know what time it is in West Indies or Brooklyn. Well, a bit of gust of wind blowing one of the bails. Adrian, the umpire's reset. In for Stokes for the last ball of the over, and he's got that away, Holder, and that's going to go all the way for one of these.
2, 3 the over. 2, 3 the over.
Well, we've had a lot of responses to Dave's question. Muttley Von Erich, I'm celebrating my birthday by listening to you guys and watching here. I don't have a TV licence, so can't do live TV or BBC, so radio it is. Happy birthday. Mayank, driving from Lisbon to Porto with a pit stop to the beach. It's 30 Celsius and no clouds, perfect for a swim. McCracy Joseph, listening from St Lucia in the background while I do my ceramic work. Renal Joseph, listening on YouTube from 10:06 AM in Trinidad. It's Christmas in July here. Just finished cook up a huge lunch for later.
Oh, and like a nice double, like a nice double down by Queen's Park, Yeah. Do good doubles there. That's the place to enjoy cricket. Queen's Park, Trinidad.
Listening in Madrid in a darkened room given the oppressive heat. And Jonathan Seafelt is listening in Austin, Texas, close enough that I claim to be Caribbean for today's purposes, sipping coffee, pretending to work from home whilst listening to the Gorillas.
Bashir in again, and that's a full ball, which De Silva negotiates to point, dot ball. And what do you make of Bashir? Do you think he could be a future long-term spinner, David, would you say?
No, go on, Hector, go on.
No, you go.
Go after this ball.
Well, just after this ball, we'll get back to you on that one. A little bit more loop on that one, and that's played down to mid-on, but just they come through for the single. Yes, Hector?
Well, I think the one thing about Bashir is it's pretty clear that he can learn quite quickly and absorb information. I know he works a lot with the spin coach Cheatham Patel, he said in a few interviews, and you could even see in the last test match out in the first innings he was bowling too straight and angling it into the right hander, and then in the second innings he was obviously advised to start drifting it away, and he did that perfectly and bowled really well, and of course he's really young, so I don't see why not. He can't have a long career in this test match.
It was a very impressive in-game application, wasn't it? And that's defended off the back foot by Holder, and obviously in the best possible interpretation of the word, a good sponge for all that information from his spinning coach. In fact, we saw them talking on the boundary at one point in the last test match quite a bit, and that's driven by Holder down to mid-on. They still hold on. Mid-on's quite deep. I think that's Stokes himself there. They come through for a single. Score moves on to 156. Holder to 50.
He's a tall man. I think 6'4". So he's obviously a slightly unique spinner in the sense that he comes from a very high attack point.
Yes, I remember Suleiman Ben for the West Indies. He was a very tall spinner as well.
Yeah, he was playing in the Legends. Have you been watching the Legends series, T20s?
I haven't, in fact. I haven't, no. Was he in the Legends, right?
Good to watch. Chris Gale was playing in that. Shahid Afridi.
Bashir in for his last ball of the over, and is to Josh De Silva, who's looking very composed and organised. Defends off the back foot. Dot ball, end of the 46th over. West Indies 1565, and I think we're due for a change in the commentary box. So I will see you all tomorrow.
Thank you, Forthy. You may retire to your bed while another Melburnian, Mog, rises from the crypt to join us. Thank you, Mog, for being with us. And welcome, David. You're on ball by ball now, but looks like you're going to have to drive the fucking jingle machine as well.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay, no problem at all. I can do that. I can do that, Jace. Jace, I can do that. Can I have a break? Yeah.
How are you, Mog? I think are we due a drinks break? No, we don't seem to be going to a drinks break.
I don't think so.
Oh no, that was I'm out of sync.
And David's just broken his coccyx.
Ooh, that sounds painful.
Testing.
Hugh Sheridan
testing.
says,
testing. One coccyx.
Yes, we hear
two
you.
coccyx. One testicle. Two. Right, I'm ready.
You can't count.
West Indies 156 for 5. This is the partnership for the
you
West Indies.
might ask Jason if he can do something about the on-screen appearances, which is probably not within your remit.
Jason has heard that, I think, as almost a live production note on air, given instead of a ball by ball.
Oh, it's fine at the moment because I'm not on screen. Everybody wins.
It was Atkinson. There was no run. Holders on strike 15, Silver 24. This partnership was, this is where the runs came from last time. West Indies did well against England in those moments in the last Test series in the UK. It came from these two. It didn't come from the top 6. They both moved up in order, one in the order since that tour. And Holder trots through for a single to go on to 16. I mean, I don't know whether you caught our discussion, guys, about Josh De Silva. He is opening batsman for Trinidad Tobago, and I think perfectly capable of going further up the order. But you can see why they want to play him at 7 because, it gives you another chance. He's perfect for this number 7 role. Here's Atkinson, and he's on his toes there and close that one down because, he's a very determined character, doesn't give his wicket away. And very lively personality, does his videos on YouTube and is always doing coaching stuff and fitness stuff and very friendly guy. You won't find anyone with a crossword to say about him, maybe other than Tevan Imlak, the reserve keeper, because he's keeping him out of the team. So probably doesn't like him.
That was going to be my next question. Who's the second best keeper in the country, in the setup?
Atkinson, that's swung round nicely by De Silva. There's a man back now on deep mid-wicket. Can you repeat the question, please, Mog?
Who's the second best West Indian wicket keeper?
Currently? Wicket keeper batsman.
Yeah, if De Silva's in the side,
wicket keeper batter.
More than a
Wicket keeper batter. Wicket keeper batter, Tevan Imlak, the guy who's on the tour, because he was the second highest run scorer behind Mikhail Louis in the 4-day championship last season. So he, to me, it was a very defensive selection to choose to give Kurt McKenzie another go. That's left through by Holder. He looked out of sorts in 2 tests. He's had his opportunity. You've got a guy in the wings bursting for a chance who's the second highest run scorer in domestic cricket. Give him a go. It was a very defensive position to keep the same team, to keep the same top 6 because they've failed too many times. Blind man can
English
see that.
idea of getting rid of 2,000-year-old Jimmy and keeping 800-year-old Wood and such in the side.
Yeah. Well, Messrs was saying earlier that we were discussing that, Anderson's come out, had to be retired and been rewarded with Wokes opening the bowling. Atkinson, that one's through to the keeper. I don't think that was what we, the public, had in mind when McCullum issued that statement or whatever about, reset, chance to build a new generation. I don't think we had Wokes bowling from one end. In part, in our calculations, why would you replace one aging bowler with another? And there's no sign in this series of any of these, new kids on the block, bar Gus Atkinson, but no sign of anyone else. And we'd already lost Broad, so that's a straight swap. Anyway,
I got an answer for you, David, from Hugh Sheridan. He says, "Hi, I'm taking a break from decluttering my house in Exeter." Oh, you're in Annie's territory.
Wow.
Also recovering from an Achilles tendonitis that prevented me from playing my first cricket match for Devon over 70s against Gloucestershire. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Well, I'm on the seniors circuit myself. I play 60s for Oxfordshire, and we absolutely smashed Essex yesterday. So I just come from Colchester, and I tell you that nothing in my cricketing life has given me more satisfaction than that. And that's outside the off stuff. Even making my international debut for Montenegro, which I did against part of that's 1 run out to 2 runs I think to Holder, out to deep cover point. Yeah, it was. You didn't. This didn't.
Were you a ring end? Were you?
I was.
Montenegro.
I beg your pardon.
What was your point of qualification for Montenegro? Did you live there for 2 years? Have you got a Montenegrin parents?
No. Much closer than that. Did
you buy a passport?
No. They were too short. Down the leg side.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Otherwise, they'd have gone out with 9. And it wasn't an ICC sanctioned event. It was organised by the Polish Cricket Federation, who has as yet outside the structure of cricket in the ICC. So they arranged their own tournament, the Euro Cup, to coincide with the Euros, and invited Montenegro to take part because there'd been contact between before defensive goes Holder, to join Poland, Latvia and Lithuania in a 4-team Euro T20 Cup. And it was so I was delighted to get my full cap, and I'm now seeking qualification for Montenegro.
Are you sure this wasn't a dream one night, David?
Well, no, to just repeat the dream, I'm going back to play Croatia with them in 2 weeks' time. I'll provide the documentary footage this time. Next time I'll take a picture of the bloody scorebook. I didn't realise I was going to be suffering from that type of credibility problem. Right, Bashir bowls, and that's paddled round that's paddled round the corner by Jason Holder. That's going to go all the way, and not just all the way, and I'm in the company of greatness. This is the most nervous I've been, I think, on Gorilla Messers. You know why?
Why is that?
I'm on with Mog, and I've got to play a jingle.
Yeah, that's right. Get it right. That's
pressure. And some of them are helpfully called, like, Mog 4, Mog 3, the difficult third album. They're not really giving you much, so I'm going to have to just take pot luck.
Just four.
Oh, perfect. Mog's got the jingles for every occasion, and that's played out. I mean, respect to you, Mog. I think your contribution to, guerrilla cricket, was it Test Match Sofa before that? I mean, it's just immeasurable. You add so much to the enjoyment of people. Just have a bit of music involved. It's just adds so much.
Turn it down.
Hey, listen, people on the Twitter, tell Mog, send him some. What do they call it these days? Gen Z. Send him some love before he dies, right? Now, I don't know why.
Is that a threat? What the hell?
It's a variation on, you move, the kid gets it. Right. One person who isn't moving is Trescothick, who doesn't look like he's moved for the entire length of this series. And he hasn't cut back on the sausages either, according to some reports. I couldn't comment. It's played out by De Silva to mid-wicket, and there's no one. That's the 50 partnership from 115 balls. So fantastic effort by these two. And it shows that every time you write this West Indies team off, they'll come and remind you that they're capable of counter-punching. The question is, can they do it consistently enough? And usually, in the away conditions, the answer's been no, and on home conditions, the answer's been yes.
Oh, look at that imposing 165 they've grafted to.
Well, once it gets over 200, it'll look good. And that's played round the corner by De Silva. You have to appreciate, Mog, my comments that might appear objective. I'm completely biased because I've got my own. No, because I've got my own sort of meagre savings invested in Josh De Silva in two ways. First way, I put 20 quid on him to be the highest scorer. And then, but secondly, and more importantly, and journalistically, I'm doing some content for Rhino Bet, who are providing the Cricket Council service, and I wanted to, put other people on to this so that they could share in the joy that a 7-1 winner would offer. So it's almost a branch of social service.
Worth.
Well, you more than anyone, Mog, have shown your complete disregard for it. So that's exactly your secret. Would you say? Is that the thing that makes Mog Mog? Always doing the opposite.
Show disregard
for any convention. Any convention.
Most of them.
Must be difficult.
I'm using structured language. That's good enough.
Well, we're privileged.
I'm keeping my most trenchant and vile commentary to myself.
The inner dialogue. Is that published anywhere? It's driven up by, maybe posthumously, driven up mid-off by Holder. There's a chase for Root. And no, it's not Root, it's Bashir. Sorry, Giants, I need to go and get my glasses. I thought that was, there's no possible, I'm sitting on my glasses. That's better. Right, now we're talking.
Is this because you got eyes in your ass?
Now I'm going to provide a proper commentary. Before it was just vague, like an abstract painting. I can vaguely see something going on.
You suddenly realise you're watching cricket and not High Lie or something.
Here's Atkinson, he bowls, and De Silva's off the back foot, plays it out to extra cover. Good understanding between the two of them. They've batted well together many times before. Got a good understanding, huge amount of respect for each other. They take a single. Yeah. Yes, indeed. De Silva on 28. What's your reading of the situation, Mog, now then? From you described the contribution of these, I think the score of 170 as meagre. At what stage would you revise that view?
Oh, if these two put on another 100,
okay,
I think I'd be much more confident.
Right, I'm sure they'd be much happier knowing now they've got a clear target from Mog. Hopefully that message through our network of contacts that starts with Roland Butcher but doesn't end there. Once that message gets into the West Indies dressing room, I give it a couple of hours and that message will go through.
Just pass on 300. I want 300.
So we've got responses. Rionel Joseph says he's in Trinidad. It's 10:09 a.m. now. Cot Admin says it's 10:09 a.m. Holder 4. Andy Hazard is from Trinidad but living in the USA. Good job, guys. Cressida Evans says listening from Salvador, Bahia, northeast Brazil, a bit further than the Caribbean, also pretending to work. Total fail on converting any Brazilians to Test cricket. Keep it up. Listen from Jamaica is Gordon Dixon. Muckley.
What's up,
if
Gordon?
Messi and Mog coordinated their backgrounds, folks might believe they're in the same room. I tried to find a background like Mog's, but it's I couldn't find anything quite as creative as his background.
What with blue shelves and Daleks?
Yeah,
there's a lot of those around.
What's going on, Roland, or Gordon, I should say, or should I say, what's up?
No, you shouldn't.
That's played defensively by De Silva. There's no run, so we're on West Indies 170 for 5. De Silva is on strike on 28. Jason Holder 25. It's it's a good fight back, and Bashir is on, and that's tickled away by De Silva. I wouldn't say these two looked in a great deal of discomfort. Listen, guys, treat for everyone at tea time. We haven't had tea yet, have we? This day has lost all meaning during this partnership because everything's just stopped, hasn't it? We were saying before, when you're at the ground, it's a delight. I don't know about you, Messers, to have a period of calm where nothing is happening for an hour.
I always like calm.
Yeah. And that's played away by De Silva. Especially if has been exciting, there's been a collapse, just to make sure that the game's going to continue. Yeah, it's going to be a long one. These guys aren't going anywhere. We don't mind that. the neutrals will want the game to go on, not be a short game, you know. And so we're very happy with nothing happening for an hour or so, and I think these two have done a good job at that.
That's exactly why I tend not to like going to T20 matches,
Yeah.
because they are just constantly frenetic.
Oh, less than
And
the
this
tempo
music
go over the
between
top by
balls.
Holder. He took a risk there, and he didn't make contact. That's the first sort of really full shot that I've seen, but I didn't have my glasses on until the last over.
So Martley says, was it cricket Van Gogh style then, Dave? Oh, you got a big inside edge on that.
Here comes Bashir now, bowling over the wicket. He gives the ball a bit of air. Jason's gone. Holder's gone for a big one. It's gone for 6, hasn't it? Or was it first bounce 4? No, it's 4 runs. But it didn't bounce too far inside the boundary. So good on Jason Holder. He's shaken the crowd out of their slumber, and he goes for an absolutely super shot. You know, when I say it was a super shot, I mean it was a really super shot. You know, one of those shots that you want to sit back and appreciate many times on a replay. And here comes
breaking the shackles.
Yeah, here comes Bashir. And so Holder's gone for another one. This is straight and beautifully clubbed. It's 6 runs to Holder, and that is a shot of some contempt. And you can see Ben Stokes is having to do some thinking now. This game's getting away from them, and the West not getting away from them, but they had it under control, and now this is a full stage. This is a fully fledged recovery, because that shot was of complete command. It was dead straight, and as a bowler, believe me, I know what it feels like to be hit, say, by the Lithuanian bowler, not just for 6, but for 12. But for 12
from Vilnius.
Yeah, but for 12, it went over the pavilion and over the house next door. These guys are all from the continent, the nation of India. 16 teams. One guy from Bangladesh. I forgot him. And in fact, he was the best player of the lot for Poland. I mean, Mark Wood's coming on.
Well, speaking of that, we've got James Armstrong's listening in the Karst region of Slovenia. Ian Edgings says, good morning, guys, listening from St Kitts Nevis, the Louis Brothers country. Don't worry about the foul language. I'm a regular listener to Guerrilla Cricket. And Leah says, listening from Germany near Cologne and getting ready to commentate the evening session live in German. Sorry.
This is a short ball from Wood, which in the end, did he duck or did he not make contact, Mog? What did you think?
My screen skipped just at the wrong moment.
Right. That was a real hospital pass in that case, that question, wasn't it?
Thank you. I'll note that down in my big book of grudges.
It's a huge book. Yeah.
It's multiple volumes.
He didn't duck. He swung and missed really badly, although I think he was probably in the end deliberately playing over it.
Here comes Mog. Is it possible that we could do a couple of there's nothing happening because Silver wasn't ready. Is it possible, Mog, that because I'm a musician as well, play the keyboards and stuff and write stuff. Is there any chance we could do a couple of jingles together?
I have no reason to say no.
No, but do you need to think of one? Do you want time? It's like that time when someone said, I said, look, I need to think about it. It was a purchase of quite a large item, like a car. And the guy said to me, what is it you need time to think about, David? Is it my personal integrity?
Personal hygiene?
Here's Wood, round the wicket. De Silva plays that back to Wood, and there's no run.
Your proclivity is for jazz more than anything else,
Yes.
isn't it, David?
I am the guy in the fast show who turns to the camera and says, nice.
Play me some diminished sevenths and we'll see what you can do.
Diminished sevenths sounds very interesting.
Well, I mean, I'm into Mog, if we can have a musos conversation for a second. Sorry, messes. No, I don't know. It's modal. I love all modal music, so Thelonious Monk would be right up there for me. Then outside, down the leg side, and there's no run. But I fancy doing some modal jingles with you on a Sri Lankan cricketing theme.
That'll involve trying to work out how to get names like Pushpaka Mara into a rhyme.
Exactly. And not difficult to get it into a rhythm, is it? That's down the leg side and there's no run. Wood.
As far as jazz goes, I'd be very interested in all the notes that you're not playing. I'd like to send me a compilation of those. We'll see how we go.
Wood's running in like a Sherman tank. De Silva makes good contact, but there's a man at long leg just take a single. And so both in their 30s now. De Silva 30, Holder 35. I reckon around about this time, Mog, when a guy's got 30 and another guy's got 35, you'd say it was a proper partnership, wouldn't you?
Oh, I think they've done a fair enough job. I wouldn't say that the gate is open and the horse is bolted as far as England's concerned, but the horse is probably looking at the fence thinking I could get through there.
Many's the horse that have thought that, but come down in
Was
the
that
last...
too tortured an analogy?
Well, no, many a horse have thought that, but they've still come down in the last at Cheltenham.
I've got to say...
They all think they can jump it, don't they?
The wicket's not helpful, but I don't think the England bowling's been particularly great.
Well, that's an example there of a bouncer that was just too high to trouble even Jason Holder at 6'7" and a bit. You know, it just didn't... It was too high. It was just like, you know, bouncing... No, Wood's not... Well, the crowd are certainly not getting behind him as they did in the last Test match where he bowled that explosive spell without much luck. Today, he bowled a great ball to get out Kirk Mackenzie earlier. Middle stump threw out the ground. But otherwise, it's been kind of slim pickings for Woody. He bowls now to Jason Holder, who covers up but plays it comfortably off his legs. That's Holder using his height. And, you know, I've seen Jason Holder many times for Barbados. I covered Barbados first-class cricket messes for about 2 or 3 years. So I had 3 seasons of watching every first-class match in Barbados. And that was just when Jason Holder was getting established in the team. And I always loved his batting. He always batted 6'7", never batted lower than that. And I loved his attitude. And whenever I've seen him since then, I always say the same thing. Never said anything different. And it's a sort of running gag. I say, keep on doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
And he does. He does.
Carlos has joined us. He's listening from just outside Cos Tower. Little evidence of cricket singular, but loads of crickets plural. St Elmore Horse is listening from Bobo Hill in Trinidad. Philip from Trinidad. Every Test series, West Indies' excuse is always a young side. Poor excuse. I'm fed up with it. I'll break off.
Oh, I missed that one. Messers. What did I miss?
It's a lovely off drive from Holder to a pitched up ball from De Silva, but only went out to deep cover for a single.
Sorry, I got lost in a very amusing message I received, which I will endeavour to pass on to the general amusement of people. But I missed that ball. Here comes Bashir, tosses it up. That's nicely driven by De Silva. It's beaten the infielder, and surely that's going to beat him to the boundary. No, it's going to be pulled in by the man who beat in the first place. Come in number 88, and that would be Zach Crawley. No, that's not Harry Brook, is it?
It is Brook, I think. Yeah.
I told him not to get 88 on his back, and he just ignored me. One Brook.
2 well-proportioned ladies.
Ooh.
187 suits you, sir. 187 for 5.
Throwback, Mark.
Yeah. And that's forward to it. Got a treat for you at tea time, Messers, which is not far away. Annie will be telling us all about her views on this Test series, how much she's enjoyed it, her thoughts on the 50 over competition, the Blast County Championship, of course, and players to watch within the County Championship. And interesting chat with Annie coming up at tea time. I know it's going to be interesting because
displaying her knees again.
Yeah, I don't know about that. No, I think in fact her hands are in an unusual position, almost propping up her chin as though it needed supporting. But I looked to see if there was a kitchen ledge or something there, but no, there wasn't. Here comes Bashir bowls, and Holder plays that to mid-wicket. So don't go anywhere at tea time, everyone, on Gorilla Cricket. Stay with Gorilla Cricket because we've got some tea time entertainment for you. I know in the Caribbean you like to have your little tea time entertainment. And what we've got for you today is Annie Chave. Those of you in the Caribbean may not know, she, apart from being a regular Guerrilla Cricket contributor, County Cricket Matters is her thing, all about first-class cricket. Here's Holder, he's over the top, and that's beaten mid-off. I thought for a moment, no, he was just looking over his shoulder at that. Went 3 bounces. I mean, that was a shot of some command. In a way, some would say that it was, I don't know, a super shot maybe. Do you think? Would you agree, Mog, that would be a...
Not nearly as super as your slick work on the wheels of steel there. All the platters that matter. I think they've taken a bit of a liking to Bashir's bowling.
It's not a helpful wicket for him to be bowling on, is it?
I mean, he did bowl very nice spell in the last match, but that's what you're going to get from him, a few very nice spells, followed by a lot of free scoring against him. He's not going to be a containing bowler. It's not like giving us 1 run to Just Silva from this new over from Wood. It's not like having someone, guys like Liam Dawson, who brings you an economy rate, a control. He gets annoyed if he gives away 1 run. That's why to me he was the obvious pick, both for the Tour of India and for this series. And I'm amazed that they've gone for this rookie policy, because fine as a second spinner, but he hasn't got the stats or the experience to put in consistent performances that you want from a spinner. He's no Graham Swan. He's in the early stages of his career. He's capable of a Graham Swan spell once in a while. Holder waits for Wood bowling round the wicket to him, and Holder fends it down. It's not in any danger. There is a man short square leg, but there's no short leg in at this stage. West Indies 192 for 5. I mean, the reason, going back to the funny message I received earlier, it was in relation to the video of Foxy Fowler, Foxy in the Guerrilla Cricket Garden. Have you seen this? Foxy, who's fascinated by our coverage, he comes up to the window, but who was the Greek hero who got too close to the sun, Mog?
Icarus.
Thank you very much. God, if that was a hospital pass, we're in trouble. That's tucked away for a single by Holder. It's deep square leg, and he goes on to 42 now, Holder. This is the point where my knees start trembling with excitement at the thought of a possible financial gain, which I'm sorry to say is all too important in my life, to have these little victories. And I tipped up Holder and De Silva as my 2 highest scoring West Indies batsmen. So Holder's on 42, De Silva's on 34, but they've got Craig Brathwaite to beat, and he came in messes at, was it 62?
61.
61. So, but still a bit of knee trembling going on, especially with the account at 0 at the moment.
Nothing like an afternoon knee trembler.
That's just helped on its way down to long leg for a single. I'm not saying I'm not Carey Street, as we say. Does that term mean anything to you, Mog?
Just to do with Wayne Carey?
No.
Former Australian rules legend and all-round unpleasant chap?
No, Messers is going to do yeah?
Is it where you end up when you're broke?
Yes, it's where you end up when you're broke. We always
is that
say...
Is that debtor's prison is?
You always say, if someone says, can I take a second biscuit if you're having them round for tea? You say, hey, we're not on Carey Street, love. Help yourself.
Are they saying that in some sort of dialect from the 1400s?
Yes. There's life that hasn't changed in the 1400s. This is Wood bowling round the wicket, and that's defensively. So, at tea time, production note, Jason in the green room, can you please come to the studio, please, to tee up the interview with Annie Chave, because in case I hadn't made it clear, Mog, it is pre-recorded. I've got to put my feet up now.
No, that's disappointing.
Well, it's time for tea.
I was hoping for more of your wit and stellar work on the keyboard there.
Computer
keyboard, that is.
But I'm hoping that there's a possible chance of doing a jingle with you in time for the Sri Lanka series.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball. 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
On the floor. 2 and 1 more ball than the 4 to 4. That's what 4's
I
for.
take back my comment
on the
about your
dance
skillful
floor.
work on the keyboard.
Oh yeah.
Wow, that was a full-on blast. George McPherson says this is poor from England. 0 aggression yet again. The bowlers need to get a bloody move on if they're to bowl like the West Indies and then get a bat today. Bennett Bob Chubbs listened from Basel in Switzerland. At 29 degrees, beautiful sunshine on my balcony with a nice bottle of Jamila and a selection of cheeses. Thoroughly enjoying the coverage. God, Bob, you make me thoroughly jealous. You really
Sweet
do.
zombie cheeses.
Yeah. And we're off for tea, I think. Carl Herbert says, as described in the commitments, jazz is musical masturbation. There's nothing wrong with masturbation, musical or otherwise, in my view. Leah says, well, switching over to my channel for the day. See you all tomorrow. See you, Leah. Thanks for being with us. And Anthony Henderson says, very good going from these two guys from Santa Cruz and Trinidad. Carla says, any sign of turn from Bashir? Absolute minimal turn. He's gone for 35 off 5 overs. And much as Stokes tends to back his bowlers, it's not a wicket for an off spinner who's not a containing off spinner. So I
save him for the wrapping up the tail, maybe.
Yeah. So that's up to date. Now, I'll just see if there's anything over on Twitter, which I haven't looked at lately.
No, we can do it after the break. We've got Annie waiting to come on.
Okay.
Letters, yeah. So thank you very much indeed, gentlemen, and Mog as well.
Oh, you son of a...
So we got some. Don't go too far, Mog. We might need your contribution on this, and that's because I'm very happy to be here with Annie Chave, and just to be sure that everything went okay, we pre-recorded it, and with our very, very good friends at RhinoBet, which we say a big thank you to RhinoBet for allowing us to use your content, as it were, the RhinoBet Cricket Council, and the two councillors on today, myself and Annie. We actually met up yesterday. Yes, there's pre-production. We met up yesterday and pre-recorded this in the style of a musical act.
Well, I'm absolutely delighted to be here with Annie Chave, BBC commentator on the county circuit, editor of County Cricket Matters, and writing a weekly column in the cricket paper, which appears every week during the summer. Annie, thank you for sparing the time. I know you're up in Lancashire at the moment, about to watch the one-day match there. But thinking about, how did you enjoy the last test match, the second test at Nottingham?
I loved it, especially, I loved the beginning bit of it. I loved the fight back from the West Indies. That was just fantastic. That wonderful partnership. It was just glorious. And then I quite liked the fight back from England as well. I think they played really well. But it was so disappointing in the last innings. Luckily for me, I was watching another game and I wasn't party to it, but I came home and was really disappointed by the result because it had everything set up and it would have been wonderful to have left the series 1-1 and, just make something of the last game.
Looking ahead to the third test, Edgbaston. Excited about that?
Yeah, I'm always excited about Test cricket, whatever. I mean, and the West Indies have got something to prove, and they proved in their second game how much better they are when they've actually had a little bit of time to get used to the conditions as well.
Exactly.
There was some fantastic batting and some good bowling as well. Really good to see. So I would love them to really come back at England and get a positive result from the end of this series.
Yeah, as you say, complete lack of preparation before the test. It wasn't their fault. England hadn't arranged any warm-up matches for them apart from one against England under-19 team. So it wasn't any preparation really. Yeah, they're going to get better as the series goes on, as we saw. They scored over 400 in the first innings.
Which is a fantastic result. Really, really good.
So England, England batters that, a lot of them are hitting form. Harry Brook, Joe Root, not the skipper Ben Stokes yet. If I gave you a tenner to put on a high-scoring England batsman in the first innings, England batter, who would you go for?
I would go for Harry Brook, just because I think he has all the qualities of a really good Test player. He can hang around, he can score slowly, but he can also really destroy a team as well and penetrate the field a lot. Joe Root is magical player, but I never feel as confident when he's batting as I do Harry Brook. So, right. And Stokes, wonderful player, but I do feel like he plays under pressure much better. I think he's a pressure player.
Yeah, he needs the odds against him. Go for it. Yeah, when he runs on the ball, when Ben Stokes comes in, he's got nothing to really add. I think that's true. So I'm not going to go for him. But what about the openers, Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett? Duckett's looked the better of the two so far, but Zach Crawley, would you stop it? I mean, I wouldn't discourage anyone from thinking about him. Do you think he's going to come good in this test?
He usually has a good test, doesn't he, or a good score. I think he's a really nice player to watch, and he can really score fast when he gets going. I just don't know. He's not. It wouldn't be the first person I would put on. I'd go for Duckett more than I would go for Crawley, just because Duckett's a bit of a bulldog. He's a terrier. He'll just keep fighting, and I think they have a really good partnership now with the tall and the small. Yeah. I think it really works. It's bizarre how hard that makes it for them.
For the bowling team, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking at James Smith. Picked because of runs in county cricket, which must please you as the editor of County Cricket Matters. Great read. I really enjoy. I just love that publication because county cricket needs that sort of love and care. It's not being given it by the England Cricket Board, really. But that must please you. Jamie Smith coming out of county cricket and performing so well for England.
I mean, he's a real product of basketball, isn't he? You can see that in everything he does now. It's a real positive attitude that he's got, and that's partly from Surrey. They are a really positive team, and they've worked really well together, and he's worked really hard. He's got something to prove because he's not as good a keeper as Ben Stokes. Ben Folkes, sorry. Too many Bens and Folkes.
Well, let's pull the whole thing off.
He's not as good a keeper as Ben Folkes, but he isn't a bad keeper, but he's a real he's a real run scorer. So
talking of Surrey, the other player that Surrey have produced and developed and put straight into the Test arena, Gus Atkinson. What a debut he had! I mean, in the first Test. Do you think he's the one to watch in terms of the top wicket taker for England? Would you say Atkinson? I mean, we didn't miss Jimmy Anderson.
I don't know. I mean, we do. Of course, we'll always miss Jimmy Anderson.
Of course we missed him.
Atkinson, I mean, the conditions were really perfect for him in that first Test, and I'm not knocking anything. I was there. It was overcast. It was, it was a good time to bowl for him, and he's got that extra little bit of pace, and he used it really well. Whether he'll get lots more wickets, I don't know. We shall have to see. It's going to take some to get past that opening Test for him, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go for Chris Wokes. On his home ground, Warwickshire player, much underrated, but really successful in home conditions. I'm looking at Chris Wokes to be the leading wicket taker. Would you discourage me from that?
I think it's quite a good shout, actually. I saw him play a couple of weeks ago against Somerset, and it was only his second game of the season, and he was looking tired. He wasn't looking right at all. And since then, he's had a bit more time, obviously, with the Test match. And, he's had a bit of time to play, and he's getting better and better. And I think, like you say, he's good in home conditions, and especially at Edgbaston. So, it could be a good shout.
Do you think England will make any changes to the team?
I don't think they will.
No. Annie, it's a pleasure to speak to you. You're about to watch Lancashire against Durham. One of the most picturesque grounds in the country. The outground of, is it Sedberg School?
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. I've been down this afternoon to have a look, and then all practice. It's just the backdrop of the hills is absolutely stunning, and the church, and it is glorious. So I cannot wait. Yeah, and the weather's set there, so it should be a good one.
And this is in the much neglected 50 over competition, now the Metro Bank 50 over competition. Now, you're writing a column for the cricket paper, and you've come up with a very interesting suggestion as to what to do with that neglected 50 over tournament. Tell us your suggestion.
Yeah, so I just wondered, because they call the 50 over competition now the development competition, and I wonder what they're actually developing the players for, because it doesn't seem like people want the 50 over format. So I wonder if it would be better to use a red ball, because it's sunny anyway, and you should be using a red ball in the daytime, and give it maybe 60 overs. I'm happy with 50 overs, but 60 overs maybe, even wear whites. Give it a red ball so that format, and also I think there should be unlimited overs, and
for bowlers.
A caveat that
unlimited overs for bowlers.
Yeah, for bowlers. Yeah. A caveat that they should bowl 20 overs of spin, so that I think it would be a really interesting way of getting some red ball skills into these players, and that is a proper development. It makes sense to develop that side, and also we get to watch a bit of red ball cricket when there's bugger all red ball cricket around.
I love that idea. When I go to an all-day match starting at 11 o'clock, and the sight screens have got the all blacked out, and they're playing with a white ball, makes no sense. It's a lovely summer's day. Play with a red ball, wear whites, I love that idea. Draw me back into watching the Metro Bank, which is obviously taking...
So anyway, that's just as... Yeah.
It's taking place at the same time as the 100. How do you feel that's going?
What, being done at the same time as the 100?
Well, no. How do you feel about the 100?
It's got all the icing on the cake, hasn't it? It's got everything it needs. It's got loads of money poured into it. It's got loads of advertising, and they're trying to make it the best thing to sell. So consequently, it's trampled on the 50 over game. The format itself, I have no problem with. I'm not that bothered by it either way, and I'm pleased that it's given a platform for women's game. The counties were really slack at doing anything about the women's game, and this has given the women's game a bit of a boost, and that needed to happen. I think it possibly would have happened anyway, but I'm not 100% sure that it would.
The women's game is really taking off. I mean, I see it all around the country. England have got some international assignments coming up, I think, in the women's game.
Yeah. I love international cricket, so I much prefer, watching the women's international games. I haven't seen any of the women's 100, but I gather it's it's good
Annie,
for the women, so that is a good thing.
County Cricket Matters. How do we get hold of a copy of County Cricket Matters?
Well, we've got a website, County Cricket Matters.
.com.
Yeah, and you can order them online. They're also available on Amazon, I think.
Every quarter, is it?
It's every quarter, yeah. So the next one's due out in September. And what it is it's basically just lots of articles about county cricket.
Great.
And some it's
give us one player. Give us Give us one player that you've seen on the county circuit this year who's going to be representing England in the future. Who would it be? I bet they're from Somerset.
There probably will be, yeah. I just think James Drew has all the attributes. Sorry, I know.
James
it's very
Drew.
predictable.
No,
but
it's a good pick. James Drew. Tell us about him.
He's got all the attributes. He's a young, so he's only 19. He's a young lad who is a wicket-keeper batsman, but he's just got that ability to occupy the crease. He's got a really wise head on his shoulders, and he understands the game really well. And he's just last season he got 5 centuries for Somerset. He's only had one this season so far, but he just makes that crease his own. He's a really good.
Like musicians with the difficult. Yeah, it's like musicians with the difficult second album. His second. More
that's right.
Anyone else you'd like to pick from the ranks? Who would you like to see given a chance later in the summer?
Yeah, I mean, the guy in Durham who Ollie Robinson.
Yes.
I would have thought it's all wicket keepers, isn't it? But
how many wicket keepers can he get into a team? He's good with the bat. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's been fantastic on the county scene, so I really think he should be in the shout. But it's hard. I'll
give you a
like
name. Give you a name to what?
Butler.
As you know, I'm following Sussex now after a difficult 2 or 3 years where I was papering.
Yeah.
James Coles comes from Oxfordshire, learnt his cricket in Oxfordshire, a product of the partnership between Oxfordshire and Sussex, which is a very innovative way of, developing the funnel of players. Bowls very well, has in all formats, but his batting, number 5, I think he's an exceptional player. James Coles would be my tip for the top. I thought it would be Tom Haynes, Sussex opener, but almost Coles has taken over from him. And just to give us a quick word on county scene, Surrey are probably like Manchester City of the county circuit.
They sure are. Yeah.
Are they guaranteed to win Division 1 of the county championship this year?
They've got to have a pretty bad run of games to not do so. They are 20 odd points ahead, I think. Somerset are second, and then very close Essex there. I can't see them not winning because they have such a long array of players, a big array of players, and so I wouldn't be surprised if they did win again.
I think Sussex will win Division 2. Metrobank,
so.
Metrobank 50 over. Who do you see winning that? It's kind of like development now, isn't it?
Yeah.
A lot of the main players will be playing in the 100.
I think,
do you have a pick for the?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, well,
would it be one of the teams?
Probably
would it be one of the teams that don't lose too many players?
Yeah, like Middlesex have only lost 3 or something, but they're just playing so badly this season. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Gloucester does quite well. They've had a really good season. It's really unpredictable. It's so hard to know because I'm not 100% sure who's lost which players, and I'll only sort of discover that. I mean, Keaton Jennings playing for Lancashire tomorrow, he's a really good player, obviously. So there's still some around that are playing the 50 over game. So we shall see. As I go around a bit more, I'll find out who is actually staying and not being taken away.
I'm going to go for a wild card, Northants, because they've got Prithvi Shaw, the Indian, prolific Indian batsman who's dropped because he's overweight. That won't matter in North. That won't happen. That won't matter in Northampton. He can eat all the pies he wants there. No one's going to get on his back, particularly after he scored that double century in the tournament last year. Annie, just to end, why does county cricket matter? It's under attack from franchise cricket. It's under attack from even the governing body. What makes county cricket special for you?
Well, I mean, is partly the history, and people will, history, but it's important. You know, we've grown up looking at what great players have done, and it really matters when you look around the walls and you see these players, and it matters to the players as well. You know, they want to be part of that. Yeah, but also, I mean, having done my magazine now for nearly 5 years, getting on 4.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. I've had so many people write to me and say how important it is to them and how important it is what I'm doing. Just so many people. It's been unbelievable. I really, really cannot exaggerate how many people it matters to. And that's the community, the camaraderie, you know, and community is massive. And I think we saw in...
Andy, can you imagine, say, football deciding to scrap all the football clubs and replacing them with teams like Northern Superchargers, and let's pick the best players from Tottenham and the best players from Arsenal and put them in the same team. That would get no one. Yeah. No one would turn up.
Oh yeah, they'd love that, wouldn't they?
They wouldn't love it at all.
Yeah. No, I mean it's I do get that the 100 has brought in some new fans in terms of they have some ownership of this new format, and I kind of get that.
And we're back, and Bashir is going to continue his spell after tea, and the first ball is a dot. I'm joined by Hector. I'm joined by Mog. Let me just get you properly on screen, Mog.
No rush.
I think, Mog, aren't you slated to do some ball by ball?
Me? God, no.
Okay, I'll take it. Well, rock, paper, scissors. 1, 2, 3.
You go.
That was worked around the leg side by De Silva for a single. There we go. And Bashir to continue. To Holder. Looking every inch is 6'8". That's played defensively off the back foot. Now, what are England going to do after tea? They had a fairly turgid session before tea where they didn't look very threatening but didn't concede many runs either. What are they going to do to change the impetus of the game at the moment? That's again worked into the leg side, off the back foot, but there's not enough space there for a single.
Well, exactly as you were saying at tea, it almost seemed as if Ben Stokes was trying to get through to the new ball, which isn't just under 30 overs time. They need to do something. It was it looked very comfortable for Holder and De Silva. As you say, it was proper test match cricket, just seemed a nice lull in the middle of the afternoon.
Played off the back foot by Holder. He walks gently down the pitch in case Ben Stokes midfields and there's a chance of a single, but there isn't.
And another thing is this wicket, it just seems a little bit slow. Mark Wood didn't get the purchase that he would have liked. I mean, it seems strange to say it, but he was struggling to hit 90.
And that's a rinse and repeat off the back foot by Holder. That's the end of the over. 195 for 5 after 54 overs. Mog.
I'm going to assume that Ravi Shastri has made an appearance on the screen at some point, but
at the start of the game, in fact, I think.
Was because Jay Grover's just put him into an AI image generator with the Playboy Mansion, and he's very impressed with the results. So I guess he's Hugh Hefnered him up, I suppose. You could at least post the picture, Jay. Do some work.
And we also say welcome and thank you again after tea for all our supporters in the West Indies who are listening in to us. Hoping to see their team go on to bigger and better things.
Well, here as you said, Ben Stokes just trying to fashion something out of nothing. Mark Wood looks to be coming around the wicket, and very packed leg side field. Two boundary riders out in the deep and 4 people just packed around mid wicket.
I'll jiggle him up after this ball. That's short and sort of muscled into the leg side, but not timed by Josh De Silva. Easy single for him. In fact, easy 2 for him. He moves on to 38, and here's his jingle for Mark Wood.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy? Of course, except for just one thing.
What?
He thinks that he's a horse.
Right. What? Mark Wood gallops in, but it's poorly directed. It's down the leg side, and De Silva just catches up enough on it to place it neatly between the keeper and the leg gully, and that races away for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Brings up the 200 as well. These two done very well to steady the ship after a chaotic start to the afternoon session.
Edging in on the 100 partnership now. I think that's
Wood's showing his age.
Well, I think Hector and I were discussing this and agreeing. We think it's more the pitch is very bit unconducive to anything. That's short again by Wood. It's played it with some control down to Brook at long leg.
It does seem to have slowed up a substantial amount since this morning.
Since the hardness has gone out of the ball, there's really nothing happened. And I think it's cleared up overhead as well, so there's less swing around. The ball is essentially going straight now, and I think it's hard work for England to try and force the pace.
Well, exactly, and if these two batsmen can stay out there for a little while longer and pour on some more runs, and hopefully the West Indies can find themselves in a decent position come the end of this first innings.
Wood around the wicket, short and dealt with by Jason Holder. That is slapped over mid-wicket, all the way to the boundary. There's 1 or 2 bounces, and it's a lovely one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, that was always going to be an aggressive shot. You could see Jason Holder preempting the short ball, just cleared his front foot and just swiped that away through mid-wicket.
England aren't doing themselves any favours here. I mean, they've got a plan A, and everyone knows it's a plan A. Even the batsman knows it's a plan A, and he knows what's coming, and he can set himself up for it.
Yeah, it just seems a little bit too predictable.
Wood, that's another short ball that's worked round the corner, just short of the leg slip. Duckett takes a tumbling dive to stop it.
No one else would have been close enough to the ground to stop that.
But yes, Wood's putting in a lot of work here, banging the ball in halfway down the wicket for not a lot of reward at the moment. He's got 2 for 47 off 12.5. Let's see what he can get off the last ball of this over. Starts his gallop in. Reaches the crease. Another short ball. There's no surprise there. That's worked with some control down to long leg. Brook sprints into the boundary and fields it. Holder takes a single. He's on to 47. De Silva remains on 43. That's the end of the over, and West Indies are 207 for 5.
David Hughes says, nice recovery by these two. Would like to see the West Indies post 350 and give England a game, which would be good.
For the
Rakesh
neutral,
so
I think everyone is hoping that occurs. And probably
at least a day 5.
Yes, we've not seen a day 5 yet in this series.
Threatened them, but not seen them. Also, Jano 71 says Bashir is 6'8". Is he that tall?
No, he's 6'4", 6'5".
Holder's
Jason Holder is 6'8".
Holder's 6'8", yeah.
Bashir coming in with his collar turned up in a very sort of Joe Root style. That's an arm ball on the off stump. Holder just leans forward and pushes that into the offside.
Well, expensive from Bashir so far, 36 from his 6 overs so far without a wicket. But again, it's quite harsh to judge a spinner, especially a finger spinner, on the first day of the first innings of a Test match. There's not much in the wicket for him.
Bashir in again, flighted on the stumps. Holder defends resolutely. The ball comes back to the bowler.
There was a song in the late 90s, early 2000s called Pop Your Collar. Apropos of collars.
Yet again, that's played off the back foot by Holder, a slightly forcing drive off the back foot. But Bashir is across quickly to field that before it gets past him.
Well, the leg slips in for Holder here, probably preempting earlier on in the day. He played a very nicely timed paddle scoop for 4 off Bashir, so Pope has moved into leg slip.
And again, slightly shorter this time and worked off the back foot through mid-wicket to Crawley on the boundary. And they walk through for an easy single. I do believe I can hear the sound of a returning OG Gorilla and Test Match Sofa legend in the green room, so hopefully he will show his head around the corner in a minute. He'll be on in 30 minutes or so.
Is it Ditch?
It's not Ditch, but it is someone of that vintage.
Crikey.
Is that going to make it over the man? Yes, it is. Just that's floated and hit across the spin into the offside by Holder. By De Silva. He gets away with that. It went high into the air, over cover, but it falls short of the man coming in and short of the man chasing it from mid off.
Well, he was trying to emulate Jason Holder there, and just counter punch the floated delivery by Bashir, but ended up just playing with the spin up in the air.
Bashir comes in, attacking the stumps. That's moved to mid-wicket by Holder. That's the end of the over. West Indies are 209 for 5. Holder's approaching a half century. He's on 48. De Silva's not far behind him on 44.
I'm going to bring you some news from the Ireland-Zimbabwe test, where Ireland trail by 21 runs with 5 wickets in hand.
They've got back on. Excellent. That's moved forward somewhat because they were only 2 down when we went off earlier in the day.
Peter Moore made 79, and at the moment extras is 47.
Ooh,
okay. Which is
50 for extras. That's not good for somebody.
That's not excellent. What are they? 32 buys. Good lord. Well,
that's a lot of buys. That is an awful lot.
It is a lot.
Wood's going to continue. He's obviously had a nice rub down at tea time and sort of fettled him up, ready to give a full short power sprint in for a spell. Still round the wicket, and that's controlled by De Silva on the pull shot, but he doesn't time it, and he has a giggle about it. Played it with a slightly hunched shoulders. It was very odd, really.
Well, it just seemed a bit in 2 minds whether to go for it or not. It ended up just pulling out of the shot. The ball went through to Jamie Smith behind the stumps, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see what these two do. Jason Holder, I imagine, will try and take on the short ball. He did fall to the short ball of Gus Atkinson at Trent Bridge,
but that was propping forward in defence rather than playing an attacking shot.
Well, exactly. So that's why I'm just thinking he might get a little bit more aggressive against it.
And worked round off the hip by De Silva, past the guy at short square leg to duck it on at long leg.
I thought
no intent to hit anything aggressively there.
Well, exactly. I thought that's what Cavan Hodge did really well in the last Test match, is that he did look to take the short ball on, but it wasn't anything overreaching. He wasn't trying to hit the ball out the ground every delivery. It was very controlled, and he rode the deliveries of Mark Wood and Gus Atkinson really well, and just managed to use it to easily tick over the strike.
Brings Holder on to strike, and that's lifting on Holder. There's a tall man, and he gets up onto his full height to knock that down into the offside. This must be exhausting for Wood, having to bang in the ball, every ball, Neil Wagner style.
Well, these two 94-run partnership in the 27 overs so far. Done well to steady after the really chaotic start after lunch. That saw Hodge leave a Chris Wokes delivery onto his off stump.
Wood in. Bowls short. Now, has he got an edge on that? They're all going up for it, but the umpire is unmoved. And they haven't really got a review to gamble on here.
Well, it was a pretty convincing appeal. Mark Wood just already peeled off in celebration. Jamie Smith chucking the ball in the air. I wonder, it doesn't look like it.
No, Ben Stokes has bailed out. I think had they had 2 reviews, that probably would have been thought about potentially having a go at that.
Ooh, close to the glove actually.
Yeah. And that's the result of those 2 wasted reviews earlier in the day.
Be interested to see the result of that.
Yeah, we'll only really know, I think, from Snicko whether or not they got an edge on that one. When they
might have flicked his shoulder on the way past.
Either way, he remains. Wood's coming in again. And it's on the hip, slightly shorter this time. Holder fails to get that away off his hip. And here we go. It's no, there's nothing on the line there. I think that's a dodged bullet for England.
Well, yeah, well there it is. There, Jason Holder just slashing at it with a lot of bat speed, looking to clear the stands almost there. Would have been good if it came off, but lucky escape for him. Just missed the glove.
Yeah, if it hit him anywhere, it was hitting him on the upper half of the arm, which is not part of the bat. That's a fuller ball from round the wicket by Wood. Holder plays that out neatly towards wide mid-on. That's the end of the over.
How's GPL going? Did anybody enter that today?
Let me just...
Is it open today?
It was open today. Let me just look and refresh it. We have... If I can find the refresh... We have 10 entries, ranging from 323 to 383, which seems a bit high based on the current rate of scoring for West Indies. Of course, you have to factor in the potential runs that England may score when they come into bat, if they get into bat at all. Bashir's in, that's a dot ball for the first ball.
Well, if they do come into bat, it'll be interesting to see what Duckett and Crawley do. You'd imagine they'll just go after the bowling.
Crawley will go out for under 10, and then Duckett will carry on.
This time it's worked off the back, defensively off the back foot, into the big wide gaping hole at mid-wicket. Bear alert for an easier single.
Are you calling the bear a big wide gaping hole?
No, I'm just saying that there's a bear-shaped hole there because the bear would be there if he had his way.
On about it, yeah.
And there's a bit of a race on here to get to who's going to get to the 51st. They're both within a boundary of it now. Bashir in. That's outside off, spinning in to hit off, but defended by Holder.
Wonder whether Holder will let Bashir settle here. He's been expensive so far, but if he gets in a little...
I would bowl him a lollipop at this point. That's a bit too short for that. That's easily worked into the leg side. Through that vacant wide mid-wicket area again to Crawley. Holder moves on to 49 and gives the opportunity for De Silva to get to his 51st. West Indies 212 for 5. Bashir with a slightly expensive figures of 0 for 40 off his 7.5 over so far. That's short, and that was an opportunity to get to his 50, but De Silva just drilled the ball straight at Stokes at mid-wicket.
Well, then again, Bashir did buy both of his wickets in the first innings at Trent Bridge with the drag down.
It's a better ball, and De Silva plays it against the spin. Out to the man on the boundary. Easy single for him. He moves to 47. Retains the strike at the end of the over, which is 213 for 5.
Nicky says money on Holder to get to 51st. Well, if De Silva's on strike,
50-50 bet, I think. So whether De Silva can get a boundary with his shot on strike before Holder gets an opportunity. And given it's wood, we know where the ball's going to be landing and where you're going to have to play it to, as this fairly monolithic plan by England continues to be enacted. Wood round the wicket, bowling short. There's another one, and that's just knocked into the leg side to mid wicket for no run.
These two looking pretty comfortable against Mark Wood, not looking as threatening as he has in previous spells here. I wonder whether Stokes might go to himself potentially, maybe bring Chris Wokes back into the attack. Just seems a little bit futile this
well, if you're going to continue this short ball attack, I think Atkinson might get a spell fairly shortly, or even Stokes himself, both of whom are capable of banging the ball into deck just as well as Mark Wood. That's short by Wood again, as surprise surprise, flapped at by De Silva, who doesn't get a bat on that, and that goes through to Smith down the leg side.
Is this the bowler's plan or is it the captain's plan?
Got to be the captain's plan.
Actually, having had a look at that from side on, A, De Silva's actually lived with himself for missing it, and B, that's very close to a no ball for being for height. Certainly the one for the over. Wood sprinting in. Short, that's well directed by Wood. That's right at the badge of the helmet. Squared De Silva up very much, and he does very well to knock it into a vacant space on the leg side.
Yeah, that was better by Mark Wood. I am thinking it's got to be Ben Stokes' plan, surely. If you're Mark Wood, you're not going to want to do that to your body every single delivery. But that was a well directed, as you say, Jason, right on his gloves. Josh De Silva just jumps up to meet the length of the ball. And
I know it's instinct, but my instinct as a defensive batsman is just get under, get out of the way, let them expend the energy and go again. But if you want to score runs, you've got to find some way of getting bat on ball. That's on the leg stump and worked away to square leg where Stokes has positioned himself.
Visibly frustrated. This field is very much packed on the leg side. You've got,
it's very leg theory.
I think 4 men inside the ring on the leg side, and then 2 or 3 even boundary riders.
Yeah, there's only 2 men on the offside, I think.
Yeah, and then a gully, no slips, but a gully. I think Joe Root is there. So an unconventional field, but then that is always the way nowadays.
I wonder if they assess the pitch as being fairly stodgy and stolid. Therefore, that's why the slips are out. That's short, worked off his hip, and do they rush through?
I think he got sent back there from Holder. He just looked. De Silva looked as if he wanted a single, but Holder was having none of it. It's all Ben Stokes at a square leg.
Yeah, Stokes is quite good at getting the ball out of his hands as soon as he gathers it. So probably a good choice by Holder. The last thing they want in this recovery is a stupid run out.
And one of the mid wickets seems to be moving behind square now. No, Ollie Pope getting the helmet on to go in at short leg. He's been effective so far this series in that position.
He's going for the in-out strategy, I think. Wood in. And that's on off stump. In fact, just slightly outside of off stump with the angle. Chopped down on by De Silva. That's the end of the over. Which these are 213 for 5. That was a maiden.
Over on the Twitters, Farong says, nice partnership here rebuilding the West Indies innings. Both batters are approaching 50. Is it squeaky bum time for our friend David Brooke?
There's a little wiggle room yet. They still need about 15 runs on each batsman before they exceed Brathwaite to be the highest scorer of the Test match.
I thought he had De Silva as the highest.
He had
I
both.
think he's got them as.
He's got the pairs being the joint first and second highest
Oh,
scorers.
okay.
They've got to beat Brathwaite 61 earlier in the day. We have a change. It's going to be this guy returning to the attack on his home ground, so that might give you a clue.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
And surely this is going to result in a change of strategy, because there's no way that Chris Wilkes can bang it in the same way as Mark Wood, Ben Stokes and Gus Atkinson can.
No, exactly. Maybe this is the right decision for England, just to bowl a little bit fuller. First slip is in place, and as well as a gully and more of an offside field, so perhaps they're just looking to play a bit more conventional cricket. The short ball has been dealt with well by both De Silva and Holder so far.
And Bashir has been ineffective, which is why he's been withdrawn. I also wonder whether or not they are going to just use Chris Wilkes to work out if there's going to be any reverse swing with the older ball now.
Well, he is probably the most prominent at finding that reverse.
Anyway, he's in. That curves very gently, but it's straight onto the middle of the bat, and Holder pushes that outside off stump. Stokes gives it a chase. He's going to stop it inside the boundary, but Holder gets 2. That's going to be his 50. Well batted, Jason Holder. He's now 51 off. Well, he's 13 Test 50,
or something.
67 matches to go with his 300. But well done, Jason Holder.
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
Not sure you'd really say it's a bowler's pitch. It's not a batter's pitch by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, that also brings up the 100 partnership from these two off the 181 balls. Very, very effective and vital partnership for this West Indies side.
West Indies are playing ugly but effective cricket at the moment. Works in again, and that's driven very nice and neatly and straight by Holder. Past the stumps, but it's fielded by the mid-on, who sends the batsman back with a throw to the keeper. There's a short mid-off. In fact, there's an off Hayden in the been deployed.
Well, and the short mid-wicket. The field packed in very tightly here.
And we are due to have a change at the end of the over. I shall tease the incoming OG Gorilla legend. Apparently he's very angry as that ball passes past the raised bat of Holder, just watching it go by. He'll be coming in to do some ball by ball, I believe. And let me just see who else is on there as we wait for the next delivery. Messages will join us.
Missy and Dave.
And no, it's yourself, I think, going on to summarising.
Me? I hope not.
Well, in which case, that's short, and given the long levers by Holder over mid-on, chased by Mark Wood. I think we'll actually ask Hector to move over into this slot and do that slot for me, if that's okay.
What next?
Yeah.
Okay. What slot is that? Summarising.
Yep. So Holder 53 now. Proper Test match innings off 95 balls. Works. Goes for the in-swinger. Doesn't place it properly. That slides down the leg side, and Holder can't get a bat on that. And And looking at the batsmen to come, there's a lot riding on these two staying in for a long time. Joseph averages just 12, despite being a fearsome striker of the ball. Moti has an average of about 23, 24, which is reasonable, and Shamar has an average of around about 15, so that's short outside the off stump. Holder just lets that go by. That's the end of the over. I've got it. Here comes Manny. There's a change coming on.
What have you done with David? Is he not on summary?
He is taking time off to do some work. So
good behaviour.
Yeah, we'll
I think the last thing on YouTube was from Stephen Kelk, who says hello. And,
hello, Stephen. Thank you, Mark.
That's all yours, Messi.
Yeah. And Nicky says, well batted, Holder. Keep going. Yes, let's hope he can. I'm starting to get hope that this could be a good game again. When the fifth wicket went down, I was a bit concerned that it was going to fall in a heap. But they've done well, these two together. Hello, Manny. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Are you angry? Are you angry?
Certainly not. No, mellow. 217 for 5 as Wood in bowls, short, paddled round the corner to Duckett, who hurls the ball slightly angrily at the stumps, but he was never going to run about. That's a comfortable single. 218 for 5. The wicket, it seems to have gone somewhat flat. It was swinging around corners this morning and most of this first session. It looked at one stage as though West Indies were going to get through to lunch untroubled, but then they lost 3 quick wickets and the game changed. But this pair, the last proper batsmen, I guess, in the West Indies side, have righted the ship, and they're what, 103 they're put on, I believe.
Yeah, it's been solid, unspectacular.
Yeah, but that's what they
safe
need.
Test cricket, which is what is required.
Wood in bowls, and Holder, having teed him up as solid safe Test cricket, plays an almighty hack, which he misses, and the ball flies over the shoulder of his bat through to Smith behind the stumps, and there is no run. But England definitely thinking that it's a leg side policy, an in-out field, men scouting on the leg side boundary, go short and quick, and hopefully pick up a wicket that way.
Yes, it's a bit flat and a bit dead at the moment in terms of nothing's happening much with the ball. They're trying to bowl dry.
Wood in bowls again, back of a length, and Holder using all his height goes up on his toes and plays defensively back down the wicket, and Wood fields off his own bowling. But he certainly looked well throughout this series. He's looked sharp. I mean, he's bowled 97 miles an hour in the last Test match, and the ball that he got to get, was it Mackenzie?
Yeah.
I mean, that was an absolute jaffer.
Yeah, it wasn't a great shot, to be fair, but
no, it wasn't. I mean, it looks worse when you get absolutely castled. I agree, but it was a very quick delivery which swung, and it swung late. I mean, I do think you would have got quite a lot of batsmen out, to be fair, Jason.
Yeah, I agree.
Wood round the wicket in bowls. Holds a surprise pitched up delivery, and it's pushed by Holder to a deepish set mid wicket, but he's almost timed that. Has he picked up a single? He has picked up a single, and he moves on to 54. 219 for 5.
Yeah. Yes, you say pitched up. I think over pitched might be a more accurate idea.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he was looking for the Yorker there, just overcooked it a bit, and it turned out to be a low full toss, but useful to keep the batsman guessing. I mean, if you're going short all the time, it's too easy for the batsman, particularly when the ball's almost 61 overs old. It's going soft. Wood in bowls flogs that one into the middle of the pitch, and De Silva did duck. Don't think he really needed to, and it goes harmlessly over his head through to the keeper, and there is no run. Holder 54 from exactly 100 deliveries, and De Silva 48 from 92, so they've been going along steadily at sort of a strike rate of almost exactly 50 each, and they've rotated the strike well, and they've played well, and West Indies, well, they were desperately in need of a stand,
This is by some distance Holder's best innings of the series. De Silva had that very good 80 in the last Test match.
Yes, but it was born out of not desperation, but he was with number 11. I mean, it was very exciting. Wood round the wicket again, bowls short, and De Silva has all the time in the world to tuck it off his hip down to fine leg for a single, and he's able to count because he's kept the bowling at the end of it. 220 for 5, De Silva 49. And Holder 54. A run rate of 3.6, and they looked untroubled in the last 40-50 minutes.
Well, I'd say longer than that. Ever since probably since about half an hour, 3/4 of an hour after lunch.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't watching all of it, but the bit I saw early doors. What De Silva does, particularly early on in his innings, he does have that tendency to fall over to the offside. I thought Stokes troubled him once or twice and wrapped him on the pads a couple of times.
He got tucked up a bit,
he
with
did.
the ball from Stokes that comes in.
Yeah, because he's got they talk about the heavy head, and his head definitely does. If he's not playing well, his head tends to fall over to the offside. He's not alone in that. So many club cricketers do.
We've just seen Mark Wood go off. I think that's the end of his spell.
I would imagine it probably is. And that'll be Chris Wokes. He's got 1 for 48 from 13 overs thus far. He's got a third slip. He's got a deepish silly mid off and a deepish silly mid on. He's in, he bowls. And it's defended by Silva into the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, call it short mid off and short mid on. They're both about 3 yards in front of the wicket at the non-striker's end.
And he's looked very solid. I mean, he's a very solid cricketer in every sense of the word.
He's very worthy. I mean, he gives. He probably falls into the Ashley Giles school of cricket. Probably not the most talented, but
makes 100% of it.
Yeah, ekes out every ounce of talent he's got, and you have to admire any sportsman like that. Wokes trots in and bowls, and De Silva nudges it to shortish mid-wicket, and there is no run. A definite plan here. They're going to look to bowl probably very straight to De Silva, possibly bringing in bowled LBW, maybe caught in the leg trap.
The ball that stops on.
Possibly so. I mean,
that's normally why they're deployed in front of the wicket.
Yeah, because particularly once the hardness has gone out the ball, Stokes has obviously taken the view that it's probably not going to carry to slips and gully, and he might very well be right. Wokes in bowls off stump, and it's defended to that shortish mid-off position. Duckett feels, and there is no run. So how's it been going here? All good?
It was a bit of an interesting start with technical issues and lack of personnel, but so I was trying
Plus ça change.
Plus ça change, yes. The Bear, not on a effing 4-inch screen, but fortunately remoting in from Nice trying to help me.
I'm sure that went without a hitch.
It took us 15 minutes before we eventually got on there.
Wokes in bowls down the leg side, and that's going to fly away for 4 byes, I fancy. It went wide and went wider still, out of Smith's range, and rather cruelly it's away for 4 byes. Absolutely sod all that Smith could do to that. I mean, unless he had 10-foot arms, he was never getting across to that.
He's a tall lad for a keeper. He's about 6'1".
Yeah, he did get the very outside edge of his glove to it, but he was dipping and going.
But that is maybe the 4th or 5th time he's had to do a big dive down the leg side.
I've been break off his Wokes in bowls, struck on the pad, big shout for LBW going down. I fancy England only got 1 review. I fancy. I think at best that's umpire's call. Don't think it's straightened. Yeah, they've got 1 review, and I don't think they'll challenge that.
No. Smith has had a lot to deal with today.
Yeah,
and he dealt with it pretty well.
I've been very impressed with him thus far. I mean, he's not as good a. Yeah, I mean, looking at that again, it's
going to miss by a ball and a half.
You'd have thought. I mean, at the very best, that was going to be flicking the outside edge of the leg stump. I hate to see those given, because that's just guesswork from the umpire. Wokes in bowls. He fiddles at the ball outside off stump. Has he nicked it? He has. It was a loose shot from De Silva, looking to try and run it down to third man. No footwork, thin edge, through to Smith, simple catch, and the stand has been broken by the ever dependable Chris Wokes.
That's just concentration fail.
Yeah, it is, but I mean, good bit of bowling from Wokes. I mean, he been pitch, bowling very, very straight all the time, and then he put the tempter out side off stump, and rather than going full-blooded cut at it, which probably the ball deserved, and that might well have flown down to third man for a single or four if he hit in the right poke. He rather poked at that. Flat-footed.
Tried to run it down.
He did. It was a indeterminate shot from De Silva, and I'm sure he's truly hacked off.
As you say,
played well till then.
The flat-footedness. He doesn't really move towards the ball. That's the third or fourth time I've seen him play a sort of fiddly shot outside of stump where you should have moved either your back foot across.
Yeah, I mean, the really good cutters of ball. I mean,
get over and on top of it.
But I mean, they're getting momentum into the shot by taking at least half a step towards the ball, and there was no foot movement there at all. So the stand is broken, 224 for 6, and that's a problem with this West Indies side. That there are some decent ball strikers now, but the batting sort of runs out now. I mean, you've got a couple of Josephs and the spinner Moti, who's
I would
a good
be
ball
interested
striker.
to see who comes in now. I think it's going to be it should be by card Alzari Joseph,
yes,
who is a good striker of the ball.
He certainly is, but he likes to play at least 2 shots of ball usually. It'll be fun because he's had a best of 86 against New Zealand, but he only averages 12, which probably tells you
all you need to know.
Yeah, indeed.
Jono 71 says Holder is West Indies' greatest all-rounder since the Garfield Servers.
That's a
Mog
big
says,
statement.
hi, Manny.
Good afternoon.
Stephen Kelk says, for a moment there, it looked like Mog was morphing into Messi, to which Mog says, a horrifying glimpse into my personal future, perhaps. Thank you for that, both of you. Frenchy LeBeouf says, heavy head syndrome, it's a real thing. Well,
it is for cricketers.
Especially for babies as well.
And Stephen Kelcher says, a much needed wicket. Nice.
Yes, indeed, but with a very fine partnership, to be fair. And also, when it was needed, to get 100 when, 300 for 4 and you put on 100 partnership, well, yeah, that's valuable, but this was really valuable. They were really rocky at 115 for 5, yeah. Atkinson into the attack, very straight run up, he's in, he bowls, and Holder watchfully defends off his back foot straight back to the ball. He's got a slip in a gully, a fine-ish gully, and I'll give you the rest of the field when they give us a wider shot.
Atkinson, very much all straight lines, runs in straight, very straight arm delivery.
Indeed, I mean, there's now wrong with that.
That's what generates the pace for him, because he's a fairly slight man.
Yeah, but whippy, isn't he? I mean, he's
very much so,
sinewy. You'd put him on the rather than the well-built side. Pitched up delivery, which Holder strokes away square through the offside. There is cover out there. It's like Ollie Pope throwing in a rather scruffy throw, which Smith has to reach for. Just a single to Holder. He moves to 55, backed up by the ever dependable Wokes. 225 for 6. And the field will now presumably come in a little bit for Alzari Joseph, new man to the crease, his first delivery.
I think I put a scout out at long on for him, but everyone else should be in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad they're going to have a couple back, because I'm sure he may well go short. He's got 2 slips at gully, a line of 3 on the offside, so a fairly conventional field outside off stump on the line of about a 6th or even 7th stump. And Alzari Joseph, who is not a fan of leaving the ball alone, very much in the mode of Ben Duckett, but he left this one. I would imagine you could count on the fingers of one hand the number of balls that Alzari Joseph leaves. He likes to put bat to ball.
Hence the plan, I think, to bowl wide of the stumps at him to force him to get that extra length and reach for the ball.
Possibly so. Bat raised, Atkinson in bowls, back of a length, and he fenced at that ball. He pretended he drew his bat out of the line, but he did that, but only after the ball had passed. And Atkinson's pace this innings has been high 80s?
Yeah,
mid-high 80s?
Between 84 and about 87, I think.
And consistently there.
Yeah.
That was decent enough.
That one, bit of shape for Atkinson
Yeah,
as well. 6
definitely.
balls, 60 years old.
No, definitely got a little bit of shape, and that's why I beat the outside edge. 225 for 6. Atkinson bowls outside off stump, and another collector's item. Alzari Joseph leaves another ball. Already he's getting impatient, you feel. He's one of those batsmen who likes to feel bat on ball.
He's got Jason Roy-itis. Bowl 3 dot balls at him, and you know there's going to be a wild flavour the next one.
I think it's slightly unfair on Jason Roy. He was a bit better than that. But I agree, he liked to play his shots, but to be fair, he had quite a few. Atkinson in bowls, and that struck on the pad going down the leg side. Atkinson, hands on his head, but not even half an appeal. Alzari Joseph, like all good tailenders, then practiced a shot which bore no resemblance to the shot he actually played. It was almost a Viv Richards-esque whip through the onside that he was practicing. End of the over, 225 for 6.
Good in-swinger technique from Atkinson,
Yeah.
showing he can do both of the one that goes away and the one that goes in.
Yeah, and he's got the wobble seam ball, and
They all teach everybody everything nowadays.
Because what I like about cricket, what I like about all sports is that sport should never stand still. There are always ways of finding different ways to make the ball swing this way or that way or seam or whatever. And you only have to go back to, I don't know, late 80s and people, Pakistan probably discovered it first.
Southwest Nawaz was the first one in the late 70s.
I think he probably was. Wokes in bowls, and this is an in-swinger, but Holder's been there a good wee while, and he works it away down to deep backward square leg for a single.
There's definitely more motion on the ball in the last 3 or 4 overs than there was in the 10 overs before that.
Yep, and maybe there's a bit more cloud cover. Maybe they've got, maybe they're getting it to reverse a bit. It's difficult to tell until we get a close-up of the ball where at the polished side is. But we just see another replay of the De Silva shot, and he's filthy with himself for that, as well he should be. Because he just sort of emphasised his feet were just stuck in concrete.
He's completely out of his arc of control, really.
He just lurched at the ball, really. 2 slips in a gully await. In bowls down the leg side, taken by Smith, and there is no run. I don't know if there's been much chat about Smith's keeping, but my view for what
functional.
It's worth, I think he's better than functional. I mean, I think
he's better than Bairstow was.
Oh, way better. I mean, he's not a Folkes. He's not as good as Folkes, but I think he's a league better than Bairstow, and probably as good, if not better, than Butler. And given that I've only seen a small sample size of his batting, but he can clearly bat because he's got a lot of time. Wokes in bowls, pitched up delivery. Alzari Joseph does put back to ball. He goes up and over extra cover, doesn't time it, rather scoops it, but he'll pick up his first couple of runs, and the score moves on to 228 for 6.
Yes, he's neat and tidy and mainly unobtrusive.
Yeah,
he's not demonstrative, which is very good.
Which is a good thing. I was very impressed in the Trent Bridge test when he was standing up to Bashir. I thought that was a very neat catch he took to get rid of, I think it was Mackenzie, wasn't it?
It was very low down, under edge.
I mean, those are easy to spill. We've all seen keepers who can spill those. We've all played with them. Oh yes. 228 for 6. Wokes, his usual earnest approach in bowls, pitched up delivery. Alzari Joseph strokes the ball, quite likes the shot because he holds the pose, gives him a bit of madam, straight to Stokes at mid-off, and there is no run.
There's a bit of swagger about Alzari Joseph.
Oh, definitely. I like that. Well, that's what you pay your money for. I want a bit of showmanship. In fact, I like the mix because you get people like Wokes, who's probably the least demonstrative cricketer in the world.
Yes.
But there's nothing wrong with a bit of swagger.
Damned with faint praise, the guy every mother would like to take their daughter home
apparently
for tea.
The nicest man in cricket, I've heard. Wokes in bowls. Alzari Joseph flays that up and over cover, Again, he hasn't got all of it. He's going to pick up 2. Will they go for one on the arm? They will not. And once again, aerial. But he's picked up another couple, 230 for 6. Because, I mean, one of my all-time favourite cricketers was, a showman, Viv Richards. I mean, his walk to the wicket was worth
chewing gum
and punching the top of his bat. I loved all that, and his slightly bow-legged walk. That was box office, wasn't it?
Absolutely. No, I feel very fortunate. I grew up in the era of the early 80s, watching Viv Richards and all the greats of that era.
Well, of which there were many.
Going hammer and tongs at
230 for 6. Last ball of Wokes is over in bowls, and it's clipped away with decent timing, but just a single down to Bashir at long leg, and Alzari Joseph with that single will move to 5. He will also keep the strike at the end of the over. 231 for 6. We've had 64 overs.
Anna Forsyth is with us. Hello, Anna. How nice to have you with us. As ever, you're very welcome. Jay Grover says, apropos note, Jason's shirt is mint, and I covered it, but for God's sake, man, untuck.
I am by nature a buttoned-in person.
Oh God, we got the style council advising. I better go then.
Well,
I'm on thin ice.
I was going to say, you've got away lightly considering the colour of your shirt.
It was the only one that was ironed, so that's my excuse.
Ironing?
Outside off stump and left alone by Joseph, through to the keeper, and there is no run. But yeah, back to the selection of Smith and indeed Bashir. I mean, I don't know if there's been much discussion, but I think it's very much of the Key, McCullum, Stokes era. I mean, that typifies what they've done, and the fact that they've Atkinson in bowls, down the leg side, glance, that'll be 4.
Goodbye, yeah.
Lovely shot, just helped on its way, and long leg can go and retrieve that. 235 for 6, poor ball, got what it deserved, and he speeds on to 9, does Alzari Joseph. But those are 2 sort of typical picks of this regime, and that you picked someone like Bashir, who's played a handful of first-class games, took him to India, did pretty well there, and they're quite happy to pick him again now. Outside off stump, and Alzari Joseph, having played quite a good leg glance, clearly thinks he's a batsman now, because he left that a la proper batsman, almost with an air of disdain.
It's a foot outside off stump. He's got every right to leave that.
Yeah, but there was a little bit of showmanship with that leave as well. I love that about Tailenders. They hit a couple of boundaries and suddenly
ooh, I could get some runs in.
Oh yeah, I'm a proper batsman now. No, you're not, mate. 2 slits in the gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Atkinson in bowls a rather angry.
That's a proper batsman shot.
An angry bouncer, but it was way too short. And Alzari Joseph, despite the fact he's fairly tall, could duck underneath that with the greatest of ease. I would imagine, 6'3", 6'4"?
I think he's more 6'4", 6'5".
Is it? Right. But probably a bit smaller than Holder.
Yeah, Holder 6'8".
Is he really?
Yes.
Gosh.
He's a leviathan of a man.
Yeah. Big long levers, as some spinners have found out to their cost. Atkinson in bowls, pitched up delivery, and that is a good shot. He's clipped that away. He's only going to get a single, but that was nicely balanced. No heavy head there. He just clipped it down to long leg. Lovely timing. He moves to double figures to 10, 236 for 6. And some semaphore signalling by Captain Stokes. Change in the field to Holder, who's on 56. Square leg, or deep square leg coming up to square leg, which is an interesting ploy because he'll bowl into a man who's been there for a wee while on 56. And you've got a man out on the hook for the new man, but not for Holder. Atkinson in bowls and wide of off stump, and Holder drops the bat inside the line and allows the ball to go through to Smith. End of the over, 236 for 6.
You've got some fan mail, Manny. It's from Jay Grover, who just says, "Hooray, Manny!" He says, Then he says something that probably wouldn't go down too well with our West Indian listeners, so I'll refrain from mentioning that.
Okay. Fan mail. I have no.
And then he says, "Whatever. What the fuck? Someone has stolen half of Manny. He's either got healthy or he's dying."
No, it's just a bigger shirt, so it makes me look slimmer. So there we are.
It's an optical illusion.
Clearly, but it'll be Wokes to continue. He's got 2 for 54 so far. A sort of typical Woke spell. He's in, he bowls short, and Alzari Joseph, a rather ambitious ball shot, wasn't probably quite short enough to pull that. He gets it off the toe of the bat, and it dribbles out onto the leg side, and there is no run. But had he got hold of that, that was going to go many a mile.
It was going to be in the other side of Birmingham fairly quickly, but I think that was the problem. He tried to overhit it. He lost his shape a little bit and mistimed it onto the bottom of the bat.
And it dribbled away, and there is no run. You think with he's clearly got time to play, Alzari Joseph, and if I were him, I'd be disappointed that my test average is only 12.
I agree with that.
I think he should be
looking at 20.
I know he's batting it at 8, but he should really be a genuine 8 rather than a makeshift 8, which I would suggest he is now, as he plays this off the thick outside edge to Crawley at gully. I think that pitch short of him, but Crawley's looking a bit disconcerted. I don't think that carried, but I'm pretty sure that pitch short of him.
Yeah, the body language is not sure about it. We're going to get to see it now. That is
short of him by about 1.5 foot. Good delivery, good area, son. Off stump, just outside. Got a thick outside edge. But to be fair to Alzari Joseph, he played it with soft hands. And in the end, quite a good stop with Crawley because it pitched in that awkward area, just shy of the fielder.
Yeah, the uppercut.
Oh, you just think, oh God, that's going to catch me on the chin, isn't it? Get it wrong.
Diving forward,
yes, it's horrible. Wokes in bowls, back of a length, and easily defended by Alzari Joseph up to mid-on. And there is no run. And we're, obviously people are bored in the crowd now. I'll throw them out the ground. There's somebody dressed in
a pig being chased by some butchers, I think.
Heaven's sakes.
You've brought us money, Manny. Jay Grover's just sent us a super chat for 10 quid.
Oh, well done, Jay.
Just because I love the OG GC Manny.
Oh, good man. Alzari Joseph plays a rather ambitious extra cover slap drive, which he doesn't really get hold of. Stokes moves to his left-hand side to do the fielding, and there is no run. It remains 236 for 6. Well, thank you, Jay. Much appreciated.
Indeed.
Has there been any discussion? I know it's early doors because England don't go to Australia for more than a year. But do people see Wokes as a stopgap? Wokes in bowls, slower ball, which is easily read by Joseph and knocked away into a big gap, square on the leg side. He will pick up a single.
Yeah, that's a too slower ball. No, that's telegraphed
it
out
is,
of the hand.
Yeah, he definitely does telegraph his slower ball. He got some work to do on that. Wokesy, I fancy. 237 for 6. Because
yes, he's definitely a stopgap. I don't see him touring even this winter potentially. I don't think his performances outside of England justify him going on tours.
No, I mean, I can't think of an international cricketer whose performances vary so much home and away. He's in, he bowls gun barrel straight, and Holder defends with the greatest of ease up to mid-on.
The
end of the over.
To that, I'll say, is that the tour this winter is to New Zealand, where the conditions might suit him more than anywhere else.
Yeah.
Possibly so. But
Brian in Brisbane has sent us a super chat as well for $5. Brian, of course, is in Northampton rather than Brisbane, so it's a trick name. And he just says, "All hail an ironed shirt." Thank you, Brian.
Yes, I wouldn't want my ironing to be put under the microscope. It's more functional than pristine, I would say.
It's more iron than anything anybody else has worn in Gorilla Towers.
Yeah, but to be fair, the bar's not set that high on that one, is it? I would suggest. It's been a very even day for run rates. It's been hovering above 3s throughout the day. Atkinson to continue, pitched up delivery, and Alzari Joseph comes half forward and defends well, straight back to the bowler, and it does show you the very easy paced nature of this wicket. I mean, he's had all the time in the world to play that.
Yeah.
Stokes.
Some more semaphore from Stokes.
Yeah, indeed.
And I shall be doing some semaphore to the green room because we are due a change at the end of this over.
End of this, fine. I will vacate my chair.
David Brook should come in to do some ball by ball. I'm staying on, and Will Reynolds will join us over the interweb.
Atkinson in bowls. Slightly quicker delivery, which he banged into the pitch, but again, Alzari Joseph can just defend that from the crease. Again, with the graces of ease. Fairly conventional field. He's got 2 slips, gully, line of 3 on the offside, 2 saving a single onside, and then he's got 2 scouts out back, presumably. He might try the bouncer, but the wicket's gone flat, the ball's gone soft. You'd really have to flog it to get it up above waist high, and he does, but he's pitched that halfway down the wicket. And it got up about chest high, but Alzari Joseph saw it very early, ducked down underneath it, and had no trouble playing it whatsoever.
Interesting from Alzari Joseph, after those 2 slightly wild shots over cover, he's played within himself now for the last 3 or 4 overs.
He's a batsman now, he's decided, Jason.
No, maybe it's the fact that he's the vice captain, he's taking responsibility with his captain at the other end.
Well, I hope he does, because he's better than his average suggests thus far. Atkinson in bowls, just back of a length, and again Alzari Joseph defends, as we see pictures of
a very funky field.
Yeah, well, previous test matches. I think it's against Australia last year when Wokes had Robinson rather had 5 fielders catching in front of the wicket, and then managed to be successful on that occasion. Anyway, Atkinson in bowls, and Alzari Joseph flogs that off a thick outside edge. No foot movement really at all. It's going to run down to wide third man for a single. He moves on to 12. But I mean that probably sort of sums him up. This over thus far, he's been lining it up, playing nicely, defending it well. Tiny little bit of width there. His
and
eyes
then the red whisk comes down.
The eyes light up. He can see 3 cherries on the fruit machine. He's thinking, yes, happy days, jackpot time. Whoop-de-doo, and just throws a kitchen sink at it. So you're always in business as a bowler with Alzari Joseph. Last ball of the over, full length, and Joseph defends with the greatest of ease. 238 for 6 at the end of 67 overs. That is my stint done. I will hand over to others.
Okay, during the changeover, I'll do a couple of messages. Volney Golding says Hooper was better than Holder. Nigel Brown says 350 West Indies, let's go. Support all the way from St Kitts in the West Indies. Jono71 says smash the likes, people. Help support the channel. Yes, very good idea. Thank you, Jono. And Matthew Cullerton says sod an iron shirt. Messi, take your trousers off again. Not knowingly, I won't.
No. Anyway.
I shall leave you.
And as we wait for David Brook to make his way to the studio, I shall continue on. Works to continue. That's a beautiful ball just outside off stump. He's played at that with a defensive shot. That's whistled by the outside edge, and I shall, if Dave's not coming in, I shall move over to the other position. Yeah.
Works is having a bit of a sort of a moment of magic here. That did seem like he was doing wonders. That again just came in and floated it past the off stump. And there's no run.
Sorry about that, Jason. I was washing my hair. One by one. Wokes bowls. You're still commenting, aren't you?
No, it's you. You're
me.
on.
Sorry. What you don't want as a listener is an excess of courtesy in the commentary box. No, after you. Just missed the ball. Thank you. Glasses. Jason, if you could take over until I find my glasses, that'd be great.
Okay. So Joseph is on strike. Wokes is going to continue to him. He's gone 13. He's past his average. So anything now is just gravy for the West Indies. And a lot of gravy they need. That's Essay's a full-blooded shot down the ground off Wokes, but doesn't get hold of it.
That is a shot I do not want to see, personally, from Jason Holder, when he's just 5 runs away, from becoming the highest scoring West Indies batsman, overtaking Craig Brathwaite 61, because that would enable me to buy a round of drinks for everyone at Gloucester tonight, Jason.
Yeah. Well, it's you just as well Jason Holder's not facing them.
Oh, that was Joseph, right. Yeah. Alzari Joseph ducks underneath this one. Thanks, a good point that, Jason. I say, until my glasses, I think you should keep going.
Yeah. He's walked down the wicket for that one. Wokes has seen him coming, banged it in, and he's got no real option apart from to just duck under it and watch it sail harmlessly over the stumps. Can't be far away now from seeing Stokes bowl himself in this sort of dead period. He's let everyone else have a chance so far. I know he's coming back. That's a slow ball, and a very slow ball indeed by Wokes. He's just died in the pitch. Joseph had no chance to get that, and it's just dribbled through to the keeper. That's the end of the over. I shall just try and get some tweets whilst. Sorry, it's not the end of the over. There's one ball to come.
Wokes was really telegraphing that slower ball.
I mentioned previously with Manny on air that that slow ball is absolutely telegraphed. That's a better ball by Wokes. That's taken the outside edge. It's gone past second slip. There's a long run down to third man by Duckett to chase that ball from wide, and they've got down for 2, maybe 3 in fact. No, just 2. That's the end of the over.
1 ball to go.
Was that a no ball as well? Yes, it was a no ball.
Yeah. I've always thought that the sort of the slower ball that's under about 70 miles an hour is in international cricket seems to be too short.
We just missed a wicket,
and that's worked out perfectly for Wokes. Ben Stokes is pointing at him and said, I told you. It's Alzari Joseph, and he's just thrown his wicket away.
Well, I mean, that was I can't say brainless. I don't want to be that. Let's just say it was a trap, and Alzari Joseph just fell into it. Wokes just held it back a bit. Alzari Joseph looking to go over the top, doesn't get enough on it, and the big figure of Ben Stokes, well, it's a very comfortable catch. 3/4 in, you'd see that sort of dismissal, Jason, in club cricket every Saturday. You don't expect a test match number 8 to play that way.
Yeah, you see, in club cricket, you see a guy drive straight, okay, good shot. I know not to push it up to him then. I'll bowl it just short of a length.
The over-promotion of Alzari Joseph in this side to vice-captain, it doesn't contribute anything. And since he's been batting in that fashion, getting a quick 20 as though that's the name of the game, he's been going round the park with the ball. He's no longer, to me, an automatic selection. And as soon as Jeremiah Louis, brother of Mikhail Louis, back fit, I'd rather have him in the team. And don't forget, Kimar Roach has got to come back into this side. So we don't need bowlers with that profligate who aren't contributing with the bat. Contrast that with Jason Holder, who has played beautifully today.
He's grafted.
You know, he's grafted. It was slow going. At one point this afternoon, I thought I'd seen my life flash past me. Everything was going so slowly. It was almost like I was in a trance-like state, only interrupted occasionally by a little ripple of applause.
I mean, I've got my personal view on the West Indies tail. I think Gudakesh Moti is a better chance at number 8 than Alzari Joseph.
Absolutely.
Who's got an average of about 25 in first-class cricket.
See, that raises question marks about the coach, Andre Kohli. Don't mind me just saying this, because it's the name we haven't mentioned yet. It's the sort of invisible man, the coach. Another appointment it's a second-rate appointment. It's not a proven international coach. Never won anything. And to me, that level of misjudgment of making Alzari Joseph vice-captain, giving him number 8 and guaranteeing him a slot. No, you've got to earn the slot. He hasn't done enough to earn it consistently when you've got players of the quality of Jaden Seals, Kemar Roach, Jeremiah Louis, this guy Akeem Jordan, who was close to selection today, Shamar Joseph. Come on, we don't need him.
Well, he needs to have a competition for that spot, and he needs to be made aware that if he doesn't perform, that place is not going to be his.
Yes.
Guarantee.
Sacking your vice captain is one of the most difficult things to do. I did it once when I was running the Guardian cricket team, and I had a very, very willing, able but completely useless vice captain, and we got on a cup run, and the team spirit was brilliant. He did nothing really. When we got to the semi-final, I dropped him. We lost. It created such bad karma. The act of betrayal, the gross act of betrayal, that's what stops people from getting rid of vice captains. They've got to act quickly and do it.
What are your thoughts on this, Will, whilst we wait for...
Will, what do you think? Sorry, Will.
The Joseph thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think... I don't really understand why they put him as vice captain, but I also think that the whole idea of a vice captain is largely pointless anyway.
I wouldn't agree with you there, Will, at all. But we'll save that one because the action's about to. But you've thrown down the gauntlet there, Will, in typically provocative fashion, if I may say so. That's what makes you so entertaining to listen to. And I'm listening to you. Well, not afraid to give a view. Or change it on occasion. I've even heard you change your position, which I respect, as Holder pushes that out to backward of cover. No run. I'll throw you an easier question, Will. What do you think of this innings from Jason Holder you've seen today?
I mean, it's Jason Holder being Jason Holder at his best. I quite love this transformation into a batter.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, he plays that one out behind point. I mean, you probably did miss me saying earlier that I covered Barbados first class cricket just for 2 seasons, and it happened to be the 2 seasons when Jason Holder was getting established in the team, and he was always batting 6-7 even then, and scoring really useful runs. And you know, this is talking about a guy that got Test match double century, and also it's to show that was no fluke. He got a double ton for Worcestershire in his short stint with them earlier this season. You know, man can bat.
That was a great knock. That double ton.
He's gone. No contact there made. He looked to pull the ball with that one. So there's still 244 for 7, with Holder on 57. And where do you stand on having a wager, Will? Are you a wagerer, or do you have a moral objection to that?
I've got no moral objection to it. I don't have the money to be bad at wagering, essentially. If I had a bit more cash to throw around, I'd do it.
Would you? Oh, that's good to know. I hope I know you when that comes true. Here comes. That's a short ball from Atkinson. It's dug in, but with no great venom, and Holder's able to go on top of it. Great bit of fielding on the boundary. We've become accustomed to that from Shakir. Keeps it down to 2. So Holder goes to 59. The thing is, Will, it's impossible for me to remain neutral. I have to be myself, okay? You know, because that's guerrilla cricket. Everyone can be themselves. And I'm a punter, unashamedly, and I've had a little go on Jason Holder to be the highest scoring batsman, you know, at long odds, you know, when it didn't look likely.
Yeah.
when it was 5 down for not very many, I said, no, he's going to get more than 61, Craig Brathwaite. He's 2 runs away. He's 3 runs away from passing. He needs to pass it.
Yeah.
So you're on to make a nice, tidy little packet then?
Yes.
Yeah, we're just having a quick look at the,
I'm going to
the
buy a
boundary
round.
fielding of Bashir, because we're trying to work out whether or not he touched a sponge with the ball still in contact with himself. There's a very close moment, but I think he's got away with it. And yep, he has. The players continuing.
Atkinson bowls to hold on 59. He's bowled him. Now, would you believe it? It's an absolute ball of the century. Pitches middle, hits off stump. My bet's gone down, and I'm going down with it to Carey Street, where I left my remains of my belongings a little bit earlier today. Jason, I'm not objective about this, but that was a cracker of a ball from Atkinson.
It was a cracker of the ball, but it was a slightly odd shot by Holder. He's played.
Tried to whip it.
He tried to whip a ball that's essentially straight, and he just closed the bat face on it and allowed it through.
Jason Holder, how could you do that to West Indies supporters when he was looking so good and set for a big one? It's almost as though that Alzari Joseph skittishness had impacted on Jason Holder, who ceased to play with the discipline he showed when Josh De Silva was at the crease. It all became very skittish once Alzari came in, as though it was a beer match.
Possibly. I think that's trying to move the score on when it probably wasn't justified. Well, he's had more faith in Moti. I think he's just trying to get the strike.
No, it's a full. It's a full shot, that's for sure. And what can you say? It's a full. I think that all you could say at a time like this is that, as Bear would say,
another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Yep, they are, and that does mean that now there's a place open at both ends, so potentially wickets can fall quick and fast now.
England haven't been the best at cleaning up the tail.
Sales Jaden wants you for dead.
Jaden Steele's a lot to live up to in that Mog creation there. Great stuff. Mog, what would we do without Mog and those jingles, Jason?
I don't know. He's produced so many over the years.
I'm a huge fan. I'm a groupie when I'm on with him. Will?
Completely understand that. The jingles are amazing.
Grid of cricket without the music, that would be, honestly, it would be like getting a Savoy without the chips.
That's true. That's really true.
Having a look back at that delivery from Atkinson, there's a bit more to it than meets the eye, because it looked like it was an in-swinger, and it hit the seam and moved away, so it's a lot better than you think.
Well, I did say it was a corker.
Yeah.
And then, I did say that. I thought it was an absolute corker.
But, Holder hasn't helped himself by trying to turn.
No, I agree with that. He shouldn't have been playing that shot. It's an error he didn't need to make. So, you've got 2 new batsmen, and we've got... it's Moti on strike, the left-hander, back in the team after illness. Has a little think about that outside the off-stump. So, Chris Wokes, 3 for 61. Chris Wokes, 3 for 61. I've cheered up a bit now because I did tip Wokes to be leading wicket taker on the Annie programme at tea time. Did you hear me say that?
I did. I'm going to give you some stuff from Twitter. Farong says, for me, born 1969, the radio is more exciting than watching on TV. 50 years of cricket involvement. Turn the clock back to 1974. Black and white TV, one camera only, so you could watch looking over the keeper, then an alternative one from the bowler's end. Those were the days. And finally, Jake Over says, Skinny Manny, that's a great name for a band, really, is Skinny Manny, looks like Henry Blofeld on Slim Fast. I'm not sure Manny is going to be particularly enamoured of that comparison. As we continue.
Sorry, I thought you'd finished. I didn't realise you'd finished.
I have.
Oh, West Indies 246 for 8 with 2 new batsmen at the crease. Moti has a real go at that one. He's got some bottom hand to it, and that surely is going to go for 4. Down to the boundary. He's not going to die wandering. A good approach here from good Moti. He's got Seals at the other end, and in his situation, I mean, you've just got to go.
Just 4.
A tribute to the 4 by Mogg there. Those mixes are available on request. Everything's available on request these days.
If you spend the money to get access to the
exactly
Jingle Archive.
Yeah, and he's gone for another big shot. This time over. Has he got the legs at mid-on, or is there someone down there? It's over mid-on. It's gone for another boundary to Moti, putting a really good effort here together.
4. My shoe. 3, 4. Shut the door.
That's all you can say. It's a glorious Mogg boundary tribute to Moti, who's hit 2 great shots. That's where we gave you the extra jingle there. Extra jingle time for that shot. What's Woke's response? 3 for 69 now. Moti ducks underneath that one. What a great day's cricket we've had here. It's had everything, including a nice period of complete calm earlier on this afternoon.
I'll bring you news about the other test that's going on at the moment.
Yes, please.
Yeah, at the end of the over.
Oh, that's what we call
Do you think
a promo.
The West Indies will be happy with this total, considering where they were earlier in the day?
Yes, they will, yeah. Anything above 200. Let's face it, they were down and out after that collapse. Got off such a good start with Brathwaite, and Louis looked promising again, only got out 28. Kurt McKenzie 3 4s and out. You know, people said he shouldn't. There are plenty of other people waiting in the wings who would have done a better effort than that. Woke's bowls. Another attacking shot from Moti, gets it round the corner, but not made proper contact. Comes off the.
That's off the hip, I think.
I think it's off the hip. Let's have a look if it's leg by. So Moti did hit 2 4s off that over from Wokes. He's 3 for 69, and Jaden Seals is the not out batsman at the other end.
In the other match at Stormont in Northern Ireland, Zimbabwe versus Ireland, it's turning into one inning shootout essentially, as Ireland slumped to 206 for 9 for 165 for 3. The Ireland batters are guilty of giving some of it away, but Zimbabwe seamers have definitely taken advantage of it. So that looks like an interesting match.
It does indeed. Thank you for that, Jays. I'm happy for you to do the county scores of any county cricket going on as well.
There's some one-day stuff, I think.
Yeah, let's get the one-day stuff out there, Jace. Come on. We're sending 255 for 8. I'm sure our listeners in the Caribbean, and we're delighted to be on the Voice of Barbados, the FM service in Barbados. Thanks to the Voice of the Caribbean, Andrew Mason. Bigging up Andrew Mason, the finest. Well, he is the Voice of the Caribbean, synonymous with the Bull by Bull over there, and he's taking our coverage today, the Grid of Cricket coverage. And that's off the pad of Moti, or has he got a tickle on that? It's off the pad again. It's 4 leg byes in the start of this new over from Atkinson. So drifting down leg. These are useful runs for West Indies. You move on to 259 for 8. We'll ask the question, will they be happy with that? No, when they were on 68 for no wicket. Yes, when they were on 120 odd for 5. Definitely to recover to 259 for 8. That keeps them in the game, Will. England have to score 500 to take control of the match. It's not going to happen. Atkinson bowls. That's hit Moti on the thigh. The helmet. It's taken a brilliant grab from Joe Root. The wicketkeeper missed it. It went right up in the air, and Joe Root sticking out it. What a great grab from Joe Root.
That's a fantastic catch by Joe Root, unsighted by James Smith as the ball looped over him, and he's caught it about an inch off across around, diving back behind Jamie Smith. Moti was completely discomforted. He was ducking. He left his hands up. It's caught him flush on the glove, and Joe Root has made 2 or 3 yards behind Smith and given it the full dive to catch it, maybe a foot above the ground, one-handed. Super
that
catch.
Was spectacular.
I mean, it really was. In the words of Sherbert, what could you say other than?
So, as prophesied, the end of the innings is coming thick and fast.
Yes, you did say that, Jace. 1 down, 4 down. That tends to be the pattern, and no mistaking that. And just in case anyone doesn't know what OUT spells, that was really a case of it.
Go OUT the window, go OUT the window, go OUT the window, 'cause OUT spells out.
Don't ever mistake that. OUT spells out. The umpire gives you out. You put your bat under your arm. You take your gloves off. You walk back to the pavilion. Not like other sports where they go, "Oh, I didn't hit it. I didn't touch it," and all that business. Are you taking orders for tea, Hector? Beer. A beer, please. Yeah, there's beers in the fridge. Thanks very much to our sponsors on the beer front. If only. What an opportunity for an up-and-coming brewery brand, Manny.
Manny's survived with enough beers over the years.
Atkinson bowls thick edge from Shamar Joseph, who's always action when he's at the crease, and they go through for a single. Great stuff. Hector's made a very impressive debut today in the studio after a tricky start involving 3 bus journeys and a missed tube or something. But Hector has been telling me about his journalistic career, which started at the age of 10 with an approach to Surrey County Cricket Club. We took a meeting with him, was hot, found out he was a 10-year-old, but the commercial manager there, John Surtees, treated him with a great deal of respect and got him in as work experience, and it's been a brilliant story from Hector. Thanks, Hector. It's been brilliant, and it's great value on air as well, and thanks to everyone who's been in touch with us today. That's short outside the off stump. Shamar Joseph, he puts a bat on that, and as always, there's a lot of action and a buzz when Shamar Joseph does just about anything, and he's off the mark with
He's
that
very
one.
much a box office cricketer. Even getting injured is a box office event for Shamar Joseph. There's a few people on YouTube who've been talking to us. Pokey Bumpy says Dave commentator cursed himself. Hattie the Batter says, "Yay, Dave! Smash those jingles." Ravi Natarajan says, "I get the feeling England will win this Test match too."
And that's played away by Joseph for a single. I think they're bringing Jaden Seals, the much more thick set of the two, on strike. 2-6-2 for 9. I'm going to come back to you in a moment, Jace.
Yep.
Because there's something that I really do need to do, and that is to indicate the Shamar Joseph factor that he's the not-out batsman, and we haven't played his jingle, have we?
Nope.
Well, let's put a
Jesus,
let's do it.
And Shamar Joseph. Who's this coming up out of the mists? Is it a warrior
Shamar
of times
Joseph.
gone by? By Christ, it's a West Indian quick.
Well, that was the... Oh, God, that's really done a lot for my...
It'll do a lot for your hangover.
Hangover, yeah. 2-6-2 for 9, Joseph on 2, Seals on 1, as Manny is expressing some curiosity about a potential vacancy in the 3rd seat. Similar to the potential vacancy in the political landscape, Manny, I was saying to you earlier, with the Liberal Democrat Party coming back into favour as a genuine third force in British politics. Do you dabble in politics yourself?
I certainly don't. No, I've like many others. I did vote. I spoilt my ballot paper. I put none of the above, and left it at that. We have a change of bowling
and a change of the ball by ball.
Yes, I'll be doing the ball by ball. Dave's going to stay in, or are you going to vacate Dave, because we've got Messi due to come back.
Oh, fine. So I'll just do the jingles until Mess is there.
Fine. Bashir's going to come on. He's had 0 for 41 off 8 overs.
I am here.
Righto.
Just early.
And that is played away through the offside by Seals, or was it Shamar? Sorry, Samar. 2 left-handers at the crease now. That's probably the reason why Bashir's been introduced, to spin the ball away from both left-armers. Bashir round the wicket, flighted and full and swept And is there anybody out there? There isn't. That's well placed by Joseph. Takes full advantage of a full pitch ball.
Yeah, no, nicely played. But back to previous dismissals, we were chatting some time ago about Alzari Joseph and the way he got out. It was coming, and it's just a lack of patience he has as a batsman, which is a problem for him.
That's flatter and faster. A little bit of turn for Bashir, but it's easily played by Joseph into the offside.
But I do want you to apologise profusely on air for saying that Jason Holder played a trash shot. It was an absolute japper of a delivery.
Yeah, I did walk that back somewhat.
Good, I hope you did.
Dave is trying to stealth move in and get his gear. Oh, sorry, yeah. Gear means something different to Dave, doesn't it?
Well, it does not. That's the point I was making.
Yeah. That's just grubbed along the floor a little bit by Bashir. But Joseph is up to stoutly putting his bat down and knocking it into the ground.
Be interesting to know, it's always difficult when only one side have batted, but par score on this, I mean, I'm thinking that
275, 300?
No, I think it's more than that.
I'd say 400.
So would I. I'd say nearer 400. I quite agree.
That's defended by Joseph. That's the end of the over. West Indies are 268 for 9.
Now, having won the toss and batted, I think that West Indies would have been hoping to get 350 plus. I'd like they might still do it, but they've only got 1 wicket left. Sorry, I interrupted.
That's okay. Ravinat Rajan asked an interesting question. Does the England team include players from Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales, or is it exclusively from England? Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland excluded. Well, ECB stands, strangely enough, for the England and Wales Cricket Board. So it specifically includes Wales, but not Scotland and not Northern Ireland. Scotland players Scotland, Northern Ireland players part of the island of Ireland. There you are. That should confuse you.
Atkinson in bowls and past the outside edge of Seals' bat through the keeper, and there's no run. Although historically, we're going back a few years, a Scotsman and an Irishman have both played for England. Obviously, Owen Morgan being the most recent. Yes. Mike Denness springs to mind. Patsy Hendren going back 100 years or so. Players like that, and there are probably one or two others that I've now forgotten. Well, even Douglas Jardine was of Scottish extraction. The next ball, thick outside edge, and squirted through the gully area. They got 1. They're coming back for 2. Sorry, Jason, I took over because you looked as though you were looking for a contact lens.
No, I was trying to sort out the studio.
Oh right, well, you good man.
Yeah, and yes, there are several players of Scottish heritage who have played. Most recently, Gavin Hamilton, I think, was the last one who played for Scotland and then played for England.
And then then re-qualified for Scotland, didn't he?
He did.
Memory
yeah.
serves me correctly.
Yes. It's much easier to travel between Scotland and England than it is between Ireland and England, now that Ireland is a test nation.
Yes, it is, because now everyone's classed as an overseas international. That was driven back by Seals, but fielded by Atkinson on his follow-through. Yes, it's also seen the withdrawal of players from the Netherlands to play in county games as such, because there's not so many of them around in the county game anymore. There used to be a raft of county players. Defended by Seals very correctly, textbook in fact.
I know the odd ball has done a little bit today, and sort of the effort ball from the bowlers, and yeah, it did swing early doors in the first session this morning, but there have been long periods throughout the day where it's just gone very, very flat.
Yeah, very dull, very flat.
I could see England scoring 500 on this wicket in a day.
And that's another one that's grubbed through from Atkinson. The ball's really starting to play off a little bit now. It's 72 overs old, so it's not really that surprising. And that one scuttled through and Seals is fortunate that it's not particularly straight. It's just skimmed past the outside edge of the off stump.
Yeah, I mean, England won't want to see too many of those, it must be said. If it's keeping low up on day one, maybe it just hit a crack, and who knows. But I mean, England have got the depth of batting to score big. I mean, particularly now that they've got Root and Brook in that 4-5 role.
That one, just to confound everybody, leaps a little bit, and Seals plays it awkwardly off his hip into the offside.
I would have thought that this is probably England's strongest batting lineup since
2010, 2011, when the first 7 averaged over 40.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to go to, because you had Strauss, Cook, Trott, Peterson. Collingwood was probably the weak link there at 5, Bell at 6, and Pryor at 7. And this has a solidity to it as well, this batting order. It looks settled. People look as though they're comfortable batting the number they're batting.
Yes, they know their roles.
And you've got some, I mean, not that many stickers, but you've got somebody that, I mean, Joe Root should just bat like Joe Root. And he scores quickly enough without having to play bunker-armour shots. He can do that when you get to 150.
Bashir round the wicket. Floated, defended by Shamar Joseph into the offside. Yes, I mean, it's quite illustrative looking at the averages for the 1-11 of England versus the 1-11 of West Indies that was displayed earlier, and several players in the 40s and close to 50. That's driven by Joseph up to mid-off.
But also the greater experience as well that England got. I mean, they've got a hatful of caps, but and where's the West Indies take-out holder and the captain.
There's a lot to cheer, yes. So slightly faster arm ball by Bashir, ably defended by Joseph on the front foot.
I like the way this guy does try to vary his pace to try and find the optimum
and length as well.
Yeah, the pace on which to bowl on any given wicket.
That's swept from outside, well, pretty much on middle stump. That's nicely swept. It's gone all the way to the boundary on the floor. It's the first one of these for a while.
They played well.
Yeah, I was a bit worried that he was doing it in front of middle stump, but
no, I think he took it from just outside off stump.
But it's the right length, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, and I like people who sweep when they sweep and get down low to sweep.
And that's shorter by Bashir, the inevitable response. That's cut into the offside, well fielded by Brook on the boundary, but they hurry through for 2. And Joseph, belying his number 10's position, has rattled on to 14. In fact, number 11 position.
Jay Grover has paid £5 as a super chat just to insult you, Manny. I'll come back in a minute.
And that's tickled round the corner by Joseph, who's making hay while the sun shines. Root has to field from slip, and there's an easy 2 there. That's the end of the over. West Indies on 278 for 9. Joseph moves to 16. Seals is an obdurate 3 off 9.
Jay says, I'm just super chatting to give Manny some shit. He looks like Giuliani without the hair dye.
Oh, crikey. Hey-ho.
I don't think I could ever see Rudolph Giuliani in a pink top, to be honest.
He's never going to come back if we keep on abusing him like this.
Oh, no, I love the abuse. Mind you, the comparison to Blofeld, good crikey almighty. If I get as bad as Blofeld, take me out and shoot me, please.
Jay has a reputation to maintain, too.
Yeah.
Fair point.
Atkinson over the wicket, and that's on the stumps, and Seals gives it the big dead bat.
He does look to me like Atkinson, one of those bowlers who can run in all day.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't seem to. He can generate 85, 88 mile an hour
with apparently no
with
effort.
ease. Yeah, and so he's bowled what? This is his 20th over today, and you feel there's more petrol in the tank.
Yeah, I do remember seeing a comment, interview with him earlier where he said, "You make it look so easy," and that's another one off stump that's defended with perfect technique by Seals, where he said, "You make it look like it's so easy." He said, "Believe me, it's not easy."
No, it's not. But he looks as though a lot of the time he's sort of bowling, if you like, within himself.
Yes.
I mean, it's a long, as we all know, Test cricket. It's a long game, long days.
I mean, the person he reminds me most of, perhaps, in manner of delivery and potential pace, is Jofra Archer, because there's no real effort in coming into the crease. That one's shorter, and the flat swat by Seals, that's gone, taken the top edge and gone over the keeper all the way down to the boundary for 4.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
I think the difference between him and Archer is, though, that Archer has that ability to bowl the short ball, which clearly batsmen don't pick up, because Archer keeps on hitting really good batsmen. Atkinson doesn't have that, but I agree with you. He has that easy approach.
Yeah. He also seems less likely to be fragile than Archer.
I wouldn't say that precisely. He's been managed fairly carefully by Surrey over the last 2 or 3 years.
Fast bowling is just bloody hard work, and people forget somebody like Pat Cummins, first probably 5 years of his pro career. I mean, how many? He probably played
Paceman Pat. He was
well. He played a handful of games. I mean, he was more injured than fit, wasn't he? And Dennis, I've been going back many a year, but Dennis Lilly again. He was out for a year and a half, I fancy.
Last ball was dropped into the leg side by Seals. The next ball, it's a low full toss. Not that low, in fact. It's not very far away from being a no ball, in fact. And surprises Seals a little bit. He just pushes it back with a straight bat.
I think he's looking around thinking, come on, that should have been a no ball, but I don't think it was. I think this is the right call. This is, it was waist high, but it's not a no ball for me.
A no ball in Test cricket isn't nearly as punishing as a no ball.
Oh, and that's a beautiful ball just out of stump by Atkinson. A big swish by Seals. They go up, but I don't think he's got an edge on that.
There was no conviction in that appeal at all from Atkinson. It was an apologetic ask, wasn't it?
That's 75 overs done. West Indies 282 for 9.
Kester Richards is wondering why Hope and Chase are not touring. I think Ross and Chase is injured, is he not? And Shy Hope, I think, has fallen victim to the lure of the white ball dollar.
Well, amongst many of the West Indies, potential squad, but I mean, I'm sure you've discussed this ad nauseam about Test cricket and the future of it and but I mean, West Indies have been suffering that for 15, 18 years, haven't they? Losing players to franchise cricket.
It's almost like the 70s and rugby league, rugby union debate for Wales.
Yeah, possibly so. I think it's even more. I think it's even harder on West Indies cricket than it was for Welsh rugby, frankly.
Bashir around the wicket. It's floated up, and Shamar Joseph doesn't have any problems having a go at that, but he's fallen for the trap. Crawley has wandered round from long on and pouched that nice and easily. That's a gimme wicket in some respects. And Crawley straight off the pitch to get ready for the 10 minutes he has until England will have to bat. That's West Indies 282 all out. They'll get to bat for what? 13 overs? 12 overs?
35 minutes. So it'll probably be about 7 overs, knowing the way things go.
Right. Nicely judged by Crawley on the boundary.
He's got a good pair of hands, hasn't he, anyway, Crawley?
Yeah, he does field at slip a large portion of...
but he's one of those slippers that he makes it look easy, and as we all know, slip catches aren't easy.
No.
But he's big hands, I know, but he's got time, and I think West Indies will be... Overall, from 115 for 5, they'll be
very
pleased
happy with that.
to have got to 280 odd, but I think from this morning they would have been looking at 350 plus.
Yes.
Anyway, that gives us an opportunity for Messi to catch up on any socials before we have a brief wibble before the next innings.
Jonathan Seafelt says, does the West Indies batting order seem completely off? De Silva too low, Alzari Jones is too high, Moti and Sharma could come up in a spot higher each as well. I think we've agreed with that previously. I think that's
I think it is, but I mean, I still think you've got after De Silva, I think you've got 8, 9, 10 and Jack. I think you've probably got about 3 number 9s and an 11 there. You don't have a number 8. Alzari Joseph, I think, if he really put his head together, I think he could make himself into a proper number 8.
His ceiling is much higher than all the others. But
he's got time to play. But he you know, you get the ball above his eye line and whoop-de-doo, you know, it's just sound the bugle and charge. I mean, that's just... He's not making the most of his talent, I think, as a batsman.
He's also not match aware. He doesn't necessarily play to the confines of the match situation.
Yeah, but he wouldn't be alone in that. But their batting has that feel to it that England's lineup did in the sort of 1990s, early 1990s, when after the keeper, whoever the keeper might be, Jack Russell, you then just had rubbish after that.
Number 11s.
Well, you had
mid 1990s when you had
Caddick,
Giddins,
Fraser, Tufnell.
Who was the guy?
Absolutely. I mean, just declare, really. I mean,
might as well. Well, Kester Richards says Silva should be batting ahead of even Hodge. I'm not sure I'd agree with that, but he should be higher.
It's hard though if you're the keeper. I mean that's if you're keeping all day. I mean, it's easy to say. It's bloody difficult to do.
It is difficult.
I mean, you need a bit of a rest.
But the thing I'll say about today in particular is, this is the first innings of the Test. He hasn't had to keep yesterday and the day before.
Yeah, but I'm not a fan of just shuffling your order around. I mean, you know, we talked about England looking settled because everyone knows their place in the side. I like a settled batting lineup. And look, if you can't guarantee who wins the toss, can you? And
no.
if you then kept for, I don't know, 120 overs and then to bat in the top 5, well,
there aren't many people who've done that successfully.
No, it's a big ask. I mean, it has been done, but it's tough.
Yeah, I mean, the one that springs to mind for me is Alex Stewart, who scored 8,463 runs. I'm not sure how many of those he scored as a keeper.
That's a very good question to which I don't know the answer. But
I'm trying to think of other people who batted in the top 5 or 6 who
kept wicket.
Sangakkara would be the other one.
Yeah, but I mean, he
but he gave up
he did give up keeping because he wanted to bat higher up the order, and clearly he was quite good at batting, as his stats tell you.
Just a bit, yeah. Jay sent us another £5. He says, giving Manny shit reminds me of the sofa days.
Oh, happy days.
Mandawala.
Yeah.
When he was Mandawala. All abuse is nostalgia.
It certainly is. And it appears to be profitable abuse as well. So keep on abusing me and sending the money. Happy days.
And our friend in Thailand, whose name I cannot read because of the script that's used, says Joffre's bowling action is heavenly. Indeed it is.
Oh, it's got that loose-limbed joyousness to it, and I so hope he makes a proper comeback. I mean, signs are good, and I like the fact that they're managing him with kid gloves. I think that's right. And hell's bells if you could see him back on the Test arena again.
It is interesting to see at what point they start to push him into longer and longer formats. So.
Well,
given the tours and the winter,
would you pick him against Sri Lanka? I doubt that.
No, I don't think that. I think they've said, haven't they?
They've stated that he won't play Test cricket this year.
Yeah, not during our summer anyway.
I think he's playing in the 100, isn't he?
Yes, he is playing the 100, but you know, obviously that's a limited workload by its very nature. So he won't play against Sri Lanka, and I'd be very surprised if Mark Wood plays. I would imagine they'll probably pull him out at least one of those tests. I would think he'd play 1, possibly 2, but I very much doubt he'll play 3. I think they'll probably give a go to this Pennington lad.
Pennington is quite sharp.
He's also very tall, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean,
he was one of the two players who made their debuts at Worcester who moved to Notts. Josh Tongue being the other one, and Josh Tongue is sadly injured at the moment.
He is. There's a bowler. I mean, I really rate that lad. I mean, I think that he's... and furthermore, I think England do as well. Because
that's why I think they are betting on a farm of about 5 fast bowlers for the Ashes, Tongue being one of the squad that they expect to play at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's rated on that. If you have that sort
and
of...
Atkinson is definitely one of the others.
Yeah, definitely. But I think you have sort of the cab rank. I think that Tongue is ahead of people like Potts and Stone, who are perfectly decent bowlers, but I think Tongue is, when fit, would definitely play ahead of those two.
Yes, I think so. I've got nothing against Ollie Stone. Every time he's turned out to England, he's given his heart out.
Yeah, I mean,
he's just a bit too fragile.
Yeah, that's undoubtedly true. The heavy roller, it looks as though England have chosen to try and nullify any indentations there. The one that just mesmerises me, because I just think there is an incredibly good bowler there. If only he could get his head and his body together. Is Ollie Robinson. I think he's got so many good attributes.
Yep.
But when he's fit, and big if, but when he is fit, he can bowl 85, 86 mile an hour. He's got that lovely high action, and it's he's like Glenn McGrath light when he's bowling well, and he's bowls at horrid length.
Yeah.
You can't get back, you can't get forward, and you just get trapped. And you glove it or you nick it, and it's just. I would have thought it must be so horrible to face, but his pace was way down when he played in India.
Yeah,
it was very disappointing. Yeah.
I think they're thinking there's not a question of his bowling ability. I think there's a question of his mental ticker.
Yes, I mean, I think, but I'd be very surprised under the current management if they didn't have a very honest discussion with him.
I'm sure they've had a very brutal discussion as to why he was dropped from the series squad.
Yeah, and just say, listen, if
much as they probably have with Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, but I think it's a slightly different conversation. I don't think it was going to be quite as brutal with Jimmy. I think
and also Johnny Bairstow as well.
Yeah, but I mean, I doubted that they were going to have some difficult conversations there, but particularly Robinson. I mean, I heard Key say that a good bowler, but he's got to be bowling 85 plus, not 72 plus, which he was in India.
Yeah, that was drop. That was just slow medium.
Well, at that level, it is. I mean, it's basically a net bowler, isn't it? I mean, and you're not going to trouble Test cricketers. At that pace, I mean, it's it's throw down time. I mean, either you got to turn it, you got to swing it, or you got to bowl quick. And I'd love to see him back. A properly fit Ollie Robinson, I think, is a real asset to him.
He's been playing reasonably well for Sussex in Division 2, along with Jaden Seals, who's in this match. They formed a fairly formidable opening partnership. But he's also been playing well in the shorter formats. But how close he is or not to a recall, or he'd probably be in the England fast bowling group that goes and trains, I would imagine.
Well, I hope they haven't given up on him. Is all I'd say.
Does he have a central contract?
I think I don't know, but I would imagine he must have, because usually they're 2 years or sometimes 3, aren't they?
They were initially 1 year, and then they started rolling out multiple year.
Well, because of the danger of franchise cricket, and I mean, Mark Wood, for example, has got a 3-year contract, which I think there's only 2 of those knocking around, and clearly he was would have been an asset to any franchise side.
Right, players are now out on the pitch, so we should start concentrating on the match. The bowler is this guy.
Alzari Joseph.
Who bowls to the unnamed batsman, who defends it stoutly. A little bit of swing. And the batsman is this man.
Zach Croy
was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Crawley must fight to survive.
Joseph in with that springy action, and that's the first run of the England innings. Just dropped into the offside. Quick call and they're away.
If you had to design an opening partnership to really hack off the other side,
it's pretty much perfect, isn't it?
Yeah,
one tall, one short,
right-handed, left-handed. I mean, it must be a nightmare for captain and bowler. You've got to change your field, change your line, change your length, because you've got now Mr. Short Arse on strike, and he's a left-hander.
as well. It's this man. And straight round the wicket for Joseph straight away.
Interesting field he's got. 2 slips, 2 gullies.
That's to counteract the Duckett slash, I think.
I'm sure that's the reason.
He doesn't need any excuse to play every ball, and that's gone fizzing down the leg side, and that's 4 byes straight away.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball.
Didn't hit the ball.
4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Bit of swing there though.
Yeah, slightly misdirected by Joseph. Would have been potentially a good ball to a right-hander.
But at the point we were making earlier.
Exactly that. Again, on his hip. That's plenty of opportunity for Duckett, who doesn't miss out often, to clip it away. And I think is that Moti down on the boundary, shuttling around, fielding that and hurling it back in.
It looked like him. And Duckett continues the stat of not leaving many balls in Test cricket. It's something like under 5%, I think.
There was something like 50 or 60 balls in one of the Test matches, first innings, where before he missed or left a ball. And that's swinging in. That's we didn't know much about that Duckett. That's chopped down, and it's bounced in the crease and spun away.
Not that far from his leg stump.
No. Good ball from Joseph, lifting, but Duckett survives. Slightly fortuitously, yes, he jagged back in quite a lot.
Yeah.
He's hit the back foot, I think, and just rolled away. Or in between his legs, in fact. And just past the leg stump.
Yeah, he was looking for it, wasn't he? Had no idea where it had gone, but he survives, as you say. I love that from batsmen. Do a bit of gardening. There was nothing there to garden, but he just wanted to take time out.
Just wanted to compose himself. Joseph swinging in again, and that's played easily enough by Duckett down to mid-on. That's the end of the over. England are 7 for 0.
And the end of my spell. So
before you go, there's a question here from Muttley. He says, I'm back from afternoon. Now I have questions. 1, am I seeing double, twins? 2, why the seat between the 2 of you? Which one of you keeps farting?
Both. You knew the answer to a good lawyer's question. Of course it's both of us. Hell's bells. I must away.
Anyway, it's been a pleasure, Manny.
Yeah, good to see you all, and good luck, guys, and
thanks, Manny.
Continue commentating.
Yeah, and
okay, thanks, guys. I'll catch you tomorrow. Keep an eye on the GPL. I think I might be in it actually with England batting.
And Dave Brooke is going to join us once he's got his cup of tea sorted. I do believe we're meant to have Will, or is it just the 3 of us? It is it was meant to be Hector, in fact, who has had to leave sadly, so I'll keep going. That's worked away by Crawley for a single. Seals comes in, we'll jiggle him up shortly. In fact, we'll jiggle him up now.
Oh well, wherever you are, Seals Jason's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow flow watching it shed upon my head. Seals Jaden wants you for dead.
Seals in for the second ball of his over, ran the wicket and slashed by Duckett off the back foot in typical Duckett style. There's a man out there stopping him from getting a boundary, and they only get a single for there. Defensive at the start against Duckett. That's probably a sensible move given the way he likes to go at every ball. Dave, what are your thoughts
on
the score, the total? How West Indies are going to attack this in this short spell?
Total will be satisfactory to West Indies, but disappointing. But it's above the acceptable level to give them something to bowl at, and they'll be looking to knock 1 or 2 out tonight.
Yep, if they get 3 wickets, then they're definitely, I'd say, honours even on the day. That's lifting and played down by the tall Crawley into the gully area.
You know, we've yet to see an innings from Crawley of substance in this series. We'd be thrilled to see one because he's such a lovely player to watch. But as Annie was saying in the interview when we met up tea time, he hasn't got the consistency, and he hasn't really looked like he's going to get a score. We were saying he had the choice of if I gave you the last tenner, Jason, you could put it on Duckett or Crawley. Which one would you put on?
Duckett at the moment on form.
Yes. Yeah, Duckett definitely. He's the terrier.
Seals over the wicket to Duckett to Crawley, sorry, and that's worked into the leg side. Nicely timed. It's not going to get to the boundary, but they should get 2. And lobbed in by the fielder, who is Moti. I thought it was, because Athanase is normally in the slips at this point. Who's the other left-handed fielder I recognise. And Crawley seems to play best when he plays with a freedom without not having to manufacture shots or just have to think about it. He just plays it on instinct, and when his instinct is up with him, it's away. And that's on the stumps, angling in. Crawley flicks that to mid-on, but there's no run. And only 11 balls in, and it's 11 runs already.
So, number of overs remaining, Jason, please.
I think they'll get. The question is whether or not they finish at 6:30, or whether or not.
6:30, yeah.
I think they get another 7 overs in.
7 overs, okay. So they've had 1.5.
So I think they'll lose 4 overs on the day, something like that. But who knows? That's again angled in, and that's worked wide of the wide mid-on again. Joseph lollops after it.
Alzari.
Yeah.
2 of them.
Picks up the ball and gently lobs it back.
Can I just add my thanks, Jason, to number 1, that's Manny, coming in today. It's been great having... Manny, it's been wonderful to meet you personally. And do pass on my regards to Daniel. Yes, and don't be a stranger, as they say. Sri Lanka calls. Great. And wonderful to have Manny Cohen, the very first voice of Test Match Sofa, the predecessor who begat Guerrilla Cricket, of course, back in 1992-3. Manny Cohen, and number 2 was Dan Norcross. Number 3, our own Hendo, Nigel Henderson, the big 3.
Yeah. Yes, and you look at the illustrious names that started on Test Match Sofa and where they are now. Half the TMS team now is
absolutely Atif Nawaz, Annie Chave,
and
Andy Saltzman,
and he's Alzari Joseph. He's missed out there. The ball stopped on Duckett when he's driven it back. He's flung a left hand out, trying to get a catch, and he's got it and then dropped it. It looks like.
Yeah, I should add at this point that my comments on analysis or whatever will be very much driven by your own commentary, because I haven't brought my glasses, so I'll just be reflecting on what you've said rather than describing it, if that's okay.
And a bad day for Alzari gets a little bit worse. In round the wicket again, That's lifting on Duckett, who plays that close to his body but with a straight bat off the back foot. 88 miles an hour, so he's ramping up a little bit of pace on this wicket, but can't get the ball away. And in fact, looking back at that drop chance, Alzari, in fact, I think over pushed his hand. He's gone, he's hit him in the palm rather than the fingers.
If you say so, Jason, and to me, to be honest, it's all a bit of a blur at the moment.
Joseph in again. That's down the leg side, and Duckett's not going to miss out there. He's just worked that very neatly off his hips.
Is that? Yes. I thought it said leg. I thought it was leg buys. Just umpire signalling leg buys there. I think, Jason. So I know what you mean. It just cannoned off him. It didn't really matter what if he got a nick on it or not. It was just bang, back of the leg, bang, straight to the boundary. No chance of anything.
I thought it was a bat just because of the pace it went to the boundary, but I mean, he's a fast bowler. He will go fast to the boundary anyway. But yeah, it's the bat is very close to it. The hip is very close to it.
It's just brushed his body. It's just brushed his body, which counts as leg buys, doesn't it?
Yep.
It's any part of the body, yeah.
Duckett busy at the crease again. The Duckett glide is in deployed. That's why they've got two gullies. That's why they got a couple of points, and he can't get through there. That's fooded by the square of the two gullies. England on 17 for naught, and Duckett not quite managing to get away yet. And defended by Duckett, into the offside with a straight bat, and plods down, prods the pitch, walks back, eats some time. He only wants as few overs as possible to face at the end of the day. And Joseph back at his mark, shining the ball away fiercely, trying to get some of the lacquer off one of the sides so it'll swing a bit. Starts his run up now, and that's had some effect. Has he gone? He's not sure about that. It's taken behind by De Silva, but no, he survived. That close to the edge, but no cigar. That's the end of the over, and that's moved nicely off the seam. And Duckett's gone at it with with hard hands. That would definitely have carried had he got a tiny little nick on that. The dreaded moral victory for Alzari Joseph, but they don't go in the book. And I'll just have a quick look on the socials whilst Dave is trying to find his glasses. M says he should get a Duckett load of runs. Seals is in, and that's imperious by Crawley. He's just stood tall, played through the line, and that's flown off the bat out to the cover boundary. Gorgeous shot for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Daz asked the question, what does Pennington bowl? The person who's been a subfielder, as we just watched the ball again. It's a fantastic shot on the up by Crawley. That was by no means a half volley, but he's made the most of that by playing it on the up and absolutely timing the pants off it. Seals to respond. That's a better ball. Crawley is a bit more circumspect. It's just about outside off stump, and he leaves it to the keeper. Muttley says, sorry, Prime Minister, I have to dash. Love and sausages. Well, goodbye and good luck. And Crawley twirling his bat, very much in the style of Alex Stewart. Those who remember his play and his standards at the crease. Seals is coming in again. And that's shorter, just not short, but just short of a length. And that's absolutely murdered by Crawley. Gives out again the full flow of the blade. It goes over mid wicket for one bounce to the boundary. Over mid wicket.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
The way Crawley come out to bat today is in somewhat contrast to the rest of the innings he's had in this series. He definitely looks in some form of touch. Maybe it's, or am I just doing him a commentator's curse? We shall see. Seals, slow ball, and that's got the treatment again on his hip, and that's played nice and neatly all the way along the floor to the square leg boundary. And that is the modern England, though. They're coming at you every ball. Again, that's not a half volley, that's just shorter of a full pitch ball that's absolutely whipped away with fast hands off the meat of the bat, skimming to the boundary. And 4 overs and England up to 30 already almost. And then Seals
you
bowls.
seem to be doing it by yourself, so I thought I'd come and keep you company.
Thank you. And that's Seals outside off stump, left by Crawley, showing good judgment. No, take your 3 4s and over and get out.
Yes.
He's moved to 18 off 12 already. Duckett are fairly sedate by him, 3 off 11. Last ball of this over. And that's swinging, and is it caught? It is caught. That's
Well
one
caught.
chance too many by Crawley. He's gone at a wide one. He's got a thin edge that's flown to second slip, and Holer has taken a good catch in front of, diving in front of first slip. Crawley has paid for his over aggression. That's the first wicket. West Indies, England are 29 for 1.
That's a very, very good catch.
On your bike, mate.
To go across this left with 2 hands is a very good technique if you can manage it.
Yeah, and Crawley's poor season continues. I think 18 might actually be his highest score in the 3 test series he's got so far.
It sort of comes with the territory, doesn't it?
It does.
Sometimes it comes off, sometimes it doesn't. I mean, 18 off 13 is a great white ball score. In test matches, not so much.
We got any socials that we can?
Yeah, sorry. Guess Janice is not so sure about Roston Chase. He's more of a one-day cricketer for me. Jay Grover says mint. I don't know what brought that on. Maybe that was the wicket. Kester Richards says both players would play if given the opportunity, as they are the perfect pair to have playing all formats for cricket. This was talking about... sorry, I'm not sure who that was about.
And England has
Janice
deployed
says
a night watchman.
Oh, what? Who is it?
It's this man.
Oh.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course, except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
Well, the night watchman has not worked because at the end was the end of the over, and the first ball of the next over, Azara Joseph has had Ben Duckett drag the ball onto the stumps. So Duckett has gone as well. Then England are now 2 down. So Ollie Pope has been seen putting his gear on and having to walk out to the wicket when he thought he might be saved from batting tonight.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
That was a poor shot from Duckett. He had absolutely no foot movement. The ball was about probably 3 feet outside the off stump. He went straight down the wicket between the stumps, so his feet were 3 feet from it. He tried to make a wild drive at it and pulled it off the inside edge back onto his stumps. And frankly, if you play those sorts of shots, that's going to be the consequences for you.
Well,
it's a rubbish shot.
If the West Indies
really
get Pope tonight, they'll feel somewhat happier, that's for sure. Let's jingle him up whilst he makes his way to the crease.
We got a Pope! We got a Pope! Take a good hard look at Ollie Pope! It's Ollie Pope! It's Ollie Pope! Take a hard look at Ollie Pope!
England's vice captain now with a bit to do tonight. He's got to make sure
What's your view of that technique, though, Jason?
What of Duckett's technique? I'll come to it after this ball.
Is that part of the course?
It's very Duckett-like. Pope just works that into the leg side for a single off Joseph. He doesn't leave balls. If he sees a chance to go at a ball, he will take it generally. That was probably not the ball to have a go at. It was a bit too wide. But no, I can understand why he went at it. But if you're going to go at it, you may as well get hold of it.
Yeah, I think it's bad choices in terms of the approach. You send in a Nightwatchman to protect the batsman, and then the other batsman just goes fucking crazy. Yeah. It's nuts.
Short ball by Joseph, Alzara Joseph, and Wood ducks away. And he can expect a bit of a peppering, I think, tonight, Wood, after what he dished out earlier today.
Yeah.
Joseph, this pitch really is a bit dead because Joseph has had to pull that really short to get that up and over. That's down the leg side. Wood thinks about playing at it, but then decides no, not. I'll leave that one go by.
Brown in Brisbane says Jason's doing well. Seen off 2 gorilla commentators and 2 English wickets now.
Just call me the new the Wicket Warlock. Who's that lovely South African lady? I forget her name. My sincere apologies to her.
Oh, Natalie Germanos.
No, the one that the gorilla that's defended by Wood.
Shelley.
Shelley, yes, right. Shelley, the wicket destroyer.
Well, Brown says, go Jason, another wicket. Is the appearance of Wood a sign of England throwing out their of late positive approach? It's an interesting question. Really, isn't it?
I think it's the right choice. There's no positive side for people coming out tonight. All you can do is get out, so probably best to defend the wickets of the batsman. That's short again, and Wood decides I'm not going to have anything to do with that. Unfortunately, it means I can't get down the other end to support Elliot Pope in the end of the over.
Kester Richards says, now it's the 3rd time for the series Ollie Pope's coming out to bat inside the first 5 overs, and because of how good Pope has been at 3. Ems just says, oh my. Yeah. Jay Grover says, no. He just says, Jazz, I proper. I see. Sorry, he says, game on, proper cricket, says Jimmy Jazz. Fucking love it. And that's what Jay Grover says, I proper too. I think, frankly, that England's approach tonight has been counterproductive. I really do.
Yeah, that's defended by Pope into the offside by Seals.
It's one thing to try and dominate. It's another to wastefully put yourself in a position where they were able to.
There was no
complete dominance
in a short session. There's no upside to going hell for leather, being 2-3 down at the end of it. You can be too defensive as well. There's a fine line to be drawn, but You can argue they may be slightly over-aggressive.
Yeah, I think that's right.
It's all about reading the match situation. And Seals is in again. Oh, I don't like that shot from Pope, but he's got away with it. That's whipped off middle stump, effectively, to square leg on the boundary. If you miss that, you're absolutely plumb, Ollie Pope.
It's a hard one to take out of your system, though, because it is a ball asking to be hit on that line.
It's very much a major shot for Ollie Pope. He scores a lot of runs in that area.
Yeah.
So it's hard to get the muscle memory to say, no, I'm going to put that in the locker for 20 minutes.
And given the fact that there's not a lot of swing and the wicket's playing pretty truly, it wasn't a high-risk shot, really.
It's down the leg side by Seals. Pope has a think about it and then he ignores it.
Good decision.
We think there's another 8-10 minutes of play left before the end of play today. That should be another for perhaps 3 overs.
Yeah, I'd say 3 overs should be.
As they waste time changing the field here. Wood's now on strike, so I think they're looking at a more aggressive field to Wood than they were for Pope. Some instructions there from Brathwaite, who's run across to his bowler. Seals is coming in now. There's a short leg in. That's outside off stump. Wood has nothing to do with that. And leaves it to go through to the keeper. Both players will be looking to play as little as possible, I think, for the remainder of the day's play. The trick for West Indies is to make them play as much as possible. It's a numbers game at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you want to give them as many balls to play at as they can, whilst the ball is hard and moving and doing stuff. So any ball that goes through is a wasted ball. That's better by Seals. That's at the stumps. Yes. Wood has to play that, and he drops a bat on it. Slightly quicker by Seals as well. That's 86 miles an hour. But Wood is looking fairly cool, calm and collected at the moment. Certainly not in his usual tail end slogger mode that he's made a habit of in the last 2 or 3 years. Certainly would not be appropriate for today.
No, as Nightwatchman, that's not what you're there for, is it?
That would be a Night Hawk, but we don't have Night Hawks anymore. The Hawk has been retired. And yet another move by the West Indies. The mid on is going to leg gully, more leg slip as he moves around. So opportunity on the leg side if Wood can get a bat on it, even as a forward defensive, but and it's very much an attacking field.
That's a good field change, because I mean, they got 3 slips in the gully and a leg gully
and he's gone.
Oh, yes.
It's hard to fault Wood for that. That was a good ball off stump. He had to play at it. That's taken the outside edge, and Holder's taken another great catch at second slip. Low down, coming forward. That's a fantastic catch. And the Nightwatchman is out.
Do you have another Nightwatchman?
The crowd says! The crowd says! The crowd says you're out!
Now, I think, would you bring out Harry Brook now, or would you bring out Ben Stokes now?
We bring out Joe Root, surely.
You would bring out Joe Root now. That's a fantastic catch. That's just reaching Holder, who reaches forward with his long limbs and pouches that with 2 hands. And it's all smiles in the West Indies now, and looking very happy. And indeed, it is England's most experienced batsman coming to the crease for a crucial 10 minutes. And his jingle goes like this.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a picked, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Who won't be on strike because that was the last ball of the previous over.
So, cool. England will try and make this next over the last one, but I'd say we'll probably get 2 more in. That was beautifully bowled, that ball, actually. Just had a little bit to cut away. And as you say, Woods, he's not a batter. It was a good ball, and it was just too good for him, and a great catch.
So it's been a tricky session for England, and interestingly, the man going to deep square leg for Ollie Pope. I'm not sure that's in aid of, as Joseph comes in, and he's given out the full blade of the bat. That's a gorgeous drive, beats mid off on the inside, speeds away to the boundary.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
It was a very composed shot, very much in control, very much under his eyes. Lovely shot by Pope. Joseph on his hip. Pope works that round the corner to Shamar Joseph on the boundary. Again, protecting his arm. He always seems to lob the ball back to the keeper. He doesn't throw unless he absolutely has to. Reminds me very much of David Gower in the mid-80s after he's ricked his shoulder, who would underarm it 50-60 yards back to the keeper. And the short leg is being introduced for Joe Root. He's coming into about 6 yards away. Joe Root spending time walking down the wicket, prodding at imaginary bumps and holes in the pitch, possibly to waste some time. And Alzari Joseph is composing himself. He's has a false start and gets ready to start coming again. Here he comes, and that's played up on his toes by Root into the gully area. The typical Joe Root shot, stands tall, plays it down, in control. There's no run.
I should say that they scored 318 runs so far today, and 323 happens to be my lowest GPL pick. So I just want another 5 runs.
And tempting outside our stump for Root, but Root just puts a stride in, leaves the hands high and the bat high, and watches the ball go through. Brooke looking on pensively, hoping that the clock ticks around to close to 6:30 in UK time. He certainly doesn't not want to go out there tonight, and hopefully if we get into the next over he won't.
Brian in Brisbane says, has Dave gone for a quick snooze? Well, he actually went for a look to his glasses. They've obviously been left down the back of the sofa where he's fallen asleep.
Off the back foot, and Root plays that usual push off the back foot into the point area, and there's no run. The problem with losing your glasses is you are discombobulated when you're trying to find them because you can't see anything.
Yes, sort of vicious circle. He said my first thought for the GPL was 293, but then I thought Windies would go better. I should have gone with my first thoughts. Well, we're well past that now.
And that's on the leg stump, and Root works that into the leg side. Shamar Joseph hurls in from the boundary, but he can't prevent the 2. That's the end of the 7th over. England are 38 for 3. Root moves to 2 with that, and Pope is on 6.
Well, Kessler Richards sent this up just 5 minutes ago. He said, now we have opportunity to prime Mark Wood out tonight to make the bowlers, the playoff Nightwatchman, work hard in our favour. Well, it did. Helmut says, will somebody help the man find his glasses? Kind of the worst thing to lose if you're blind as a bat, I should know. We need to get 2 more overs from Shamar tonight, or even 1 from Motti, says Kester Richards. I don't think they'll go with him.
There's
well
barely
done, boys,
been
says Kester.
any
Jonathan
spin.
Seafeld says, "Love this. Drop chances ruined West Indies' chances last match. Great to see Holder holding." Yes. One less for tomorrow, he says. And Frank Rockefeller's with us. He says, "Welcome to Test cricket. The battle is on."
Yeah. Seals attacking the stumps, defended stoutly by Pope, making sure that ball is going into the ground as soon as possible.
I'm surprised to see he's only got 2 slips in the gully for the last over of the day. I would have thought he'd keep on attacking.
Yes. Yes. Keep going whilst the advantage is with your side, definitely. I'd be tempted to actually bring in someone in front of the wicket as well. That's another ball, and Pope is remonstrating with someone in the crowd to sit down immediately after the ball was bowled, and he defended. He's not happy with someone moving in his eye line. That would have been one of the worst results possible for England if he'd been distracted and nicked off at that point.
So I just need 3 more runs from the remaining 4 balls, Jason.
Good.
That's all I ask. It's not much.
Still a good crowd in Edgbaston.
Yes.
And that's scuttled down. And Pope is lucky that wasn't straight, because his bat was certainly not down in time to defend against that. He's walking down the wicket to make sure that bit gets a good thumping by the end of his bat. That really didn't get up more than half of what he expected it to.
Oof.
Just fortunate that it wasn't straight. So this pitch is starting to play up after only 7-8 overs, and the ball fairly new still. And Ollie Pope actually doesn't have a great record at this ground. Defended more circumspectly by Pope this time, off the front foot. He only averaged 17 there in, I can't remember how many innings it was, but enough innings.
7 innings. 7 innings over 4 matches. He's only made 103 runs all up. That's the advantage of me having a 40-second delay.
Yep. Thank you. You don't need to tell them that, though. Just makes you look good and me look bad. Seals. Short ball, and Pope decides ducking is the better part of valour. There's no profit in trying to play that shot tonight. Tomorrow might be another matter. It's a good bumper. It's well aimed, well directed. It's at his nose. He did leave the periscope up, but fortunately there was no contact.
So, last ball Yorker?
Possibly. It's definitely gone by half past 6, so hopefully this is the last ball. And he's played a little flicky shot. That's the root glide, the Pope push into the offside. Fielded well by the gully, and they all start walking off. That's the end of the day's play. England finished on 38 for 3. Trailing by 244 after West Indies were out for 282. And Messi, you are disappointed yet again.
Well, in terms of the GPL, yes. But in terms of the game...
it's been a fantastic day's play.
Yeah. I mean, I think England have given away their advantage dramatically in the last 40 minutes. And it's... Well... In normal circumstances, if I saw that scoreboard, I'd say the West Indies were ahead. Given the strength of England's batting lineup and the fact that the pitch is fairly benign, although keeping a bit low, I'd say honours about even, but not looking too bad for the West Indies at all.
Yeah.
I'm really encouraged by this.
Dave Booker's come back and joined us, because now he doesn't have to see what's on the pitch. What do you think of that last session, David?
West Indies will be well happy with the state of affairs. Getting England 38 for 3 sheds a different light on a first innings score of 282. You know, no getting away from it. And the manner in which Alzari Joseph, in particular, was hitting the deck was putting the frighteners up the England team. And I've seen them when they come up against West Indies pace. We've seen it in the 80s. We saw it in the 90s. Guess what? We saw a bit of it tonight. And Jaden Seals, he won't pull up any trees on that front, but he moves the ball. He tempted Crawley into an injudicious
he's very
shot.
wicket to wicket as
and
well.
He's got him again, but the wicket he got was a wide one. He wanted him to go for it, and sure enough, he took the bait. Seals held it back a little bit, and he showed why in an 8-game spell for Sussex in the county championship this year. He was the leading wicket taker in his division. 2 fifers, and he's an intelligent bowler. In his test match debut against South Africa, he got a fifer, but he was injured. He's coming back from injury, so that's why the name isn't familiar to people yet. And this guy's serious about his cricket, and Sussex were delighted with him. And I'm told, he wants to come back next year. Sussex want him back, and that could be the start of a long association. Not the old days where someone played for a whole season, but certainly, first half of the season.
Yes, I mean, I'm thinking in a similar way about Kemal Roach at Surrey.
Exactly.
He first came to the county 3-4 years ago. He's had an absolute ball at the Oval. He's been well liked. He's always smiling, runs in hard, compliments the rest of the team that they've got there, and has been an absolute.
I loved Jason.
Delight to play there.
I loved his comments. Annie Chave was our tea time guest today. She'll love this story because it's in the public domain. He said he loves county championship cricket. That's what he said. He loves it, and he loves playing for Surrey. They love having him. It doesn't come for the whole season. Usually it's 10 to 12 weeks spell, just in time to get injured.
He will. Yes, in 2-3 previous seasons he's played the first tranche of county games, and then the block of 3 that they have in June, July.
He is exactly what we had with Viv Richards, with Malcolm Marshall, et al. We have a returning West Indian overseas player. There aren't many of them, but he's one of them. He's returned 4 years in a row. Really good partnership with Director of Cricket Alex Stewart. The whole of the Surrey club at their best. Inclusive, the most inclusive club in the country. Yorkshire could learn an awful lot from them. Really could. I would put the Surrey boys in charge of Yorkshire in a heartbeat. The problem is they're running the ECB now, and they're not showing the same leadership skills that they did at Surrey. But it's early days.
Yes,
I do have some interesting and possibly encouraging news for the West Indies for tomorrow. The weather forecast from the Met Office suggests it will start clouding over around 11 o'clock. 40% chance of rain during the morning session. Then 50 to 60% chance of rain during the afternoon session. So we may go on and off a bit, but
it's a bowler's day, is it?
Humidity may well put us in a position where the ball will swing.
Messers, does that change your view now? Because I took issue with your view that it was sort of honours even. I said no, West End is firmly in the driving seat. Would you, with the basis of that information, and on the basis of what we've said, would you revise your view? Or you stick to your guns?
Yes, I think I would. I think I'd say a slight advantage to the West Indies. I mean, what really is crazy to me is that I still think that the West Indies score on this pitch was well under par.
Yes.
But I also think that England's performance tonight has been slightly suicidal.
Yes. Yes.
And that they've given away that advantage in a way that...
in the words of Kevin Peterson, Messers, it's the way we play.
Not someone I like to rely on for political advice.
No, that's why I chose him.
You're such a troublemaker, Dad.
You know it's always with good intentions. I hope you know that, Messers.
Absolutely.
And I've learned, thanks to you, you taught me a very valuable lesson in broadcasting, which is, listen to what other people are saying. I do my best. Sometimes I forget.
Okay, I think we should wrap up, guys.
Yep.
It's 1:45 here, and I need to go to bed.
Well, let me just make some closing remarks. Messrs. We wish you a very good night to you. And Jason and I just want to just conclude by saying that we've particularly enjoyed broadcasting to the Caribbean, and it's, don't forget, 5 hours behind us, so they're still in the very peak of their day, and we've really enjoyed the messages that you've sent us, guys, and
yes,
you know, it really has quite touched us, actually.
Yeah. And thank you, David Brooke, for making our intervals much more interesting with your pre-recorded content and your strong arming, if not, that's not too strong a word, of Roland Butcher.
And our vision of your stomach too, Dave, which is interesting to see.
Of Roland Butcher to have a
I forgot
extended
it's a
interview at.
I was going back to the glory days of Ball by Ball, where it didn't matter what you looked like, you know. You see the TV boys dressed up to the nines, and the radio guys are all in the shorts and you know, badly fitting T-shirts, or and now there's
well, we've
having
still got
to spruce
300
up.
people who were watching your tummy, but the number's going down now. You've closed your shirt.
Anyway, thank you to everybody. We
Thank
will be
you
back
all very
tomorrow
much.
at 11 o'clock. It
great
won't be
fun.
me. It'll be, I do believe, young Hector doing his best to get the studio set up. Good luck to him. It's
been a terrific addition to the team. Messrs, before you go, are you still receiving us?
I am indeed.
I thought,
yes.
I don't know about you, but it's, you know, when you're there to see a new player for the first time, you know, you get a particular thrill. You know, I remember seeing, Mikhail Louis' first regional century, and that being there, you know, it made Hector's debut performance in the studio. I mean, I thought he was excellent and really lovely addition to the team, aged only 18.
I wish I'd have that level of competence and confidence at the age of 18, I must say.
But isn't it wonderful to see the spirit of Gorilla? You know, he's a huge fan right back to the days of Test Match Sofa, and I was able to introduce number 1 Gorilla, Manny Cohen, to number, I think, 163 and counting, with Hector. And it was a wonderful, you know, not passing of the baton, because it was wonderful also to have Manny with us today. You know, the first ever voice on Test Match Sofa, Messers, was the first ball was described not by Dan Norcross, not even by Hendo. It was described by the man who graced us with his presence this afternoon, Manny Cohen.
a very laid back and quite mellow Manny, because, you know, of course, the infamous Manny's Angry jingle for his
still
rants.
capable of talking a lot. Getting the tweets in when Manny's on is always a challenge. Put it like that.
I'm sure it's one,
Thank you,
as
guys.
always, that you will respond with your customary aplomb.
And thank you, Messi. And hopefully you don't have too many schedule issues to deal with tomorrow.
Well, I haven't. As far as I know, there are no changes to tomorrow's schedule, so I'll check that and tweet it out shortly. Okay, see you guys.
And thank you to the West Indies. And with that, we will play our way out, and I will start putting the studio to bed, and then myself to bed. A
very good night to all our listeners across the Caribbean. Thanks to Andrew Mason, finally, for getting us on air, the voice of the Caribbean, the voice of Barbados, VOB. We've enjoyed being your FM station this afternoon, but also, of course, to all the Guerrilla Cricket independent listeners listening to us across the Caribbean. The word is spreading that the way to find our coverage of this series and the next England versus Sri Lanka series is here on Guerrilla Cricket, and we're all staffed by volunteers. We do this because we want to promote the game, keep it going in West Indies, because we really want to see West Indies back. And Roland Butcher provided a few really good solutions for that in a fierce examination. I did my Paxman impression. I put him under attack, but he said something. What did you think? He said some interesting things.
Yeah, I agree with the Paxman part of it. You did grill him quite hard. You were quite pushy and to the point, you know, asking him to provide solutions and not just make niceties. I agreed with some of what he said. I agree that he needs to start at home and promote this thing at home. I agree that pitches probably need improvement, and a curator knowledge transfer program is probably a good way forward.
Roland made a point which I'd never thought of, and I'm not sure how many of our viewers and listeners in the Caribbean are maybe they're aware of this, but you know, these curators across the regional first class grounds in across the Caribbean generally very poorly paid. They're underpaid and undervalued, and there's a rapid turnover. It's not seen as a proper job. And a proper knowledge transfer exchange program with curators umpires in England, groundsmen in England, who would love to go out there and do some work in the winter. It doesn't have to be the whole year. It could be just 2 weeks. Who wouldn't want 2 weeks in Jamaica, south coast of Jamaica at the Treasure Beach Cricket Academy, or 2 weeks at the Nelson at Antigua? So, and then the other things he said were there should be a commitment to get 2 youngsters over, 2 young batters over.
An exchange
program. Yeah, exchange two, so the costs are covered. And if there are costs, then ECB should pick that one up. So we need people to play against, otherwise it will just be Test cricket played amongst England, Australia and India. And guess what? Lots of things get lost in that process. The flair, the cavalier attitude of the West Indies, the flamboyance of the Sri Lankans, the gritty determination and bottling capability of the South Africans, the friendly but steely New Zealanders. These all the gloriously unpredictable Pakistan side.
The passionate Pakistan side.
Yeah, all these great aspects of world cricket are being gently crushed by ill-advised and, I'm afraid, short-sighted administrators. And, particularly disappointing in the week that it was announced that Andrew Strauss declares an interest in the company that he's a director of, bidding for 100 franchise. This is after he controversially excluded it from his review, which concluded, guess what? Cut back the county championship, cut back first class cricket to make more room for franchises, of which I am a director, planning to gain directly from that. Now, we know he's a conservative, potential Conservative Party candidate at one stage, wasn't there? The publicity about that, but this is a bit rich. It really is. And the purpose of administration in cricket is to guide the game, promote the game, get it with more people in an inclusive way, not to line your own pockets. I'm afraid, Jason, there's not enough of the former and too much of the latter.
There is, and I think this is a well-trodden conversation that we've had, and the listeners have heard it before.
Just one last thing, for benefit of people. Roland made a really good point about the visa system. The visa system's all wrong. There's not enough young cricketers coming in and learning their trade in the UK. The days of the Lancashire Leagues, the Yorkshire Leagues. It'd be wonderful to have that back, and that's about Home Office confronting that issue, Jason. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks very much.
And with that, we're out. See you tomorrow.
Guerrilla cricket.